Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The United States, New York, west shore of Manhattan Island. In a dim studio, a Huxia man was lying in a pool of blood. The originally lifeless body suddenly glowed with a magical golden light. The knife wound on the man's wrist was easily erased like a painting. The morning sun through the window sprinkled on the pool of blood and the man's body. Damn it, Jow. I saw that the man who had obviously returned to the nine heavens sat up like this. He looked around, full of curiosity about this strange environment but more ecstasy. There is really such a thing as time travel. He, who has read countless books, is very clear about what time travel means. According to the experience of 99% of the traversers, they are all banknotes, girls. Sudan touched his right wrist subconsciously. Although the wound there had healed, there was still some mild pain. At the same time, the pool of blood on the ground rushed into his sight and the disgusting smell of blood filled his nostrils and he felt dizzy immediately. In front of my eyes, like a foreign film, some pictures from my memory are shown. It's not his memory. It turned out that this body was also named Sudan, who graduated from the Department of Computer Science, Yanjing University. After entering the society, he soon became the chief engineer and planner of a game company. Out of the conceit of a genius, he rushed to New York alone and opened a game studio by himself here. Although he is not as popular and spicy as in Daxia, his talent has been proved. But the good times didn't last long. The recruited programmer from the United States actually locked the server on the day his new game was officially launched, and disappeared into the vast sea of people following the financial B****ch chick. Even if he personally went to the battle to make amends, the new game still has bugs, investing huge amounts of projects just like this died in the saliva of the players. And he also owed a debt of tens of millions of USD. Suicide with hatred, Brooke George, Sudan pronounced this name. His original experience was also similar to this Sudan. The double hatred was all directed at the United States programmer. Suddenly, he discovered that there were still some special fragments in his memory. Playboy Tony Stark Industrial Building, I'm going. Even a person who hasn't seen a Marvel movie may have heard of this name to some extent. The existence of this person means that this is the Marvel Universe. If purple sweet potato extract Thanos snapped his fingers, would it? No, delete the number and try again. Beep. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Sudan's mind. Sudan was taken aback for a moment, and before he had time to react, he heard the electronic synthesis sound without any emotion. The Super Game Developer System is being bound. Beep, congratulations to the host, the Super Game Developer System has been bound. Super Game Developer System. With Sudan's excellent thinking, he quickly realized that the system is a standard configuration for travelers. If you don't have a decent system, you'd be ashamed to call yourself a time traveler. And the Super Game Developer System, obviously, is the system that best matches him. He originally did this job. System, what is your function? Sudan asked with some expectation. Back to the host, the purpose of this system is to help the host become the largest game developer in the Marvel world. The function is very simple. The more popular the games produced by the host company, the more benefits the host will get. To be more specific, for games released by the host, each player can bring 1 point to the host for every hour of playing. The more people play and the longer everyone plays, the more points the host gets. And the points can be used to exchange for anything in the game issued by the host, for example, props, equipment, abilities, and even game characters. In short, as long as there are enough points, the host can redeem any existence in the game. Damn it, it's a bit awesome. After listening to the introduction of the system, Sudan became excited. What is the concept of being able to redeem any ability and items in the game? If he has enough points, he can exchange for the Armada in StarCraft, various bug skills in Dungeons, and even the Burning Legion in World of Warcraft. It's so awesome! Most importantly, Sudan browsed through the memories in his mind and found out, although this is the Marvel world, it seems to be different. The game industry in this world seems to be developing extremely slowly. Whether it is the original StarCraft or Red Alert, Warcraft, etc., there are none. Not to mention League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which are popular all over the world. Not even many popular arcade games. F***K, this is the rhythm of the day. In a Marvel world where the game industry is scarce, I have obtained such an awesome system. Wouldn't it be necessary to have the air every day? After thinking about it for a while, Sudan was overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, the voice of the system came again in his mind. Beep, dear host, in order to better assist you in the start, this system specially presents a gift package for beginners. Please pay attention to check. There is also a novice gift package, open it. Beep, congratulations to the host, open the novice gift package, get ability god-level programming technology, and get a super game special effects optimization package once. This is what is offered in the system gift pack. And following the system's notification tone, the introduction information of the two things also automatically appeared in Sudan's mind. God-level programming technology can raise the programming ability of the host to the top level and instantly master every step and every link of game production. After reading the introduction, Sudan was overjoyed. This is a perfect start ability. With God-level programming skills, his efficiency in making games will definitely increase by more than 10 times in an instant. Excited, Sudan immediately chose to use it. Suddenly, countless information flooded into Sudan's mind. When God-level programming skills poured into his brain, those bugs that he couldn't fix in the past now seemed to be as simple as elementary school math problems. The procedures that were originally incomprehensible are instantly clear to the chest. As expected of a system product, with my current programming skills, it is definitely one of the top existences on the entire planet. You know, programming technology involves all aspects of the computer field. Sudan has now mastered God-level programming technology, which means that he has reached the world's top level not only in game production programming, but by analogy, he is like a hacker. Technology, software production, program development, etc. have all reached a terrifying level. Excited for a long time, Sudan finally calmed down and looked at the second reward, a Super Game Special Effects Optimization Package once. Super Game Special Effects Optimization Package. It can optimize the details of the game in terms of picture quality, special effects, scenes, etc., and improve the sense of the game to several levels. Awesome, with this Super Game Special Effects Optimization Package, it can definitely improve the game's graphics and experience by at least several grades. Even if he makes a shit game, relying on the optimization of the Super Game Special Effects Optimization Package, he will definitely be able to sell good results by relying on image quality and special effects, etc. With these two abilities, Sudan knows that even in this Marvel world full of dangers and accidents, he can rise quickly. But now is not the time to be happy, because this is the world of the Marvel Universe. He must rely on his own means to find some capital for himself to survive. Otherwise, not to mention the entry of the Thanos army, just the invasion of the Chitauri army, a stray bullet could kill him. Now, Tony Stark has announced his identity as Iron Man, which means that he still has some time. We must take advantage of the time to find the most suitable game and make it first. The first step is to settle the debt on his head. The second step is to obtain points as soon as possible and exchange them for the capital of the right to speak. Low cost, high income, the games I have played flashed through my mind one by one. Many of them are classic enough, but the production took too long. In the end, Sudan set his sights on a popular arcade game, King of Fighters. The King of Fighters is a classic of a generation. Even before he crossed over, there were still many players. Needless to say, its classic degree is mainly because it is relatively simple to make, and in terms of publicity, he also has his own unique method. The promotion methods of arcade games are always more direct, more effective, and cheaper than online games. When the time comes, a group of young ladies in revealing cosplay costumes will stop at the door and ask if you are eye-catching. Do you want to come closer and have a lick? Suddenly, you know that this is still a game. Can you suppress the excitement in your heart and not come into play? As long as he can attract the first batch of players, Sudan will be able to get out of the current predicament. Tuck, tuck. Tug. A knock on the door interrupted Sudan's thoughts. He subconsciously asked, "Who?" "Yes, it's me. Is this the Antarctic studio? I'm here to apply for the job." A timid female voice came from the door. He suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing in his memory. The studio is facing a loss of staff, and Sudan has not suffered from autism since then. It is impossible for one person to support a studio, so he carefully selected such an intern. "Make an appointment, come to interview today." However, looking at the messy scene in the room and the pool of blood on the ground, he shook his head. No matter how naive the other party is, he can't let her see this scene. Sorry, please wait a moment." Sudan took action immediately, turned on the air conditioner and ventilation fan, took out the air freshener from the bathroom and sprayed it wildly. "Pick up the mop and clean up the ground in less than 10 minutes. At least there is no pool of blood here." After checking again, he went to open the door. What catches the eye is a standard blonde beauty who looks a bit like a British person. Whying people pay attention to dressing and even more elegant demeanor. The word lady is vividly displayed on this blonde girl. When the pungent smell of air freshener overflowed from the room, she immediately turned to the side, covering her mouth and nose with her snow-white hand and sneezed vigorously. "I'm sorry, there should be some smell, it's a little pungent." Achoo. It's not that Sudan has never seen beautiful women. When he was rich, he also played with big horses. "But when I came to this world, the first person I saw was a little beauty and my originally depressed mood was relieved a bit." He smiled and said, "Hi, I'm Sudan." The girl extended her hand generously. "I'm Edward Riva, we're meeting for the first time and this is my resume." She handed in her resume as soon as they met. It seemed that it was her first internship, so she was a little nervous. He has seen many newcomers like this in the workplace. Generally speaking, 70% of the newcomers are the same. However, Sudan was not that particular, so he took a rough look at the resume after receiving it. He was 19 years old and the applicant was an artist. She was just a student studying in an ordinary university, and there was no such thing as an out-of-the-ordinary MIT. The students there looked down on his small workshop. "That's right, you've been hired," he directly concluded and announced. Hearing this, Leewa immediately became ecstatic. Her family members said that it was difficult to find a job in New York and they asked her to go back to her hometown to work. However, she never expected that she would pass the first interview. Snort. "Very good. Well, from 9 to 5 on weekends, the monthly salary of $2,000 during the probationary period, and the monthly salary of $5,000 plus commission after 3 months. Is it acceptable?" The monthly salary is $2,000, which is already very good for an intern. Unless it is some large enterprises, they will give sky-high internship salaries starting at about $6,000. Definitely, with Leeva's education background, she can't get in. Leewa couldn't stop smiling. She was already very satisfied with the company offering her a job, and she couldn't refuse such a generous treatment. Immediately, his head clicked like a chicken pecking at rice. "Great, great. I'm totally fine with that." "Well, it's not yet 7 o'clock. You can go to have breakfast, as long as you arrive on time at 9 o'clock. In fact, Sudan now wants to go in and learn more about Leeva's art skills, but the room is indeed too choking. Even he himself didn't want to stay, let alone this arrogant female college student. College students are more expensive, unlike old employees who are willing to suffer any hardship for a job. Around 8:50, the members of the studio arrived one after another. Due to the programmer incident last time, more than half of the people in the studio resigned for various reasons, and now the rest are a few middle-aged people who have not found a new home. Definitely, they also have resentment in their hearts. Seeing Sudan, he greeted him with a half-smile. Sudan doesn't care about this. If it were him, he would do the same. At least these people still obeyed his deployment. After he gave an explanation, everyone stopped all work and reinvested in the development of the King of Fighters. A few of them are responsible for modeling, interface, and other edge settings, while Sudan does the programming independently. On the one hand, he has suffered losses here, and on the other hand, it is because he now has god-level programming skills. When the time slowly slipped to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he hammered his sore waist and stood up. Stepping gently to Leeva's side, she found that she was engrossed in painting and didn't notice that there was someone behind her. Sudan only told her a general idea. describing the characteristics of several classic characters in the King of Fighters, and left the rest to her. On the computer screen, several characters have been roughly formed, and now she is doing fine-tuning. Mai Shiranui's style of painting should be fuller. To put it simply, it is more colorful. We just want to explore wildly on the verge of being banned. The sudden sound startled Leewa. Her body trembled violently, and the electronic brush in her hand wiped out a smudge on the picture. Ah. It scared me to death, Leewa said, timidly blocking her own work. Sudan didn't pay attention to these trivial matters but directly sat next to Leewa and turned on the computer next to her. This computer is a machine commonly used by the previous artist, and there are still many resources in it. He skillfully opened a folder and clicked on a set of picture packages. Immediately, pictures of astonishing scale were reflected in Leewa's widened eyes. This, oh my god. Facing Leewa's disgust and shock, Sudan's face remained unchanged, and he said, "Yes, you may think that these pictures may be H, and you may even think that we may be making an 18x game, but you find these pictures. Is there any violation? No. It's just because the painter rendered that dense atmosphere, which makes you spontaneously think of those scenes that make you blush and heartbeat. I know. Definitely everyone's characteristics are different. You have to grasp the key point. If Mai Shiranui wants to be like this, the others are not necessarily the same." "Thank you for your advice, I'll modify it right away," Leewa replied nervously, but Sudan shook his head. "Let's keep it as it is. I don't like to work overtime. Go back and think about it in your head. It's better than trying to revise it in front of the computer." Several other old employees also secretly heard this sentence, and their eyes immediately brightened. In the past, they didn't have this kind of treatment. For the development of the studio, one person did the work for 3 people, and they often left work until 9 o'clock in the evening. They were squeezed miserably. Why is the boss suddenly enlightened today? Oh God, this is great. It was just such a sentence that the speaker had no intention of listening to, and the hearts of the people who were a little scattered were instantly drawn together. However, if he wanted to completely unify these people's hearts, he still needed to work harder. Just talking about it verbally, the effect is still limited. "That's it, everyone get off work." Sudan stood up straight and said loudly. Sure enough, the atmosphere suddenly became active. That being said, it's okay for employees not to work overtime, but he still has to keep fighting. Even if you never like to work overtime, there is nothing you can do about it. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. The system has given him the conditions to rise, so he has to work hard. Leewa walked out the door slowly, and he returned to his seat. His fingers continued to fly on the keyboard. The god-level programming technology has endowed him with extreme hand speed in disguise, because the code to be used is clear in the brain, and the fingers only need to code it out mechanically. And he didn't even need to go back and check the code that was coded out. This is the confidence brought by the god-level programming technology. In the room, only the crackling of keyboards could be heard. Those who didn't know it thought it was some kind of Renaissance dance game. From afternoon to night, Sudan only ate a fast meal and felt nothing but sore fingers and a bloated head. "Ah, it's time for a nap for half an hour," Sudan yawned and said to himself, but his fingers were still working on the keyboard. At this moment there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. At the same time, a pleasant voice came over. "Ah, why isn't the door closed yet?" Following the sound, Leewa's beautiful figure appeared in front of her eyes. In the dark room, only the light of the computer screen illuminates Sudan's face. Leewa was a little dumbfounded. Didn't it mean that the boss doesn't like working overtime the most? Why is this man still working there until now? Unlike playing games, people who write code in front of the computer will always be more serious and focused. Originally, Sudan's appearance was uniquely handsome, but with his current appearance, how could a young girl who hadn't entered the world be able to stand up to it? In Leewa's heart, it was like a deer bumping around. Leewa. Then, well, I left my things here. Come back and pick them up. Dan, haven't you gone back to rest yet? Involuntarily, Leewa called Sudan much more cordially. Sudan shook his head and silently reached out his hand to turn on the chandelier in the room. Immediately, the room brightened up. "I still have some work to do here, but you little beauty, haven't you gone on a date?" Talking about work during working hours and talking about friends during off-duty hours has always been Sudan's standard. During working hours, he may be very strict, but after work, everyone is a member of the crowd and there is no need to use positions to suppress others. Ah me, why am I dating? I don't have a boyfriend yet. Don't get me wrong. Impossible with your own conditions, the people chasing you may all line up in one dragon, right? Leewa was taken aback for a moment. Obviously she didn't understand the metaphor of a dragon in the first place. And after she realized it, she blushed immediately. Because I didn't do well in school, no one likes me. Speaking of school, Sudan thought of the Xavier Ability Junior School she filled in her resume. That school name sounds quite familiar, but for a while I really can't remember where I saw it. Did something fall? He asked. It's my charger. Leewa replied, then fell silent. Sudan subconsciously thought she had gone back with her things. Half an hour later, he finished coding a piece of code and was about to lie down on the table for a nap, but found that Leewa was still not far away. She turned on the computer and didn't intend to leave. You haven't left yet. Upon hearing the question, Leewa responded with a smile. The boss is working overtime, how can I relax? You want to take the initiative to work overtime. I have never seen such a strange young man. Yeah, you're obviously very young. Okay, if you volunteer, I will give you 1.5 times the overtime pay. Just like that, the two of you talk to each other without the formality of going to work at all, just like playing a black and white game. Unknowingly, a few hours passed by. When the dawn light poured into the window, Sudan realized that it seemed to be dawn already. Depend on, unknowingly I did it all night. As the saying goes, if men and women match, work will not be tiring. It really is such a truth. With the help of God-level programming technology, his work efficiency is quite terrifying. In one day and one night, he has already built the general framework of the King of Fighters. It is estimated that tomorrow, after dealing with all the details, it will probably be put into trial operation. If the original team of King of Fighters knew about this kind of development speed, they might die suddenly on the spot. Leewa, how is your side? Sudan asked after taking a sip of hot coffee. It's done, Dan, come and see. The little girl looked a little excited with an expression of waiting for praise. Sudan stood up and walked towards her computer. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, he can't move his eyes away just by looking at it. Leewa not only completed the production of the character cover of The King of Fighters, but also started to make the character model. That quality is even more refined than the original. Especially the Shiranui Mai that impressed him the most, that kind of imperial sister's demeanor is vividly reflected. Chosen talent, I found a treasure. Sudan sighed again and again. Although this little girl is just an intern, her skills are simply stronger than those veterans who have been in the game circle for many years. No, it should be said that she is a miracle in the gaming world. There has never been an artist who dared to go through 2 guidances to produce a perfect work that far exceeded the requirements. Leewa, you already have your bonus for this month. No, you've just become a regular. He can't think of how to reward this girl now. As the former chief engineer in Daxia, he understands that he must firmly hold such an employee in his hands. No matter what, this talent cannot be lost. Hearing the word return to normal suddenly, Leewa's eyes widened suddenly and her expression became cheerful involuntarily. Even the exhaustion of working overtime all night was swept away by joy. Being a full-time employee not only represents a soaring salary, but most importantly, her ability has finally been witnessed. This is what moved her the most. Before, no one had ever praised her ability. Even in the harmonious Xavier Ability Youth School, those classmates all looked down on her. I think her ability is tasteless, it's rubbish. But now, looking at this man's eyes, it is definitely not a fake appreciation but a genuine approval. Although he didn't mention a single word, nor did he say which one did better, but those words were the best compliment to her. Gratitude, excitement, fanaticism, her mood is indescribable. Sudan is well versed in the way of employing people, and he is very clear about the mentality of an intern. After all, he also came from that step. A compliment or a promotion to a full-time job is just a matter of one word from him, but for an intern that is a great affirmation. From Leewa's eyes it can be seen. He continued, Leewa, you've worked hard today. You don't have to go to work in the morning. I'll give you half a day off to rest and come back after you wake up in the afternoon. Leewa was flattered, opened her mouth slightly and said happily, really? My God. Really, I'll take you back. Hearing this, Leewa smiled shyly. The two chatted all night and the relationship has become much closer. It's nothing to send her home. Moreover, this made her feel that this was what a gentleman did. After a whole night, the two of them walked on the street. Their footsteps were a little flimsy. In the early morning, Manhattan Island is still a little cool. Leewa involuntarily moved closer to Sudan's side, wanting to keep warm. Seeing the little girl's shy and tentative movements, Sudan shook his head and smiled. Looking at these young people now is like looking at myself back then. As Leewa walked slowly to her residence, he looked up at the apartment in front of him. "Thank you for sending me here. Do you want to go in and sit?" Leewa thanked very sensibly. Definitely, this is just a polite way of speaking. Sudan will not take it as a real invitation to him. How can a girl's boudoir be so easy to enter? He stopped on the spot and said, "No, just come here." "Oh, I forgot to bring the key." Leewa stuck out her tongue and hurried to knock on the door. Fortunately, there are other people in the room lest she end up on the street. She is a very strong girl and this is an apartment shared with others. If it wasn't for the poverty, she would like to buy a house by herself. But looking at Sudan beside her, her career has just stepped into the right track. With this man around, maybe she can avoid a lot of detours. Soon there was a sound of slippers in the room. With an impatient complaint, the door was pulled open. "Please, my lady, can you grow your brain?" "Ah, Daisy, I'm really sorry." Leewa looked very civet, troublesome people. In fact, no one would like to do it if it's not a last resort. Who would want to trouble others? Sudan also looked at this roommate of Leewa's co-renter and couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. Daisy, it's a shitty street name in the United States, it doesn't matter. But why does this big girl look so much like Jane Foster's assistant in Thor? When she found Sudan behind Leewa, a trace of surprise flashed in her mature eyes. "Wow, this is your boyfriend." "God, you actually have a boyfriend?" Daisy seemed very surprised that Leewa was talking about someone. It's as if Leewa is a 1,000-year-old straight daughter who can't get a boyfriend. Hearing the word boyfriend, Leewa immediately blushed and quickly explained, No, this is my boss." "Hello." "Boss?" Daisy was even more terrified. "You didn't go home last night because you were with your boss." That. No matter how Leewa explained, Daisy had already automatically created a scene of everyone fighting in her mind. Domineering president, candlelight dinner, young girl. Leewa had already noticed the strange look in Daisy's eyes and quickly stopped her. Stop your obscene fantasies." While speaking, Leewa became furious and pushed Daisy into the room. Seeing this, Sudan was also helpless. It was quite unexpected to meet Jane Foster's assistant here. "Well, that silk pajamas, big and white." "Dan, see you this afternoon," Leewa's voice came through. "Well, see you this afternoon." Ugh. The production of King of Fighters was driven by Sudan and Leewa working overtime. Although it is a rushed production, the quality has not declined in the slightest. He is assisted by god-level programming technology and the gameplay experience of the game will not deteriorate in the slightest. And in terms of modeling, Riven has almost invincible ability. In the original King of Fighters, the image of the characters is not full, and it can even be said to be relatively rough. In the selection interface, you may still be able to see a clear image. But after entering the game, those personal characters are like bad pictures cut out with Meidu Zixu. Definitely a fighting arcade game. Maybe you don't care about this. Its soul lies in the sense of attack and explosive brilliant skills. However, Sudan is a person who pursues perfect works and he does not allow any shortcomings in his works. If he has the assistance of the system but he can only copy the works of his previous life, it will seem very boring. A week later, Sudan and Leewa both had dark circles under their eyes. But at the same time, the King of Fighters is also announced to be completed. Just a week, just two people's work. If the original team of King of Fighters knew about it, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Is this a monster? In front of the computer, Sudan looked at the game in front of him calmly. After a week, he made a game more refined than the original King of Fighters. But this is not enough. He still wants to make this pioneering work stronger. Super Game Special Effects Optimization. According to the system description, this thing is simply a technology against the Skye. It can optimize a garbage game into a billion-level production. While bringing players a real 4K experience, it does not take up additional video memory. That is to say, even if players use the lowest configuration, as long as they can drive the game, they can experience the ultimate style of painting. Most importantly, it runs smoothly. Many large-scale games in the previous life were all pursuing the ultimate, but no matter which step you take, if you want to improve the game quality, you will definitely need a higher-end graphics card. Moreover, even with a top-level graphics card, some large standalone games still fluctuate around 60 frames. If the Super Game Special Effects Optimization package is used in the large-scale standalone games developed in the future, it will definitely become a stunning work. Just imagine a game with extreme picture quality, well-detailed characters, rich and realistic expressions, without the abrupt edges and corners of garbage modeling. The game is like the real world, like a big movie. What kind of experience is that? Whether it is Prototype, Resident Evil, or The Elder Scrolls, any game can bring him shocking profits. This kind of income is not only from money but also from the most important word of mouth in the game circle. Word of mouth has arrived, a game company just farts, it's really delicious. But now he plans to use the Super Game Special Effects Optimization package on the King of Fighters. He couldn't wait for Prototype, Resident Evil, or The Elder Scrolls. He's about to get paid now. Use. Following one of his thoughts, it seemed that an invisible light poured into the game, rapidly improving the game's picture quality, special effects, and actions. When a ray of light flashed, the whole game was like being kissed by God. Too strong, if we say that the previous game is a classic beyond the original. So now this is Yuang Qingquan, it is the boundless clear sky. Now that the game industry is just starting, the release of such a high-definition King of Fighters will definitely have an impact on the market. A fighting arcade game has such image quality and special effects, how can other game companies survive? Sudan couldn't bear it, started to open the game and chose the single-player mode. The dubbing of the game was left to the outsourcing company. The voices of the original dubbing staff were really not flattering. Mai Shiranui looks like an old lady, but Lorien looks like an abandoned house about to die suddenly. After optimization, he was surprised to find that every time a character is selected, there will be a prompt sound, which is the voice of the character. Listening to the character's voice, he couldn't help himself, repeatedly listening to Mai Shiranui's seductive voice full of Yuji's breath. Just by listening to the voice and closing your eyes, you can see Mai Shiranui's sexy and enchanting figure. Terrible, when he came back to his senses, he started a match. The loading interface flashes by and runs very smoothly. After entering the room, Sudan was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. Is this still a fighting arcade? Even a background image is so vivid. As we all know, the fighting background of the King of Fighters is basically a moving picture. Although there are some bikini ladies occasionally, those mosaic-level characters really don't matter. But now it is different. What is the background? Photo-level bikini girls as the background. Have you seen it? Definitely that's just background. The first character Sudan chose was his favorite Mai Shiranui. As a serious Yuji fan, he felt that he had been seduced by a game character. And this character is not a standalone heroine with a rich main line but just a female character fighting arcades. On Mai Shiranui's body was the iconic clothing. In layman's terms, it was two pieces of cloth covering the most important parts of her body. A large piece of skin is exposed in the air. Sudan can just feel it. She stands there like a lifelike and lovely girl. Eyes, brows, beautiful nose, red lips, and even hair are clearly visible. He controlled Mai Shiranui and moved a small step forward. Immediately, the eyes are going to be straight. It's just an arcade fighting game. The character models are so beautiful, and it even carries a breast shake physics engine. The physics engine is completely different from those raw rocks, and what it reflects, it pays attention to a sense of reality. If this game is released, it is estimated that everyone will stop playing games and rush to it. Sudan smelled the breath of business. With such capital, why not make money? No, making money is a trivial matter for the current King of Fighters. He is now thinking, what kind of impact will such a game have on the entire game industry? After a lot of difficulty, the eyes shifted away from Mai Shiranui and focused on her ninjutsu special effects. In the previous life, there was a book, Naruto, which deeply buried ninjutsu in the hearts of every 2-year-old boy. The second-year boy learns seals without any embarrassment and then talks about fire escape, water escape, wood escape. No matter what, now this kind of memory has all been turned into his knowledge. Mai Shiranui's ninjutsu special effects can be called the fighting standard of Naruto level. Although there are some differences with the original game, but optimized like this, it will only appear more moving. Especially when Mai Shiranui jumped up, even he, the producer, couldn't help but look down at the screen trying to see the land of Taoyuan below Mai Shiranui. But it's a pity that the screen is the screen. If you look down, you can only see the reflection on the screen. If only VR games, maybe in the future the big IP of King of Fighters can be made into a series of online games VR. Wow. While Sudan was thinking about the business plan, Leewa on the other side was also trying out the game. Although it is impossible to make mistakes in the god-level programming technology, he has tried countless times until the game is completely bug-free before he can release it with confidence. The first character Riva used was the Orochi, because she felt that this game character was very similar to the image of Sudan. A woman, if you let her play games, her thinking angle has never been different from that of boys. Who knows what Riva is thinking? Due to time constraints, Sudan did not write the background story of each character in King of Fighters. If she knew the background of Orochi, she might not think so. Oh my god, this effect. Riva was stunned. She just clicked the keyboard casually according to the skill book Sudan gave her, but she didn't expect that the character in the game released such a dazzling light. That is the skill of Orochi. To the King of Fighters, she is just like everyone else, a complete newcomer. So at the beginning, she didn't know what kind of skills these characters had, but the moment she saw the effect of the skills, she found that although she didn't usually play games now, she kind of likes this game. She didn't know the reason, but she fell in love with it anyway. The task Sudan gave her was to try every character and press every skill. This is both the joy of a game developer and the pain of a game developer. The joy lies in being able to play such a good game firsthand, a world-class masterpiece. The pain is repeated countless times, and the character of the fat uncle that I don't like has to be repeated. Fight over and over again, release skills over and over again. When the trial game is over, even little girls like Leewa have become masters of the King of Fighters. Sudan tried to fight with her online, but in the end, she was defeated by her. Definitely, he gave way to Leewa on purpose, otherwise with the speed of a programmer, she might not even have a chance to fight back. A few days later, Sudan packed the game and saved it in the stone shifter. Okay, next I will find a channel to distribute our game, little Leewa, just wait to collect the money. What he said was very straightforward, it wasn't too vulgar, but Leewa was really short of money right now. In other words, every intern who just came out is short of money. Although the company went bankrupt, he still has channels as a game developer. It's just that those who used to be called Sir, Boss now just ignore Sudan. This is human nature and he doesn't care. Anyway, we are all business partners. No one will talk to you about your relationship in the workplace. Everything has a purpose. He found an old friend who had an arcade in the north of Manhattan Island. He planned to launch the game here first. It is not to question the gold-absorbing ability of the optimized version of King of Fighters, but to consider the cost. The owner of this game hall is quite conscientious. Soon, he negotiated with his boss Jeff. The next day, a group of beautifully dressed young girls appeared at the booth at the entrance of the game hall. I saw that the clothes on them were full of unique temptations. The leader is the Asian model that Sudan paid a lot of money for, 30,000 USD for an hour. It is a pain in the flesh. However, the model did not live up to his expectations. After magical makeup, she cosplayed Mai Shiranui's appearance with only 2 pieces of cloth on her body and a large sherbet fruit dew on her body. The restoration rate reached an astonishing 90% or more. Many passers-by, especially some men, when they saw the girls on the stage, their feet felt as if they had been filled with lead and they couldn't walk. Oh sheet, Kang Rui, if you show me that B****ch again, I'll cut out your eyeballs, a 1.8-meter tall woman said while pinching her boyfriend's throat. The man was speechless for a long time, but his gaze was still on that Shiranui Mai. No way in front of sexy, everything is a paper tiger. It was a direct impact on human nature and no one could resist it. Even the model who took over the job all the year round after the tailor-made clothes on the boat praised again and again, saying that he felt that he was very attractive. and full of praise to the costume designer who praised Fang. She is considered to be a middle-level model in the modeling industry. Some of the clothes on her body are made by masters or high imitation masters. Naturally, she has unique insights into the evaluation of clothes. So, she gladly put on the cosplay costume and then confidently expressed herself on the platform. "Hello, beauty, I want to ask, is there any activity in this game hall?" A fat man wearing glasses looked at the model of Mai Shiranui. The fat man's line of sight followed the simple clothes like a poisonous snake into the depths of the secret. Unexpectedly, this model is a veteran. Her protection is as tight as an iron net. Mai Shiranui smiled professionally and replied, "Hello, please look here." As she spoke, she pointed to the poster posted outside the game hall. Following the guidance, the fat man noticed those gorgeous posters. "Fist, Emperor, oh God. You are that character?" the fat man exclaimed. The model's smile remained the same. She should do as much work as she got. "The name of the game is The King of Fighters. My cosplay character is Mai Shiranui. Do you like it?" "I don't know. Huo, Wu, what's the name?" Fatty obviously didn't know the Japanese name, but the model was very patient and directly zoomed in on her moves, saying in a flattering voice, "Do you like me?" Hearing this sound, Fatty felt that his bones were about to melt. "Like love. Then go in tilde." How could a normal man be able to stand this kind of temptation? Without saying a word, he rushed directly into the game hall. The moment he walked into the game hall, he suddenly found that the atmosphere here was much warmer than before. "Kill him, kill him. Haha, that sand sculpture, I blocked him and even magnified his move. Oh my God. This woman is the girl of my dreams. Dance, dance, dance." The game hall was filled with cheers from male players. Fatty walked behind them curiously and looked at the game on the screen. "That is undoubtedly the King of Fighters. Are you guys watching a movie, CG?" he wondered. Hearing the sound, the player who was playing the game turned his head unhappily. He had chosen 3 female characters and was about to give it a go when someone frightened him from behind and owed him. "What fark, do you know how to be polite, fat pig? Shouldn't you say excuse me before asking someone?" Fatty has a good temper and doesn't care if others call him a fat pig. What's more, he is eager to know what is on this screen. That's fascinating. He didn't care to get angry. "I'm sorry to bother you. Is this a game CG? How could it be played on this kind of machine?" Huang Mao smiled contemptuously, moved the joystick, and the characters in the game also moved. "Understood, this is the game. What kind of rubbish did you play before? This is the well-deserved #1 game in the world. A game. This is actually a game." Fatty was shocked. The optimized version of King of Fighters is constantly washing the player's vision. When they were still addicted to the Mosaic game, suddenly such an awesome game appeared with the ultimate style of painting, the cool fighting, and the realistic characters. All amazing. If it is said that this is a game made by God, he will believe it. Because, apart from God in this day and age, which game company can make this kind of super invincible game in the universe? Fatty walked to the front desk silently and bought a one-time game currency of $100. He played games without sleep and food, and when night fell and he had to go home, he only used the remaining game coins and placed a letter next to it, vaguely resembling a G. The success of the first day of King of Fighters is due to Sudan's ghostly publicity method. In this day and age, there is no such propaganda program. Cost plus advertising posters. This is something that gradually appeared in people's sight after the otaku culture took shape in the future. But now, this kind of publicity means unprecedented. It means traffic, night. Sudan opened the system panel, and the moment the game was officially launched, the system had already activated a notification. Said the point mall has been opened. In the beginning, not many people played, so there were not many points. After all, it's just a game hall, not a game city. The machines inside are limited. Even if players want to play, they have to queue up for a long time. Many people couldn't wait after queuing up and ran to other game halls, only to find that there was no such game in other game halls. Just run back again. The point mall opened and the shelves were full of beautiful things. Definitely, whether it's props, skills, or others, it all comes from the King of Fighters game. Sudan looked at the skills one by one, feeling a little excited inside. The optimized version of the King of Fighters game gives the most intuitive skill experience. And as long as he can exchange the skills in the mall, then he can also unleash these brilliant skills like those characters. How handsome! It's a pity that every skill is expensive. Special skills. Crane feet, 500 points. Eagle claw feet, 500 points. Foreign style dream bomb, 500 points. The Nirvana. Bashan Shinjio, 10,000 points. Baishi Ghost Burn, 10,000 points. Sakura Fubuki, 10,000 points. Rising Dragon Fist, 10,000 points. Super Nirvana. Lai Bai Ba Style 8 Wine Cups, 50,000 points. Lai Baba Style Big Snake, 50,000 points. True Rising Dragon Fist, 50,000 points. Phoenix Dance, 50,000 points. Diamond Ice Blade, 50,000 points. When will I be able to afford these skills? In the points mall, the most common King of Fighters skills cost 500 points, and after today's operation. Only by filling up the game hall did he earn single-digit points, 2 points. So little that Sudan wants to cry but has no tears. Regarding the King of Fighters, the player's evaluations are undoubtedly full marks and a masterpiece of God. What is missing now is the scale. Such a good game, even the developer himself couldn't help but play a few more games. How can he be wronged in a small game hall all the time? The game hall is just a small pool, and this swimming dragon yearning for deep space will never be trapped. If there are more players, the duration will naturally increase dramatically. Even if each player only plays one game for a few minutes, the number of tens of millions of players will accumulate to a huge number. With the number of duration, there will be points. With points, you can redeem skills. Leewa, stop the work at hand for a while. Sudan stood up and said, "The King of Fighters has been released and now the two are researching new characters. In the initial King of Fighters there are only a few characters and then the version will be updated to add new characters. In this way the activity of the game can be guaranteed. Just like League of Legends constantly update heroes, Crossfire constantly update equipment for a reason, and Riva is drawing new character original paintings." Hearing the sound, she put on the anti-blue light glasses on the bridge of her nose. This little girl loves herself. She knows that when she enters the game industry, she is basically accompanied by a computer and there is always a set of equipment in her bag. Leewa was born very handsome with very good skin. She instantly turned into a girl with glasses in 2 dimensions. What's the matter? I decided not to worry about the production of new characters for the time being, but to start publicizing first. You should design a few promotional posters first. Leewa pursed her lips. She had just sketched out a character and this kind of interruption felt uncomfortable, but Sudan had to listen to the order. "Okay, my dear boss." Seeing Leewa's dissatisfaction, Sudan smiled with dark circles under his eyes and said, "I'll treat you to dinner later." Elephant has a famous saying, "Never underestimate the power of publicity." Sudan agrees with this very much. He doesn't have that much money now to invest in serious TV commercials. However, it can be spread around the perimeter in a carpet-like manner. The real crowd is also a number that cannot be ignored. And he is also confident that any player who plays King of Fighters once will definitely fall in love with this game. This kind of publicity can also be seen more intuitively. Another main reason is that social platforms have not been implemented on a large scale. Otherwise, with the help of the King of Fighters player's own circle of friends, a large amount of traffic can be linked. For a game of this quality, whoever doesn't give a few compliments is a loss. Especially recommend this masterpiece to your friends. When you watch your friends play it fascinated, you will feel a sense of accomplishment. In fact, those players are also actively introducing the King of Fighters to the people around them and persuading them to fight, but it is not as widespread as the network transmission. "Boss, what kind of publicity are we going to carry out? Is Mai Shiranui still the center this time?" Leewa asked suddenly. Hearing this, Sudan thought for a while. The King of Fighters fell into his hands. The reason why he treats Mai Shiranui as the protagonist is because a sexy one kills everything. But now that I think about it carefully, Mai Shiranui has always been regarded as the C position in the poster, which is a bit too monotonous. Most of the players attracted in this way went to Mai Shiranui. Well, I'm going to create some interesting topics. The corner of Sudan's mouth suddenly curled into an intriguing smile. An interesting topic. Fighting tournament. Fighting tournament. That's right, the first fighting tournament. It's called the S1 season for short. Don't all competitive games like to do this? Come up with a little gimmick and there will be a group of passionate players cheering for you. And the income from a game is far greater than that little gimmick. To participate in the competition, players must go to training. If you want to train, you have to spend money on the computer and spend time practicing. For him, time is equal to points in vain. It's okay for a player to spend 5 hours practicing, but what about 1,000 players, 10,000 players taking time to practice? It is imperative to hold a competition that serves multiple purposes. I understand, Leewa nodded. Since it is a competition, the painting must be to highlight the sense of urgency of the confrontation between forces. It's all trivial. She graduated from the Xavier Ability Youth School. How should I put it? She has some special abilities. Yes, this ability can be called super ability, and this school can also be called Xavier's School. Her super ability is to build models. Models of all kinds can be made just by imagining them. Drawing on a computer is just a model in electronic form. However, her ability is often teased by her classmates, saying that she is a super ability suitable for moving bricks and building buildings. Figures about the King of Fighters flashed in his mind one by one. In the end, she settled on Mai Shiranui, the heroine and the most handsome Orochi, she thought. She wants the two to be opposites. There is a dazzling impact of darkness and fire intertwined. Soon, this picture appeared on the computer screen. She's never liked her super ability so much. However, many normal humans discriminate against mutant very much. How should she confess this secret to him? North of Manhattan Island. Since the first pilot project was perfect and the King of Fighters exploded, the grassland was ignited like a spark. Gradually, all the nearby game halls approached Sudan and asked for cooperation. Sudan naturally readily accepted the money that came to his door. In less than a month, with these game halls as capitalists, a circle of King of Fighters players was announced. Ever since I played King of Fighters, I feel that other games are shit. With that kind of mosaic painting style, coupled with the operation mode of infants and young children, I had a great time playing it before and really wondered if I was possessed by the devil. In this circle, players communicate with each other about characters and hidden skills every day, or which female character can see some indescribable things in what posture. Definitely, there is one exception. It's a black man. Also, an adult uncle. He came to the original game hall wearing a black leather coat that never changed all the year round, with a broken eye patch and a fierce face. $10, thank you. He handed a bill to the front desk. Then he took the game coins and walked towards the puzzling game machine. He is quite a learned man, unlike most nerds here who only know how to play. The King of Fighters is nothing short of a phenomenal game masterpiece. However, those who have channels now understand that this arcade fighting game is actually made by a small studio. What kind of energy can a small studio have to produce such works? Anyone with common sense can figure it out after a little thought. I'm afraid these game halls are working together to conspire. This kind of work, this kind of quality, is a cross-age work. To put it simply, with the level of modern game development, it is impossible to produce such a shocking game. What kind of magic did this broken machine use to display such a ghostly picture quality? The black man was full of obscenities. As we all know, the hardware facilities of arcade machines can only play small games. Can it drive a billion-dollar production like King of Fighters? What kind of imaging technology? What kind of operating system? What kind of encryption? These are all a mystery. Could it be an alien? Shit, you one-eyed dragon, if you don't play, get the hell out of me. The King of Fighters is scolding for such a good game. I think you are blind for nothing. Beside the black man, a man full of hostility suddenly shouted. The black man who was scolded was stupefied. He is a middle-aged uncle. Normally he would not care about young people, but today is different. He is in a bad mood. Do you know, if you dare to call me a one-eyed man again, I will throw you out of here and I will cut off your Thomas tongue. The black man said every word with fierce eyes. That invisible pressure instantly suppressed the anger on the young man. What kind of aura is that? Is it a veteran or a murderer? I didn't mean it. I just want to say King of Fighters is really fun, definitely the most fun game in the world, bar none. I guarantee it with my life. Please don't scold it. The words came from a fan of the King of Fighters who had a lot of experience. The black man looked at the young man next to him, his nostrils trembling with anger. The more he praised the King of Fighters' remarks, the more doubts he felt. And this kind of doubt is accompanied by a mystery that can never be solved. Coincidentally, this was another investigation plan of his. That's right, he is not an ordinary black uncle but an agent from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. And the position is not low. Now, he decided to hand over this shit task to his department for investigation. He couldn't bear the monster-like eyes of those young people. "Phil Coulson, you must give me an answer to this matter within 3 days," he said into the phone. "Yes, Commissioner Nick." Instead of waiting for the 3rd day, Phil Coulson found the crux of the problem on the 1st day. He paid special attention to the things the chief had instructed. It only took him half a day to visit all the game halls authorized by the King of Fighters. After inquiring, all the clues point to one person. This person is Sudan. They actually didn't want to doubt Sudan. After all, what kind of things can such a studio produce? SHIELD wants to investigate a person's past, that's just one sentence. However, the fact is that the owners of those game halls did not lie, so they had to find Sudan. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a gentle knock on the door. Sudan was still eating. "Yesterday I added a night shift, so I got up late today." Hearing the knock on the door, he was subconsciously vigilant, because he owed tens of millions of huge debts on his head. And the money the King of Fighters makes now has not broken $1 million, he still needs time. However, when he opened the door, he saw 2 men in neat suits. The leader took off his sunglasses. "Hello, sir." Seeing this person in front of him, Sudan was amazed. Others may not know him, but he will never forget these old faces from Marvel movies. Agent Phil Coulson, agent of SHIELD. How did the agent of SHIELD find here? Even if there is a debt relationship, it is not under the management of SHIELD. "Hello," Sudan could only say so dryly, more trouble if he showed that he knew Phil Coulson himself. SHIELD is a special agent organization. It is completely impossible and has no authority to know about him as a civilian. For those who know the existence of SHIELD, they are either enemies or allies. Sudan is not yet on his feet and he doesn't want to get involved in the quagmire of SHIELD again. "Oh, are we interrupting Sir's dinner?" Phil Coulson caught the scent in the air. That's not the taste of fried chicken burgers but the smell of Oriental cuisine. Sudan's face remained unchanged and he didn't have the intention to say anything. "What do you want me for?" Upon hearing the question, Phil Coulson slowly took out his ID from his pocket and said, "Mr. Sudan, are you the founder of the King of Fighters?" Hearing this, Sudan couldn't help frowning. To be reasonable, he definitely didn't violate any laws when he made the King of Fighters, but he just played around the edges when it came to female characters. Don't let a SHIELD who manages anomalies come forward. As if seeing Sudan's frown, Phil Coulson hastily put away his ID and explained, "We have no malicious intentions, please trust me." "So, what are you going to do, Mr. Sudan? We are very concerned about the technology in your works." "Do you care?" Sudan was delighted. "My technology, what are you thinking about? Could it be that I am breaking the law by developing my own technology?" From the very beginning, he thought about whether developing advanced games in this era would cause some trouble. But come to think of it, does the Marvel Universe lack talent? Which of those scientists didn't research advanced things? What they study is force, but what he develops is just an entertainment game. This thing has no lethality. It would be no fun to be envious of his knowledge. Phil Coulson saw that Sudan was still guarding against him, so he smiled again. "Sir, I think you have misunderstood. We are just curious, how did you break through the hardware limitation? Do you know that your technology is like with a steam engine, fired the rocket propulsion?" Sudan curled his lips. "You are really full. I don't care what steam engine or rocket propulsion you are. This is my personal privacy. As long as I don't want to, you are violating my personal rights." In 2 lifetimes, he's well aware of the value the United States guys place on individual rights. In the past, if he said something about respecting individual rights, others might pretend that he had never heard of it or sneer with disdain, but in this place, Phil Coulson showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Although only a trace, sir, your meal is getting cold. Can we go in and sit and talk?" "What if I say no?" Then we'll have to wait until this time tomorrow. What if it doesn't work tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, Phil Coulson replied almost instantly. It seems that he is on the bar with the so-called technology. But in fact, the king of fighters can do that kind of imaging. What is his technology that breaks through the hardware limitations? That's a super game special effects optimization package. The King of Fighters is essentially the same King of Fighters and the gameplay is still the same, but what the players see is not the poor picture quality but optimized scenes and characters with almost 4K resolution. As for the action special effects let alone, Phil Coulson was determined to disturb him just to find out the so-called technology. Okay. This is the real estate he bought with his savings. It was supposed to be mortgaged, but the popularity of the King of Fighters proved that Sudan has that ability, so the lender also kept a line. In the room, there is no messy feeling like a single man, but it looks neat. As for Sudan, he didn't return to the dining table to enjoy the delicious meal. He walked to the coffee table and turned on a laptop. Phil Coulson was a little puzzled watching this scene. What is he going to do? As the computer turned on, the next thing was the sound of typing on the keyboard at almost the speed of light. This kind of input speed is actually nothing. Many people who have played with computers for a long time can type so fast. But when Phil Coulson sneaked around behind the sofa and looked at the computer screen, he found that Sudan was not typing at all but playing King of Fighters. It turned out that even he himself was addicted to his own game. Wait. Isn't King of Fighters an arcade game? He already has a computer version. Oh, that's right, he's a developer. In fact, for the sake of research, Phil Coulson has also played a few games of King of Fighters himself. If it weren't for the extremely high self-made ability, he might be addicted now. Hold on. Why does the character used by Sudan look so familiar? Phil Coulson was slowly dumbfounded. The character on the computer screen was not Mai Shiranui, Orochi, or Kyo Kusanagi. It's a man in a suit. Yes, that's him, Phil Coulson. My god, what the hell is this operation? Round 1. At this time, a female electronic synthesis sound came from the computer speakers, confirming that the game had just begun. Wrong. Then what was he doing just now, typing on the keyboard at the speed of light? Suspicious clouds filled Phil Coulson's mind, and a terrifying fact suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that just now, in less than a minute, Sudan created his model of Phil Coulson at an incomparable speed and added it to the game? Each character in the King of Fighters has unique skills. When the game started, Phil Coulson found that the skills he possessed in the game did not overlap with any character. In other words, this new character cannot be another code wearing the Phil Coulson skin, but real, freshly baked characters. Phil Coulson looked at Sudan's back, gradually becoming horrified. What kind of ability does a person have to achieve such a technical level? Genius? Genius. He has seen a lot of SHIELD agents. Tony Stark is a genius in all aspects and a tycoon in the arms industry. It is definitely not wrong to say that he is a leader in the computer industry, but compared with the Sudan in front of him, he is nothing. Oh God, are you using Phil Coulson asked subconsciously as all mental activities took place in the blink of an eye. Without even looking back, Sudan replied directly, "You see, this is called technology. It's a pity that even if you show it to you intuitively, you can't steal it." Hearing this, Phil Coulson couldn't help being a little embarrassed because the words reached his heart. They SHIELD do often do things that steal technology, but those are secrets. After all, the founders of their SHIELD also once stealed other people's technological achievements. What a beautiful tradition. Sudan is actually satirizing this. However, Phil Coulson didn't know that Sudan knew everything about him and their SHIELD, so he thought Sudan was just complaining. It seems reasonable for a person with such an ability foundation to make a game like the King of Fighters. His original computer ability can already be called a genius. In layman's terms, people are so awesome. What's wrong with making a masterpiece? Just like the world's major companies, one day they release a popular game all over the world, everyone will think, is there something wrong with this developer? No, I just think this game is really fun and I'll explode it. Sir, I think you may have really misunderstood. Phil Coulson smiled sarcastically and explained again, "We are just here to verify, not to do anything to you and your technology. As you said, it is your personal privacy, isn't it?" Sudan chuckled and paused the game in his hand. Then you see it now. After the voice fell, he quit the game directly and completely deleted the character information of Phil Coulson. God, he didn't even cherish it at all. It's like throwing away a bunch of garbage. Phil Coulson was hit hard. Just when he was about to open his mouth to defend, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. Dan, are you there? This is a female voice and it sounds young, within 20 years old. From the sound of footsteps, the figure of the visitor should be in good shape, just right. And this woman should come here often, otherwise the room would not be so clean. For a single man, no matter how clean he is, he always has something to lose. It must be that women come to clean up and take care of the house from time to time. According to Sudan's current situation, he probably won't hire a nanny. So this woman is not a nanny. The nickname is very affectionate, either girlfriend or friend. Sure enough, Phil Coulson got it right. When she stepped into the door leisurely, it was none other than Leewa who came. Ah, what happened, Dan? Are you okay? Leewa saw two SHIELD agents in suits and leather shoes in the room and immediately exclaimed, worried. She thought these two were some kind of gangster. It's okay. Sudan responded silently, then closed the laptop. You look beautiful today. Complimenting a person's beauty is just a polite greeting here. It wasn't that Sudan was molesting the little girl in front of the two agents. Thank you, Leewa also replied politely. This process can be regarded as a greeting. Afterwards, the two of them shifted the focus of their conversation to the main topic. Who are you two? Riva looked at Phil Coulson suspiciously. At the same time, Phil Coulson also frowned because he suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen this girl before. It's just that I don't know how long ago it was, the memory is too vague. Hello ma'am, we are from a security company. But we don't need security guards. Phil Coulson nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and said, then I am very sorry to bother you and we are leaving now. Also, thank Mr. Sudan for his willingness to meet. After speaking, Phil Coulson immediately stood up and planned to leave. Walking out of the gate, Phil Coulson suddenly paused and asked the assistant next to him, hiss. Do you have any impression of that girl? It seems to have something to do with Westchester. Phil Coulson suddenly realized and said in surprise, by the way, she is Charles' student. SHIELD has a wide range of duties, and abnormal situations may occur in all walks of life, which may cause chain reactions. Their job is to deal with these abnormal events. How could they miss the famous Xavier School? He remembered. This time last year he went to visit Charles and happened to meet him in class. In the classroom, it is obvious to see a girl who is isolated by her classmates. He took a second look and that person was Leewa. Later, when he asked why, he found out that she was disliked because of ability. Unlike those fierce people who breathe fire, water, and discharge, her ability is just a model. Unexpectedly, she eventually joined Sudan's camp. Now it seems that the personality has changed a lot. I am more confident and more cheerful. Suddenly, Phil Coulson's smile froze on his face because he suddenly thought of something. The first impression of the King of Fighters is that the picture is beautiful, the people are beautiful, and the objects are beautiful. From a professional point of view, these things are all rendered from models one by one. Model, what did you think of? The super ability of that mutant girl. Could it be that Sudan has already used her super ability in the game? This is crazy. Genius. Do not. Genius is far from enough to describe Sudan's talent. Such a person is enough to change the times. Return to headquarters immediately, I want to report. Phil Coulson's pace quickened unconsciously, almost rushing to the front of the car. The car drove away. Phil Coulson's driving skills surpassed the old driver of Q Mingshan. SHIELD headquarters. Very well, Phil Coulson, it's only the first day and you have completed the task. Seeing Phil Coulson come in, Nick Fury was satisfied and comfortable. This person is simply his right-hand man and his work efficiency is too high. Phil Coulson smiled slightly and handed over the report in his hand. It is hard to imagine how he finished writing these written reports in such a short period of time. Nick Fury took the report and looked down carefully. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. Nick Fury frowned slowly. Water fake. At first he felt relieved. Because according to Phil Coulson's investigation, it has been confirmed that the King of Fighters has nothing to do with alien civilizations. It is purely a technology developed by the Earthlings themselves. Leaving aside such a technology, why can't their best damn staff develop it, as long as this thing has nothing to do with aliens? What happened last time made him blind in one eye. He doesn't want to be blind again. Safety. It's like putting a check mark on Sudan in invisible. However, when he continued to look down, he was not calm. Starting from Sudan's magical handwriting, you can easily create a game character with an independent system. Just this, what is this? Are you making a sci-fi movie? Until Edward Leewa's information appeared later, he finally couldn't stop screaming. Phil Coulson, what do you think? He asked. Well, how should I put it? I don't have any opinion. Everything has to be decided by the director, isn't it? Phil Coulson said with a smile. In fact, when Nick Fury asked this question, he already had the answer in his heart, but he was not firm enough. Schild's style is definitely clear to him as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Phil Coulson's report will not be false, so it shows that this man named Sudan is really capable. I was preconceived before and underestimated him. It is a good thing to have technology, and S.H.I.E.L.D. needs such talents. Just imagine if you attract him to S.H.I.E.L.D., what a huge contribution you will make to the future work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, I'll take over this matter myself. Phil Coulson, go and say hello to Charles. We won't hurt his damned precious student. Our target is not her, Nick Fury said on the spot. Got it, sir. Well, let's go. Watching Phil Coulson leave, Nick Fury's eyes were introverted and he began to think about Sudan. Recently, the world has not been very peaceful. There are really too many things in his mind, and he only recently took the initiative to find out about Sudan's information. Definitely, the information he found was only superficially public information. Nick Fury drove to the west coast of Manhattan Island. I went straight to Sudan's studio. All over the world, there are many famous studios in the game circle. Sudan's studio is actually a rented office building with 2 rows of computers in the middle and other instruments stacked in the corner. It can be said that the working environment is very unfriendly. No one wants to be like this. If the startup capital is sufficient, he will start the company directly, so why would he stay in a small studio? Definitely, now that the King of Fighters is becoming popular in New York City, his income is already very impressive. The licensing fees for those game halls are more than 5 million yuan. But this money is far from enough to open a large game company that he intends to. In the lower right corner of the King of Fighters game, there is a watermark of Antarctic Studio. If the King of Fighters players know that the real Antarctic Studio is still crowded in this small room, how would they feel? Tuk-tuk. Come in, Sudan said without looking up. After the words had been spoken, he realized that something was wrong. Usually no one came to him at all, and he didn't post any recruitment information. The King of Fighters is an arcade game after all, not as troublesome as a large-scale online game, so there is no need for so many people for the time being. It's enough to have a Riva to help. Looking up, what caught my eye was a bald black man wearing the iconic eye patch. This kind of attire, walking on the street, I am afraid that others will walk around him. Nick Fury. Phil Coulson on the front foot, Nick Fury on the back foot. Sir, who are you looking for? Leewa was defensive. She didn't know why she always had a strange emotion now. She just didn't want anyone to occupy Sudan's time. The intuitive manifestation was she was very protective of the Lord. Oh, beautiful lady, I'm looking for your boss. Don't be so fierce, can you? What? Riva, let me do it. Sudan left the computer chair, motioned for Riva to sit down, and then said to Nick Fury, let's go, let's take a step to talk. A small meeting room of 5 square meters. You seem to know me? Nick Fury sat down puzzled. Hearing this, Sudan pondered in his heart, smiled lightly and asked, aren't you for the King of Fighters? Aren't you the owner of the game hall? Oh shit, buddy, do you think I look like the owner of an arcade? Nick Fury argued dissatisfiedly. It is enough for a dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director to be regarded as the owner of the game hall. However, Sudan has just started. Aren't you the owner of the game hall? With your outfit, I thought you were a cosplayer. Nick Fury's only remaining eye showed a trace of helplessness. Let me show you this. As he said, he took out a stack of documents from the inner pocket of his fur coat. Look at this. Let me introduce, I am the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Agency. Nick Fury, after our evaluation, you meet our organization's recruitment requirements. Sudan pretended to pick up the document and looked at it. The first page was an introduction to SHIELD, and the latter was his personal evaluation. To be honest, it is a very uncomfortable feeling to be written on a piece of white paper and let others evaluate it. Fortunately, although he hasn't spent much time in the workplace, he has enough experience and can control his emotions long ago. "This is," Nick Fury spoke again, "I now sincerely invite you to join us." Hearing this, Sudan put the document in his hand back on the desktop. He asked calmly, "Mr. Nick Fury, what do you think of the game King of Fighters?" "The King of Fighters? Oh, it's great. The technology contained in it no one in the world understands except you." This is not Nick Fury flattering, he is a S.H.I.E.L.D. director, there is no need to flatter, this sentence comes from the heart. "I probably know this. What I'm asking is, how is the King of Fighters doing in terms of market?" Nick Fury pondered slightly and said, "I dare say this kind of game will definitely be the mainstream of future games, whether it's fighting games or role-playing games. Definitely, it's impossible for them to produce your quality at least within 3 years. No. Then you should know the value of the King of Fighters in the near future, right?" "Well, that's right. If the King of Fighters continues to develop, there will be a blowout explosion. Just by collecting the licensing fee, you can make a lot of money, and maybe you will be listed as the Person of the Year in Time magazine." When Nick Fury said this, his voice stopped abruptly and he suddenly realized something. "So, what kind of bureau do I join? Your name with such a long name, interesting." Sure enough, he is the king of agents, but today he was led away by the nose. "Falk, brother, I think you may not have read the last page. You will definitely be tempted by the reward we offer. You must consider this kind of thing carefully. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. Many people want to join, but it's a pity they're not qualified enough." Sudan shrugged and said indifferently, "What you can give me depends on whether I want it or not. What I want now is money and fame." In fact, there is another sentence that he didn't say, and that is what he wants most points. But that is a private secret and cannot be shared with another person. Nick Fury looked at Sudan incredulously. "Money? Fame? Oh my god, dude, with your ability you're still thinking about that now. That's so vulgar. Shouldn't geniuses be lonely, or is there some quirk? Since he took over the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, aren't all the geniuses he has come into contact with like that? Thinking of a peerless genius like Sudan, he should pursue higher-level things. Why can't he see through fame and fortune?" "I'm sorry, I'm just an ordinary person," Sudan replied indifferently. Nick Fury felt that he was a failure. He actually became nervous in front of a game developer and studio boss. Why he refuses to join? This is a state-secret department. As long as the members do things, as long as they don't violate the rules, they basically give the green light all the way to go together. This is the power of the country. Isn't he greedy? "Hey buddy, have you ever thought about what you can bring to the world with your technology?" Nick Fury looked directly into Sudan's eyes and said, "You can change the world." However, facing his cautious and deep words, Sudan smiled lightly and slowly leaned on the back of the sofa. He said, "At the end of the day, you still want my technology?" "Yes," Nick Fury said frankly, "all the strangers looking for you may be for your technology. This is an indisputable fact. You have advanced technology. This is also a fact. In my organization there have been he found a genius scientist who developed a particle, but he was unwilling to share this particle with everyone, so he withdrew. Later he started a company, but the company was not doing well and he had already buried his past. Guanghui, speaking of this, I want to tell you, you have the technology, I have the platform, if you need fame I can help you." Listening to Nick Fury's long speech, Sudan thought silently. Platform. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a wide range and has connections in almost all walks of life. Now, what the King of Fighters needs most is a platform. The world is so big, it is far from enough to be popular on the island of Manhattan, New York City. Even the rough King of Fighters in his previous life became popular all over the world. Now, how can a game masterpiece that is so meticulously crafted and optimized into a miracle not to dominate the game world? Hiss. In this way, it seems to be a good idea to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that he doesn't want to be an agent. "Well, Director Nick Fury, we can work together, but I won't be joining your Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Agency. Oh, let's be honest, the name is too long." Hearing the word cooperation, Nick Fury's eyes lit up. Are you sure? It's okay not to join, but make sure to cooperate with us firsthand. Yes, Sudan said confidently. It's a deal. Nick Fury hopes that SHIELD is not as simple as it appears on the surface, and there are many secrets hidden under that veil. However, due to technical reasons, they have been unable to break through and implement many conceived plans. For example, during World War II, Red Skull could use the Cosmic Cube to make such advanced weapons. They SHIELD also have things. There's so much they can do with Sudan's technical support. What do you want me to do? Sudan asked. It is definitely not an easy thing to get online with SHIELD. If you can program and play games, you can find anyone. Nick Fury smiled mysteriously and said, I can't tell you this right now, but we will invite you to visit it at that time and then you will understand. Visit, maybe it's those things under SHIELD. But it was only made a few years later and it is estimated that it is still a prototype. Sudan nodded. So, Mr. Sudan, what do you want in return from SHIELD? Nick Fury asked. I want to use your strength to promote King of Fighters. Walter, did I hear you right? The only price you proposed was to promote a game. Nick Fury thinks that the game developer has gone crazy, and it's not good to ask SHIELD for anything. Even if it's a gold medal to avoid death, he can get one. However, he made this one request. This is definitely a piece of cake for SHIELD. I really don't understand such a person. Is it necessary to waste such a precious opportunity in order to make money for mere fame and fortune? In fact, Nick Fury didn't know that what Sudan did was almost an idiot's move in the eyes of outsiders. But only Sudan knows that the profits he has made by doing this are too huge to describe. He is very clear about the power of SHIELD, and promoting a game is as easy as pie. The good thing is that it's just as good as the palm of your hand for them. In this way, Nick Fury will definitely increase his efforts to promote due to his passive imbalance. Definitely, it's not that he's promoting it himself. Instead, greet the related departments a few more times and let this matter be the first to do it. Just imagine when a national power helps you to do propaganda, what else can't be popular? In addition, the optimized version of King of Fighters is already a masterpiece and players will be deeply fascinated by it at a glance. Yes, Director Nick Fury, I believe this is not difficult for you, is it? If it is too difficult, I can. No, it's not difficult at all. Then our cooperation will officially begin. With that said, Nick Fury stood up and stretched out a hand towards Sudan. Happy cooperation. Welcome to cooperate with SHIELD. SHIELD, the name is interesting. Sudan said with a deadpan face, the kind of person who knows this but still pretends not to know and pretends to be surprised. Nick Fury is happy this matter can be negotiated. It is always good. Even if Sudan didn't join SHIELD but in another way let him join, right? By the way, as a partner I think I need to remind you. Arcade games will eventually be eliminated by history. Although the King of Fighters has crossed the era, you should still develop in a new direction. This is real advice from Nick Fury. It seems that the bureau chief standing in the dark has never let go of his spying on the secular world and he understands this. This point, Sudan naturally understands. Before he crossed over, few people went to the arcade unless it was some uncles for their feelings. Young people or children don't know how to operate it. The era of arcade games is over and the next is the era of computer games. He is well aware of this. Therefore, he has already produced the computer version of the King of Fighters. The next copywriting for SHIELD will also be the main promotion of this computer version of the King of Fighters. Arcade machines are inconvenient. People who have time can go to the game hall to play, and those who don't want to go out can play the computer version. No matter what end you play, there is always some game time. With the game time, there will be points. Don't worry, people who are in the game circle, how could they not notice this? But thank you for reminding, Sudan said politely. Nick Fury shrugged, then I won't bother you today. By the way, you don't even plan to change places. I came to you and there were a few cops behind me thinking that I was a supervisor. Damn Fog Graham. There's no way around this. My little staff and I have never had this kind of situation. Maybe it's because of our faces. Nick Fury subconsciously touched his black face, thinking that it might really be the same thing. On the west coast of Manhattan Island on the 59th Street and 34th Street, the crime rate is very high and it is even famous for its high crime rate. Even if you are misunderstood by the note, there is nothing you can do. After the copy was handed over to SHIELD, Sudan was lying at home waiting for the good news. He has already packaged the computer version of the King of Fighters and uploaded it to the internet. He even prepared 10 Gs for the updated version. According to the speed of one update per month, every time a character is updated, he can lie down and rest for almost a year. I don't know what method SHIELD used. In the next few days, CBS was almost dominated by the King of Fighters advertisement. As one of the most famous TV stations in the United States, its appeal is beyond doubt. From the background, the number of downloads of the computer version of King of Fighters is soaring every day. Other game companies also seem to have taken a fancy to the business opportunities of the King of Fighters and competed to imitate and produce them. But the crude crap they produced didn't even have a chance to give the optimized version of the King of Fighters a shoe. Moreover, the computer version of King of Fighters has another unbeatable advantage, that is, it is completely free. The game tradition of the United States is that players like to buy games. In other words, it is the decision of the game manufacturer that leads such a trend. However, Sudan will not learn from them. The King of Fighters they imitated even charged a fee. Doesn't this just open up a more convenient path for him? The masterpieces, the best, the original games you can play for free. Garbage, shoddy, and high imitation games cost money. Who the hell likes to play yours? So in the past few days, among the top 10 game rankings, the data of the King of Fighters is bigger than the data of the other 9 combined. In this way, the first step of Sudan's plan was achieved. California, after lunch. Jerry is a housekeeper who stays at home, but his millionaire stepdad doesn't let him starve to death. Instead, buy him whatever he wants. Recently, the advertisement on CBS is simply better than those bloody TV series. Remember, call the King of Fighters. That is obviously a game advertisement, and that kind of promotional screen. It is estimated that 1 billion yuan was spent on CG and the game was made with 50 cents or it was made with toes. He was going to turn on the newly bought computer and criticize it online. What King of Fighters, you want to be an emperor if you have fists? Have you asked me if I have an AK-47? Have you asked me if I have a Uzi submachine gun? Jerry is a military fan and often visits some gun shops, but unfortunately that is the only thing his stepfather won't buy for him, and he can't afford it himself. All day long he fantasizes about the scene where he wields both machine guns and fires a burst of flames. Oh, that would be so cool. As for the King of Fighters, what the hell, how could the online rating be 10.0? 100% positive? Are these people crazy? Jerry yelled incredulously, eyes widening. Download, click to download. I don't believe it anymore. It's impossible for everyone to like this kind of barbarian fighting game. Yes, hand-to-hand combat is something barbarians do. Higher people use guns. Jerry thought so. The King of Fighters is not big and it was quickly downloaded to his new computer. You don't need to install it. Is there such a black technology? With a low BB, he has already clicked Start Game. When? There was only a crisp sound of iron and steel clanging, like the sound of a sharp sword being pulled out from the scabbard. With this sound, Jerry was stunned. He had never heard such opening music. In the past, those games were just accompanied by the screams of ghosts and wolves or the violent music of rock and roll. His ears almost grew calluses. King of Fighters novelty, the computer screen slowly lit up. That was countless blades piercing at the same time like a gust of wind and rain. Jerry was shocked and subconsciously leaned back. Immediately, he reacted, his face flushed with shame from his actions. Fortunately, he was the only one in the room. That blade is so realistic. I don't know what kind of technology the creator used to make it so realistic. As the opening animation played further, he realized that there were so many knife lights just now, but there was actually only one knife. The reason why so many blades can be seen is that this person is swinging the blade at a super high speed. This can be explained with physics knowledge, but isn't it too much of a middle school to swing a knife at the screen? Just as Jerry thought of this, he was slapped in the face by the opening animation of the game. It turned out that the Japanese samurai with the sword was fighting another person. The knife light just now was used by him to deal with the enemy, and the viewer is the perspective of this enemy, a battle between two people. The brave fights the demon king, hee hee. Just as Jerry wanted to taunt again, he suddenly realized that he had been slapped in the face again. That was not a battle between two people at all. As the viewer's perspective changes, what is gradually presented to the player is a magnificent epic battle. Sword light, sword shadow, magic, explosion, roar. Jerry held the hand of the mouse, trembling slightly. Shock. What else can he say now? Just the opening animation attracted him to that world, the virtual world belonging to the developer. Antarctic Studio. Is this studio in Antarctica? I don't know if there are penguins. Jerry swallowed and wiped the sweat from his hands. New beginning. Load module. Game settings. Exit the game. On the computer interface, there are these 4 options. Based on his experience as a veteran of the game, the first one must be to start playing, but such a grand game he can't just start the first time in such a muddle. The first time is so important. If you are not familiar with the game mode, it is not good to go in and deliver food. So he clicked the second one. Ding. There was a crisp sound and the interface did not freeze at all, and another brand new module instantly popped up. This fluency is very comfortable. Load module is a series of information. The information is all gray, but it doesn't affect his eyesight. Mai Shiranui swimsuit is online and the special effects can be switched freely in the game. 88 USD. Laurie's Temple Blood Moon is online and special Easter eggs can be triggered in the game. 99 USD. Orochi Jijin is online. 100 USD. Oh god, is this a game item? To be honest, these things are a bit expensive, but Jerry is not short of money. He was just curious if these things would affect the balance of the game. However, after several checks and after reading the introduction, he realized that these only affect the player's visual experience, not the game's attributes. That's great, it doesn't break the balance of the game, it's a good game. If the skin adds attributes, then play a hammer garbage game. Although Jerry is rich, he is not a philanthropist and doesn't like unexplainable consumption. Therefore, he decided not to buy it first but to enter the game to have a look. Oh my god. He had to admit that he was once again shocked by the game developer's generosity. For a long time, the old players in the game circle are almost used to the gap between CG and actual games. There are many manufacturers who are dedicated to CG and have the skills to make games, but the King of Fighters is almost the other way around. The screens in the game are even more magnificent than CG, and the scenes of novelty constantly hit his eyeballs. It was as if a new world had opened up. That's right, there is only one screen between him and the new world. What kind of workmanship can create such a game scene? God, by the way, it's called Antarctic Studio, right? The studio must be sponsored. Jerry nodded firmly, returned immediately, clicked to load the mod and selected all buy. If it is said that the previous CG guided him to watch a big movie. Then in the game, the player is the protagonist. The King of Fighters optimized by Sudan is not that monotonous fighting game. Now all players have a free world. The background and the fighting scenes of King of Fighters has been made into reality by him and players can go sightseeing here. Wherever the challenge is launched, it will be used as the background. It's a beach and Jerry walks toward the crowd. He found someone at random and he initiated a game invitation. The other party was obviously not a rookie, so he immediately accepted it confidently. With a flash of white light, their game screen changed again. This is the official entry into the main body of this game, fighting. Jerry is a nerd. He definitely likes girls with great figures, so the first one he appears on the scene is Mai Shiranui, who just bought a swimsuit. On the other side, Mai Shiranui was also in a swimsuit. Hit the shirt. No, hit someone? He looked at the other person's name and subconsciously read, Jarvis father. Oh my god, even old men play this game, or a perverted old man. Jerry doesn't know who Jarvis is, he only knows that he might be abusive. The hand speed of middle-aged and elderly people is vulnerable to him. He is a game genius. Round 1. At the beginning of the first round, the two Mai Shiranui stood on the spot, their bodies shaking back and forth slightly. Along with the gentle understanding, some two indescribable things wrapped in her swimsuit were also trembling slightly. God, this game is so realistic. Neither of them acted immediately as if they were waiting for the other to make a move. Very good, wait for me to make a move, then I'll give you a feint first. Jerry smiled smugly. The King of Fighters has a defensive block mechanism. There is no doubt that the opponent must be pressing the block button now. Then wait for him to make a move and then look for opportunities to find his flaws. Jerry is already familiar with this routine. He has seen such players in many games. One word, turtle. Heh. Only Shiranui Wu let out a soft shout and attacked the other party. But this blow was just a feint. Sure enough, the other party fell for it and wanted to take advantage of the moment when he was stiff and make moves to bring him into the rhythm of attack. You are still too young, old man. The extremely accurate operating system makes players almost have the urge to fight in real life. Seeing the right opportunity, Jerry threw an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the old man on the ground. With the advantage of being the first player coupled with his excellent operation, he will naturally win the first round. New York City, in a splendid building. A young man with a specially shaved beard exuded that unrestrained prodigal aura. Right now he was staring intently at the computer screen. Oh shit, the other party is cheating, how can he be so strong? Sir, after my inspection, there is no possibility of cheating in this game. Okay, I trust you. Following the hot word KO on the screen, the man rubbed his chin. Jarvis, this is your game, give me a hard time. Sir, is this bad? There's nothing wrong with that. Just do what I say. Yes, sir. Round 2. After winning his debut, Jerry suddenly became passionate about the game. I was still thinking about the barbarian game. What AK-47 sent you to see the Virgin Mary in one shuttle? Such thoughts suddenly disappeared. Only the word true fragrance was left. The King of Fighters is really fun, I must become the strongest player here. The second round has begun. Jerry's Mai Shiranui was not defeated, so this time he still controlled this beauty. Looking at this beautiful woman with big T***s on the screen, he even wanted to lick the screen. And with the weird mentality of an otaku, he suddenly felt that this female character was his destiny. I have a relationship with him. If it can be turned into reality, the goddess will definitely favor him. Harjugen. With a low growl, Jerry's fantasy was ruthlessly shattered. When he realized Mai Shiranui he was controlling had already lost half of its health. Oh shit, how dare you sneak up on me. See, if I don't torture you to death, it doesn't matter if you are half-blooded, Jerry said with a stern face. As everyone knows, he is just in a daze and has half-a-dime relationship with others. The opposite character is a man in white clothes and a red belt. He is muscular and does not look beautiful at all. He looks like a rough gorilla, barbarian. Oh damn, this guy is doing a good job, interesting. Scratch. Damn folk. Change, get up, stand up for me. Oh my god. Jerry let out a sigh of relief, and as the last trace of blood was emptied, his picture was frozen at the time of death. He actually lost to a perverted old man. Just thinking about that picture makes me sick. The person across from him is Mai Shiranui's thief, the kind who picks his feet. However, why is it that when the role is changed, it is like a different person and all kinds of operations are smooth and smooth? And also released a lot of big tricks that he didn't even know. What exactly is that energy ball-like thing? The movement of jumping up and kicking in the air. What the F***K is there with the wind? This violates the laws of physics, right? Could it be that this man's destiny is this muscular man? When he was still having the slightest problem of birth, his second character had already taken over. This time he didn't dare to neglect at all. The opponent is obviously not a rookie, he is definitely a player who can play. He must show his strength. The same thing happened everywhere in the United States. The King of Fighters is like a storm sweeping across North America in a short period of time. Today's city streets are full of posters of characters from the King of Fighters. Many of them are physical goods merchants, borrowing the elements of the King of Fighters and taking advantage of the popularity of the King of Fighters to advertise. People from the United States pay attention to copyright and borrowing elements from King of Fighters. Naturally, they have to pay Sudan a certain fee. With these advertising expenses alone, Sudan has already paid off his previous debts. In the same way, just like in the middle school of the previous life, the classmates all liked to play Black M****** Ion and M***** Ion. Now, the young people in the United States are full of King of Fighters players. Different from the era of big online games where 100 flowers bloomed, the quality of King of Fighters completely surpassed that of other games. Even some super big manufacturers have no choice but to lose. They never thought that one day the market would be dominated by a small studio, Blizzard Games Inc. It is the largest and most solid game company in the United States. A few months ago, 80% of the computer games on the market were produced by Fengsu Company. This market means the world market. The world is so huge to occupy 80% of this giant cake. What kind of benefit is that? In this year, the game industry has just emerged and it has already made them a lot of money. With the progress of the times and the development of science and technology, the future benefits are even more unimaginable. The future world belongs to the virtual world. They are confident that they will start with the game industry, defeat Stark Industry in the next 10 years and become the #1 in the world. The vision is wonderful. Shareholders are looking forward to it. However, the reality is very cruel. When they were still working up their energy to hit the next adventure standalone game before the script was written, a masterpiece fell from the sky. In the game industry, it is no secret to learn from each other and imitate each other. In Fengsu Company, all the technical teams immediately convened a meeting to tackle the tough problems. In the conference hall, on the stage, and on the huge screens, the game content of King of Fighters is played. Looking at the gorgeous and exquisite scene, everyone thought they were watching a movie. Hey, Tilda. As the lights of the venue were restored, the originally dark theater turned into a serious meeting. Only then did everyone wake up. They are planning to overcome the problem of the King of Fighters. It's a pity that everyone fell silent involuntarily, and even the chief engineer who hosted on the summit stage was embarrassed to continue talking. Because, in the technology industry, they all understand the fact that no one can imitate this game. Even, they used the most shameless means to steal the data packets of this game, but they also ended in failure. Because they discovered that even the most powerful hacker known in the world could not crack the data package of the King of Fighters. That kind of encryption method does not exist in this world, said the hacker. Fengsu Company itself is also confused. What are you doing, aliens? Oh God, this technology exists and only exists in the future. I really can't believe this is made by a studio. Dare they publish their developer list? The list of developers is a small program that many game companies note at the bottom of the game start interface, which is nothing more than introducing some developers. Hearing the sound, a middle-aged Mediterranean man next to him nodded in agreement. He also whispered, I recognize you very much. If even we can't make it, then no one in this world can make it.
Yes. They.
Seemingly dissatisfied with the hustle and bustle below, Tom, the chief engineer on the summit stage, coughed slightly. He was wearing earphones and the sound spread throughout the venue. Everyone shut their mouths knowingly. Cough, I just heard a fellow here say that he is willing to exchange 10 years of life for this kind of technology.
Hayes.
Haha, I'm just joking. If it were me, I would trade 20 years of my life for this kind of technology.
Hey.
Actually, when the conference was held today, I didn't have the confidence in my heart. Because I couldn't help myself, I played a game of the King of Fighters in advance. To be honest, it was very good. My mood at that time was the same as when I was 12 years old. The same as the first game console I received. Yes, even the chief engineer of the world's #1 game company felt that he himself was a 12-year-old child in front of the developers of the King of Fighters. What an exaggeration! Everyone has reached this level and they all understand that at this level the gap between everyone is very small. You know, I will too, I will, and you understand. It is nothing more than that I am biased towards the details of spell skills and you are biased towards the details of warrior skills. However, the developer of King of Fighters is definitely standing in the realm of God. He seems to have fabricated this masterpiece with the hand of God. Otherwise, with just a cold computer, how could he make such a thing? That is definitely metaphysics, not science. Oh. Ma'am, you raised your hand, please speak. Tom, I am the planner of Group A. Judging from the publicity of that game, it should be a war game. A war game is indeed very attractive at the beginning, but as time goes by, the game content will change. Gradually boring, it will naturally lose the player base. Beautiful Miss Planner, I don't think you have played the King of Fighters, have you? Yeah, I didn't play, I don't have time. Oh my god, you must have worked so hard. I suggest you take 3 days off and have a good rest. No, Tom, I think as the chief engineer you should curb your hobbies. Is it really okay for you to raise others' prestige and destroy your own ambition? On the podium, Tom smiled slightly and said rather humorously, "If I just exaggerated about chicken soup for the soul, you should be calling me an asterisk hole and retarded in your heart now, instead of communicating with me like this.
Isn't it?"
Tom is indeed very humorous, but no one in the audience laughed. That's right, we have no qualifications to fight against a completely oppressive opponent like the King of Fighters. If we continue to cheer like this, we may be exhausted at work and there will be no gain, unspoken thought. But just let the King of Fighters snatch their biggest piece of cake, the company cannot be so silent. Otherwise, who will support these employees? The King of Fighters is too powerful and we don't have the need or ability to compete with it. We can't grab the market of the United States, so we set our sights on Asia. In a word, everyone ignited the flame of hope again. Yes, exporting games to places with lower technology is also a way. Although they have been doing world-class business, the main front is still the United States. It is still feasible to shift the main position now.
The
S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury had no idea what a favor he was doing Sudan. At first, he thought that Sudan had a brain problem and that's why he asked him to do such an easy job. But now, everyone knows the King of Fighters. The economic benefits this brings to Sudan are enormous. He has now changed houses and bought a sea view villa. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows is a cotton blanket. On it the two were fighting, making mouth-drying noises from time to time. After a long time, Leewa exhaled, her eyes dazzled. "Dan, can you pass me a tissue?" Sudan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to pick up the tissue beside him, turned around and handed it to Leewa.
give you.
"Thank you, but you can't get it inside next time. It's not good to go on like that. That's high in protein and it must not be wasted." "Oh my god." Sudan stood up slowly. Suddenly his cell phone rang. Unhurriedly picked up the phone and looked at it. It was a message from a Huxia surnamed Ma a few days ago. Sensing that Sudan's expression was wrong, Leewa wiped it and asked, "What's wrong, Dan?" "The Daxia pilot is a big hit and the response is twice as high as that of the United States," Sudan said happily. "Really?" Leewa exclaimed, throwing away the tissue and jumping up. As the closest person to Sudan, she understands the importance of this news. The King of Fighters has become a monolith in the United States and it is a certain fact that it will dominate the market. However, the ambitions of businessmen are never limited by national boundaries. Just like those big companies, they send the King of Fighters to all over the world, and any equipment with a certain scale has the shadow of the King of Fighters. Huaxia is in a period of rapid development. At this time, the King of Fighters is sent in. Once successful, it will definitely establish an unparalleled image in the minds of Huaxia players. After fermentation, this image is what everyone calls a classic. What's more, Sudan is a native of Huaxia himself, and to be able to achieve such huge amounts of achievements in his homeland, that feeling cannot be replaced by other things. Riva is happy for it. Very good. It's just as expected. I still have confidence in the ability of the King of Fighters. Sudan waved his hand. He never considered failure but just thought about what kind of statistics the King of Fighters will explode there. Now it seems that this data is indeed a bit crazy. I have to say that the charm of Huxia characters has added a bit of help to this game. The King of Fighters. What is the King of Fighters? What the hell is the first reaction of people in the United States? And when Huxia people see this theme, they feel very domineering, very attractive. In this way, the player base will increase and the money earned will be more. This is a common saying, vulgar. What Sudan cares most about is points, but that was a secret. He could only tell it to himself, not tell others. With the rapid increase of the player base, even if the average time is not much, but together it is a very scary number. Correspondingly, his points skyrocketed like half of the sea. He opened the system's points mall again. With a glance, he directly skipped the previous skills column and boldly looked at the products worth a huge amount of points. There is no way. This is the same reason as the waste stone of a rich person. With more points, he dares to make plans for those high-priced commodities. Screening 1 million points plus, Terry Bogard. 1 million points. Tier 2 Hongtang Pill, 1,100,000 points. Damon Garo, 1,200,000 points. Chen Gyuhan, 1,500,000 points. Mai Shiranui, 2 million points. Kura, 2,500,000 points. Kagura Chizuru, 2,800,000 points. Maid, why is the price of a female character twice as high as that of a male character? This Layashi subsystem is also doing this for me, Sudan cursed in his heart. There is no way to change the price given by the system as much as it is without even a discount card. He's a man, he must want to buy a female character to play with. Oh no, come out and have a look. However, the system actually directly priced a batch of female characters at a high price. He screened out more than 1 million points and the first one was a male character, exactly 1 million. However, it wasn't until later that a female character appeared. The first Mai Shiranui is directly double the size of the first male character. What the hell is going on? According to Mai Shiranui's strength, she may not be worth more than this price at all. Although such an evaluation is a bit suspicious. Sure enough, these days, even the system thinks it's great to have an abalone on his body. The whole world is driving up the price. Feeling the malice in the world, Sudan simply can't bear the female role. When I make a lot of money in the future, I will buy a girl to play with. Cough. Directly in the filter bar, an option was added to cross out women. Kusanagi. 2 million points. Lari Temple 2 million points. Goenitz 5 million points. Orochi 100 million points. Seeing this, Sudan subconsciously glanced at the point balance. The current points are more than 5 million. Although it is still rising constantly, it is still too far away to reach 100 million. Ask him who he wants to buy the most here, it must be a big snake. As one of the most popular kings in the King of Fighters series, there are a lot of people who praised Orochi in previous lives and slandered Orochi. From the official setting, the big snake is the incarnation of the will of the earth, a super strong existence. Although the performance in the game is not eye-catching, but the setting is strong and it's over. Unfortunately, the price of Orochi is more than 99.99 million, the difference is a number of billions. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Since he couldn't afford it, he had to settle for the next best thing. Sudan set his sights on Goenitz. Goenitz is the head of the 4 heavenly kings of the Orochi clan's 8 masters collection, and the genre is also the power of Orochi. This character has the ability to manipulate the wind. Wait, happy man. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Since he couldn't afford it, he had to settle for the next best thing. Sudan set his sights on Goenitz. Goenitz is the head of the 4 heavenly kings of the Orochi clan's 8 masters collection, and the genre is also the power of Orochi. This character has the ability to manipulate the wind. Wait, happy man? Leewa, you stay here first, I have something to do when I go out. Sudan suddenly lowered his head and said to Leewa. Hearing this, Leewa didn't ask what she was doing, she nodded sensibly. Yeah, go, remember to come back early. She understood that Sudan was busy with work, so it was reasonable to go out from time to time. Besides, she didn't bring up that kind of relationship with Sudan and she didn't have the authority to control others. However, this time Sudan's trip was not for official business but for himself. Buying the Heroes of the King of Fighters series should not be treated as a trifling matter. The characters in that series brought into reality are all superheroes. You said you changed yourself into a living person and turned into a superhero. Moreover, in the villa there is Leewa who is Chiguaguo, so he must avoid it. Walking to the underground garage, driving the newly purchased sports car, the engine roared and rushed out. This set of Sea View villas is an independent villa, not the kind of commercial housing made by developers. Therefore, it is also in the suburbs. Sudan also likes the cleanliness of the countryside. After driving to an uninhabited area, Sudan opened the system's points mall again. This time without any hesitation, he directly bought the chosen character Goenitz. Following the system panel, the character card paused slightly and then turned into a little bit of starlight. Bits of starlight gradually converged into a figure among which was the familiar image of Goenitz. In the current version of the King of Fighters, the boss-level character Goenitz has not been updated, but since he belongs to the King of Fighters series, his purchase option will still appear in the points mall. Now this game character that fans of the King of Fighters didn't know about was just redeemed by him with points. This scene seems a bit bizarre. Goenitz, my lord. A calm but loyal voice sounded. Sudan looked at Goenitz in front of him. This is a living, real person. He really exists in this world with blood and flesh. Buying lives with points. This kind of thing is easy to say, and he didn't think it was difficult before. But now, if you really witness it yourself, you will not be so calm. This is a living and emotional person. His heart couldn't help but tense up. System, this Goenitz won't be against me, right? Sudan asked silently in his heart. Beep, return to the host. Heroes purchased through the System Points Mall will always maintain 100% loyalty to the host. 100% loyalty. In other words, even if he orders Goenitz to kill himself now, he will do it to himself without any hesitation. In history, no one has ever been 100% loyal to anyone because as long as he is a person, he will have his own selfishness. It can only be said that it is infinitely close to the full value but cannot reach the full value. But now, through the hands of the system, this Goenitz, who is regarded as one of the bosses in the King of Fighters, has become 100% loyal to him. Now rest assured, Sudan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Goenitz who was half kneeling on the ground and said slowly, "Stand up." "Yes, my lord." His current mood is the same as that of the magician in Fate. He is just the chosen child of the accidental type. He suddenly summoned such a heroic spirit and he couldn't calm down for a while. There is no doubt that this guy is a priest, and if he is to be classified, he should be considered a C rank. A character who controls the power of the wind is not weak in melee combat and can completely abuse lorries. Sure enough, a priest who is not violent enough is not a good priest. In Sudan's mind, he immediately thought of a certain tax-evading maple in Fate. These two people are really a bit similar. They are both pastors, they are also polite, and they also kill people without blinking an eye. Speaking of killing, he now has a dog thief that he really wants to kill. It's the defected United States programmer. Thinking of this, Sudan took out his mobile phone and quickly called up the information of the United States programmer. These things were left behind when they entered the job. However, according to the current situation where the police have made no progress, most of the above information is probably false. But no matter how fake it is impossible for his profile picture to be fake. According to Sudan's current technology, he wants to find a person with a photo. That is a medium meaning. Even SHIELD's one-man hunting methods are probably inferior to him. Now, that damned United States programmer, totally unaware that his runaway with money and two-person world with B*****ch chicks has been watched by Sudan. And soon, death will befall them. Oh, already ran to Canada. Sudan looked at the red dots on the map and let out a little surprise. Afterwards, he handed the phone to Goenitz indifferently and said, "This place, this man, tomorrow I will live and die and see dead bodies." Goenitz was used to reading scriptures as a pastor, so he didn't realize what a mobile phone was for a while. However, he is not an ignorant person. He quickly digested the new knowledge and then nodded respectfully, "My lord, I will definitely complete the mission you entrusted to me." As he said that, Goenitz wanted to kneel down again. It is simply obsessed with loyalty. Fortunately, Sudan reached out to stop him. "Goenitz, I don't need your kneeling, just perform and complete the task I gave you, that's all." "Obey." "My lord." Goenitz quickly changed to a European knight salute. Sudan rolled his eyes. It seems that if the loyalty is too high, there are some problems. Wait a minute. After finishing speaking, Sudan seemed to have remembered something and quickly returned to the car. In the storage box of the car, there are still a lot of electronic equipment. These are the mobile phones that he eliminated but was reluctant to throw away. Coincidentally, if you want to hunt down the dog thief, the United States programmer, it is not enough to just glance at the electronic map, you must provide Goenitz with some equipment. The hunting program on the mobile phone was developed by Sudan himself. It is just a short program and it is relatively convenient to transfer. He installed the hunting map on the old mobile phone with ease and then handed it to Goenitz. "Take this and prove it to me your strength." "Yes, my lord, the subordinates must live up to the entrustment of the lord," Goenitz said respectfully. Seeing this, Sudan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then you start to act. After the mission is successful, continue to hand over to me at this location." "Yes." After the voice fell, Goenitz's figure turned into a gust of wind and quickly disappeared in front of his eyes. After Goenitz left, Sudan once again set his sights on the points mall. He just spent a full 500W and now he still has some miscellaneous items which he plans to spend together. This is the most basic quality of a Moonlight family. More than 70,000 points are far from enough to buy a hero, so buy a skill and try. With another operation, the skill classification that he saw for the first time appeared in front of him again. Special skills.
Crane feet.
500 points. Eagle claw feet, 500 points. Foreign style dream bomb, 500 points.
The
Nirvana. Bashan Shinjingjiao, 10,000 points. Baishi ghost burn, 10,000 points.
Sakura Fubuki.
10,000 points. Rising dragon fist, 10,000 points. Super Nirvana. Lai Bai Ba style 8 wine cups, 50,000 points. Lai Baba style big snake, 50,000 points. True rising dragon fist, 50,000 points. Phoenix dance, 50,000 points. Diamond ice blade, 50,000 points.
The
elementary level fighting package, 50,000 points. Sudan's eyes suddenly lit up. Last time he was attracted by those gorgeous skill names and icons, he didn't notice that there was such a elementary level fighting gift pack in the corner. According to his experience in developing games, the gift package items that appear in the skill category are often relatively cost-effective. Definitely, this price-performance ratio is also relatively speaking. Anyway, it is more cost-effective than the independent skills above. Sudan hit his mind on this gift bag and a message appeared in front of his eyes immediately. Elementary level fighting gift pack contains elementary level fighting technique, elementary level body strengthening, random skill awakening. In the gift pack, it can be said that there are 3 items in total. Moreover, the text descriptions of these 3 items are also in different fonts, just like hyperlinks on the internet. As long as the consciousness is concentrated, you can see more detailed introductions. Looking at the physical units, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. F***K, this elementary level is not easy. This superficially elementary level fighting gift pack, but the content contained in it can make him soar from the ground, just like getting the super soldier serum of the Captain of the United States. No, it should be said that it is stronger than that. He has also seen the physical data related to the Captain of the United States before. If the maximum value is simply used compared with the specific data in the gift bag, the latter is almost 1.5 times that of the former. Such a powerful prop is actually just an elementary level fighting package. What about medium level and high level? Why don't you let him live every day? It's too hanging. You must buy it. Sudan waved his hand and bought this elementary level fighting gift pack on the spot. But he was not in a hurry to use it but was thinking about how to use the remaining 20,000 points. With 20,000 points you can't afford the super ultimate skill, you can only buy 2 Nirvana skills. After weighing for a while in the column of Nirvana, he finally decided to buy Lori Ann's 100-style Ghost Burn and Long's Wave Fist. These 2 skills are considered remote skills. When he uses the elementary level fighting gift pack, he won't be short of close combat skills. These 2 long-range skills just make up for his shortcomings. In the world of superheroes, playing with guns is a lot of money. Besides, his identity is not easy to play with guns and shooting waves is a man's romance. Bye. As the system points leaked out, a series of numbers finally rolled into double digits. Similarly, the things he bought also sounded a reminder in his mind. Do you want to use it now? Immediately, use them all. With an order, Sudan felt as if his body was trapped in a dead space. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Immediately afterwards, strange forces scattered from the limbs. He felt the soreness of the muscles, followed by the pain of tearing, and finally, under the protection mechanism, the nerves had blocked the bursting pain from the inside out. Sudan clenched his teeth and endured all this silently. All these pains were within his expectation. If you want your body to have explosive strength in a short period of time, the process you go through will definitely not be peaceful and soothing. It's like exercising. He has done 30 years of training in 1 second or so. But it's not just that. These things are just the most basic preparations, just like building a house and laying the foundation. Next is the real thing in the gift bag, starting to formally strengthen his body. This kind of strengthening is completely different from human physical exercise. It has already exceeded the limit of the human body. It will give transcendence to the ordinary. Such a process is not as painful as before. In other words, his pain-sensing nerves have been passively and temporarily shut down. The strengthening of the body is going on simultaneously with the strengthening of the brain. However, there are many unknown secrets in the human brain. Many people speculate that if the human brain is too developed, it may have the so-called super ability of awakening. Because there are countless kinds of substances in this world, but human beings cannot feel them with their senses. Once one can feel and even use these substances as tools, isn't that a super ability? For example, electrical signals in the eyes of human beings are things that cannot be grasped by hand, but if the human body generates the corresponding senses, it may be like a superbody goddess instructing it arbitrarily. Definitely, the above are just assumptions. In the elementary level fighting strengthening package, the reason why Sudan's brain is strengthened at the same time is to let his nerve response keep up with the next perfect body. Many times when people fight with each other, the fists they throw out are not eye-catching. This sentence sounds simple and cliched, but there is some truth in it. It's a very simple truth. When you punch yourself, don't your eyes subconsciously avoid it? Can't see the trajectory of the fist clearly? This is mortals. Mortals fight with 3 tricks and they get tired after the first effort. If you are not careful when fighting, you will even scratch your fist. And strengthening the brain is designed to deal with this. It can make him feel as calm as water and his eyes as clear as a mirror while punching. Only those who have experienced professional training can do this. The way he walked was different from those people, relying on the attribute of his body, Shijengdui. When the overall strengthening was completed, there were 3 more streams of information in his mind. 2 of them are the 2 purchased skills, and the remaining one is the random awakening skill in the gift pack. Kill 16 Yayuhua. This is a random skill in the fighting package. If I remember correctly, this should be Ganagata Moriya's Super Nirvana. This is super kill, made money. Sure enough, buying a gift bag is a wise move. This skill is not a long-range skill like the first 2, but requires a weapon to be equipped, which is the so-called sword skill. In Marvel, a perverted world where Gundam is torn apart with bare hands, sword skills may seem like a weak point, but this is a super nirvana after all, and its power should not be underestimated. He glanced around and soon found a branch. Comparing the branch to a long sword, he closed his eyes and recalled the kendo contained in the skill. An invisible aura centered on him quickly spread to the surroundings. He just stood there and there was a burst of wind pressure which crushed the grass and trees to the ground. Not only that, but in the wind pressure there seemed to be many blades of mind mixed with them. The finely divided blades exploded like a storm around them, and wherever they passed there were broken branches and leaves. After a while he opened his eyes. At that moment there seemed to be a cold light shining in his eyes. The eyes follow the heart and the heart produces a sword. The seemingly fragile dead branch is like an extremely sharp blade in his hands. I saw him move. That sword was slashing towards the huge boulder in the field. The sword energy on his body was like a rainbow, suddenly raised to a level, and the sword energy blew on his clothes and rattled. This sword did not make any sound, only a cold light flashed in the air. Sudan put away his sword-wielding posture. The dead branches in his hand had already been turned into dust, and he silently stared at the 7-8 meter high granite in front of him. From top to bottom, it slowly opened a crack. Super Nirvana, so terrifying. Even with only a dead branch, it cut open the granite that is more solid rock. Besides, he hasn't used the essence of his skills yet because he doesn't use them on people, so he doesn't need so many sword skills. He's just trying to chop vertically. If it's used against humans, I'm afraid ordinary superheroes really can't resist it. Under this sword, he turned into a dead soul. Moreover, just using the skill once in his heart, he unexpectedly gained a lot of knowledge about swordsmanship out of thin air. Sword skills are closely related to each other. One can know 100 skills, and often a super nirvana is comprehended by a certain person's painstaking efforts. Skills naturally contain these experiences, otherwise they wouldn't be able to use them. Phew, my heart beats a little faster. This feeling, so cool. There are countless kinds of hardiness in the world. Except for the physical battle, there are still 50% left, one of which is the sense of satisfaction. However, looking at the slowly increasing points, Sudan reluctantly returned to the car. In fact, with the current influence of the king of fighters in the world, the player base is very large, so the growth rate of points is not slow but rather fast. It's just that Sudan's ambitions are too big now. He didn't get any points in units of millions, so he basically didn't have any mood swings. After returning to the villa to rest for a while, he planned to continue working on the next step. Due to sufficient funds, he has officially established a game company in New York and bought an office building of corresponding specifications, so he no longer lives in that small studio. The success of King of Fighters is expected. Fighting games are not considered leading ideas but rely on the first-hand graphics technology to support the entire facade. Now, King of Fighters fans all over the world are full of praise for his company, such as a billion-dollar production, a major movie studio, and black technology. Definitely, what fans are looking forward to the most is when will this company release a new game. The King of Fighters is just a fighting game not rich in content. That is to say, no matter how obsessed the players are with the graphics, they will always get tired of playing one day. If the player's time elapses, it means that his point growth rate will also drop greatly. This is the last thing Sudan wants to see, so he had to make the next game. And before the release the promo video that is crazy and cool. Recently, under the voluntary organization of King of Fighters players, a unique game forum was established. In this online forum, in addition to the overwhelming King of Fighters exchange posts, there is also an elite post that is popular and pinned to the top. The new Antarctic game is expected to be released next month, breaking the rules of the game and ushering in a new era. Below this post, there are also several high-resolution pictures attached. The painting style in the picture is completely different from the previous King of Fighters. If the KOF painting style of Antarctic Studio tends to be full and real, then this new set of pictures is full of magical elements. Humans, undead, Proxima Midnight Elves, and more. Yes, this pre-sale game that only released posters is Warcraft. Before the release of large-scale games such as League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Warcraft had a high status in internet cafes. Countless hot-blooded teenagers are addicted to the new role-playing and real-time strategy games. The game style of this Warcraft is completely different from the King of Fighters. When players all over the world are still in the awakening stage of the game style of Warcraft really surprised many people. What kind of game is this? Regarding this, there is only one line of brief text explanation below the top post.
Stay tuned.
Yes, he didn't explain anything. It is completely up to the fans to guess and make up their minds. At the bottom of the post, fans all over the world are saying that they vomit 3 liters of blood and they are almost hanged by this sentence. They are almost pinching the timing, waiting for the release date. And at the moment, Sudan took the elevator slowly and came to the new company. The office environment here is completely different from before. Bright, simple, tidy, and decorated with technological beauty. As for the equipment, they are all top of the line. He wants to build the world's most powerful company, so naturally he won't be stingy about hardware. Turning on a computer casually, he started to make a promotional video for World of Warcraft. The promotional poster has been sent out and now we are waiting for this explosive promotional video. Looking at the countless expecting voices on the internet, those lovely fans, he felt full of strength. And he was bound to make this promotional film look like a Hollywood blockbuster. But looking around, the whole floor is empty. Leewa is still cleaning in the villa. He is alone here. It's time to recruit a group of employees. No matter how strong ability is, it is impossible for 2 people to support a large company. Recruiting employees is not an easy task. He didn't want to encounter the same thing as last time. At the same time, he still needs some high-end technical talents. After all, the King of Fighters is just a simple arcade fighting game which can be developed by him and Riven. However, for the next masterpiece on the computer side, he must need help. Now that the reputation of Antarctic Game Company has been established, it is estimated that countless people want to join. They not only want to find a job but also want to work in this legendary company. How could Sudan not know what those people were thinking? This is only one aspect. With the rise of his company, it must have affected the interests of other game companies. The so-called peers are enemies. How can those big companies that have been established in the early years not make some moves? This is not alarmist talk because he has already received the news that Fengsu Game Company wanted to occupy the main Asian market, but was ruthlessly crushed by the King of Fighters agent, and he was filled with resentment. Just when he was puzzled, the phone on the table vibrated suddenly. When I picked it up, it turned out to be Nick Fury, a black man I hadn't seen for a long time. This S.H.I.E.L.D. director really helped him a lot. It is precisely because of his cooperation that the King of Fighters can get such publicity and his company can achieve what it is today. Hello. Excuse me, Mr. Su, are you on the rise now? On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury was teasing, but his face was full of envy. Damn, if he knew that he could bring such huge benefits to Sudan with just one word of publicity, he would have increased his bargaining chips long ago. Like forcing Sudan to join S.H.I.E.L.D., this is not too much. But now, the cooperation conditions that were discussed at the beginning can no longer be changed. Hearing the sound, Sudan chuckled. He was already tired of hearing polite words, so he asked directly, "Is Director Nick Fury in any trouble?" Provide technical assistance to Nick Fury, which was the original cooperation condition. If Nick Fury needs help, well, he's obliged. And now Nick Fury suddenly called. With his personality, he couldn't be chatting. That's really something. Sure enough, Nick Fury's voice changed and he said in a low voice, "I don't know which son of a B*** **ch hacked SHIELD's system. Although our members have been rescued, I think the other party must have left something behind, and we can't lock the other party's real IP." SHIELD was hacked. Sudan couldn't help being taken aback. This old Iron 666. SHIELD dares to hack, and SHIELD has no other way, simply a genius among geniuses. Yes, you heard me right, our database is probably attacked more times than 300 ml of rice seeds every year. Definitely, we have been defending and counterattacking, but this time our defense succeeded but the counterattack failed. So you want me to help you find each other. More than that, I want you to check it all over again. Why is there always a loophole in Teen Yang's firewall? Hearing Nick Fury's voice on the phone, who had started to scold his mother, Sudan, who was sitting in the office, had an inexplicable smile on his lips. Why is SHIELD, such a secretive agent organization, still being attacked frequently, and even with so many black technologies, why is the firewall broken by outsiders? The answer to all this probably lies within SHIELD. Others may not understand, but as a time traveler, Sudan understands everything in his heart. The current SHIELD looks awesome, but it has actually been eroded by moths and is dying. Insiders deliberately left some loopholes in the firewall, didn't they just do it casually? Sudan looked at the flickering screen in front of him, smiled slightly and said, "Director Nick Fury, you know I'm just a small game developer, not a world-class hacker. You asked me to help you with this, didn't you? A little beyond my limit." He is refusing. Now that he has guessed that the matter has something to do with SHIELD, he really doesn't want to do this kind of dirty work. No matter how you make a move, as long as you make a move, you will be targeted by Hydra, the moth in SHIELD. He doesn't want to live a life of avoiding assassination all day long. Oh shit, don't pretend to me. Others may really think of you as a game developer, but I will never believe you are just a game developer. Listening to Nick Fury's decisive words, Sudan shook his head helplessly. It seems that it is impossible to fool around. That's all. If you are missed by thieves, remember it. Anyway, come one to kill one, come one pair to kill one pair. He now has a lot of strength, and he also has a superhero like Goenitz as his subordinate. He is no longer the weak scholar who was powerless before. Well, since you fulfilled my conditions readily, now I won't say much. You can send someone to pick me up now, Sudan said into the phone. This time, Nick Fury didn't answer but hung up the phone directly and then shouted, ordering an agent to pick up Sudan. Within 20 minutes, a black commercial vehicle stopped in front of Angie Game Company. The body is bright and clean. It is not a new car, but it is more beautifully maintained than a new car. It can be seen that SHIELD is still rich. Sudan went downstairs neatly, opened the car door and climbed up without saying a word. "Hello, Mr. Sudan?" It was a man dressed as a standard agent who spoke. Sudan looked at the man in the suit and sunglasses curiously and found that his hairline was surprisingly high. This familiar hair volume. Phil Coulson? A name came out of his mouth involuntarily. Hearing this, the agent was taken aback for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and took off his sunglasses. Unexpectedly, after so long, Mr. Sudan, you still know me. Phil Coulson still remembers that the last time he saw Sudan, he didn't want to see him 100 times. That kind of repulsive energy is close to shooting people. But now, thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, his studio has evolved into something big, and Sudan himself has transformed from a small debtor boss to a billionaire president. Phil Coulson was surprised that a man who changed so quickly didn't have any flamboyance. This kind of heart is a bit interesting. Hee, do I have amnesia? Sudan gave Phil Coulson a blank look. Seeing this, Phil Coulson started the car reluctantly. Well, the above speculation is pure nonsense. It would be a lie to say that Sudan won't bloat. Even if he was an executive of the leading game company in Daxia before, he did not have the sense of honor he has today. Domestic first-class company and the world's #1 game company. It sounds like the difference between the two is not too obvious. However, in reality, the gap can be described as worlds apart. It can be said that the total number of game companies in the world is not equal to the #1 Antarctic game company in the world. And today all this is brought about by a small king of fighters, and there are more cool and exciting games behind him. Therefore, the future of Antarctic Game Company is unlimited. With a bold prediction, it is not impossible to defeat the giant Stark Industries. Definitely, in addition to honors, these achievements also brought him points which were converted into personal strength. Double success, the sense of honor cannot be concealed and there is no need to conceal it. Phil Coulson pursed his lips and drove the car to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters without saying a word. Come with me, sir? After getting out of the car, Phil Coulson invited professionally. Sudan looked at the building of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for the first time. Judging from the movie, he did not have the feeling of witnessing it with his own eyes. Just hear how many secrets are hidden. Let's go, he said thoughtfully. The two came to the director's room without any hindrance. Seeing Nick Fury's black face from afar, Sudan smiled. Director Nick, are you still angry? Don't be angry, my King of Fighters hit is inevitable and it has nothing to do with whether you promote it or not. It doesn't matter much. Oh God, you are such an ungrateful fellow. That's the way businessmen are, isn't it? Well, the thing I hate the most in my life is the businessman, but now I want to help you, the businessman. God. Sudan chuckled and looked at Nick Fury. The more unhappy he was, the happier he was. Then let's not talk nonsense, just take me there. I have to go back to work after I'm done. Let's go. Nick Fury stood up and walked directly towards the door without functioning. Out the door, turn right, then left. I don't know how long it took and finally arrived at the control room. As soon as he stepped into the door, Sudan's eyes lit up. The facilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. are much better than the civilian facilities outside. This place is 10 years ahead of the outside, if you can steal these back. Mr. Sudan, let's do it. Nick Fury's dry cough interrupted Sudan's imagination. A little embarrassed, he put away his plan to steal the battery and walked to the machine. Although these machines are high-level, they are actually not difficult to operate. On the contrary, they are simpler than the outside ones. First, check your firewall. While speaking, Sudan began to operate magically, typing frantically with his fingers on the optical keyboard, and a series of codes were typed out on the screen as the shadows of his fingers flew. To be honest, this kind of optical keyboard is really far from the electrostatic capacitive keyboard he is used to. As a programmer, he has very strict requirements for the keyboard. The same as on the bricks, the stone is more deadly. Both of these are uncomfortable to use, however, that terrifying muscle memory was still typed into countless codes smoothly. Soon, he created a simple icon on the desktop. What are you doing? Nick Fury frowned. He had seen the work of a super hacker, and it was nothing more than a black screen of the computer with strings of English characters floating on the screen. But Sudan, he finished typing the code and then built an icon on the desktop. What is this for? Hearing this, Sudan didn't even look back and explained. Oh, this is my commonly used detection software developed by myself. It can detect and lock all viruses without trace, freeze all vulnerabilities, etc. Anyway, what do you think? Yes, there are functions you can't think of. It should be 10 times more efficient than your usual detection methods. Hearing such an exaggerated tone, pulling the old face, quietly moved closer to a body. Attached to the ear canal, what price? Huh, you shield want this? I don't think so. Just say it straight, make an offer. Oh, this is my personal property, not for sale. Nick Fury felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Suddenly, he looked at the computer screen and sneered in his heart. Hee hee, all your operations are recorded and I will copy your program afterward. Director Nick, you're a smart guy, don't you want to use ancient materials to copy and steal my software? That's really RZ. Hey. Nick Fury really had nothing to say. What a cold slap on the face, mercilessly. If it was someone else this method might work, but he is Sudan, that electronic ghost-like man, 2 minutes later. Huh, after the inspection it can be said that there are no loopholes, or it can be said that there are many loopholes, but I will fix them for you, Sudan said suddenly. To say that the biggest loophole of the SHIELD system is their high-level logins. To put it bluntly, it is because in the grass layer of SHIELD there is Hydra and there is an inner ghost. And his method is the same as that of a cement builder plastering a wall. Once it is wiped off, it will be wiped away by him. Well done. Nick Fury's eyes revealed an incomprehensible look, and he didn't know what the old agent was thinking. Or, have you already guessed something? Sudan put those doubts aside for now. Repairing the firewall is just a small job. The main task given to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. director is to find the short-lived ghost who dared to attack SHIELD. This is a matter of dignity and confidentiality. After closing and cleaning up the software for his own use, he searched for the attack records on the supercomputer. The most recent attack record happened 50 minutes ago. Just looking at the information fed back by SHIELD's own counterattack program, it is obvious that the opponent has occupied a large area of broilers. This is the basic operation of a hacker. In a contest between hackers, whoever reveals his position first will lose. But now, Sudan's position has been in the clear from the very beginning, and the opponent will know first no matter what. This is a counterattack from SHIELD. What the other party has to do is to temporarily stay away from all electronic network equipment, and it is useless to head-to-head with SHIELD. However, who is Sudan? Why can you be a chief engineer at a young age who generally doesn't have a chance until you are in your 40s or 50s? Also, the god-level programming technology given by the system is really only programming. Things are dead, people are alive. As Nick Fury said, he is an electronic ghost. Translated into easy-to-understand words, he is called the god of the internet. Suddenly, Sudan in front of the screen smiled coldly. Okay. Let me get caught, you're too young to kill someone with a borrowed knife. This voice surprised both Nick Fury and Phil Coulson. There is such an operation in the world. They SHIELD sent 100 super hackers, but they couldn't break the problem, and Sudan couldn't survive more than 10 seconds. What is this? Is this person really a devil? Oh shit, the opponent is slipperier than a loach. How did you catch it? Nick Fury asked in surprise. In front of the computer, Sudan started to fight back and replied. In terms of tactics, the Huxia are the ancestors. The opponent is just shooting one shot and changing points. I am very familiar with this kind of tactics. What tactics? No comment. Hey. Okay, leave the next thing to me, just a little mouse that has fallen into the trap. Under Sudan's continuous offensive like a tide, the little mouse that attacked SHIELD was quickly overwhelmed and locked in position. 24 blocks, inside a Western restaurant. In the electronic equipment that was playing elegant music and youth soap operas, there was a sudden rustling sound. The sound is not processed, it's like the sound of garbage electric current mic. Suddenly, the sound stopped abruptly. On TV, the original soap opera has become a cartoon cat and mouse. At the same time, the mobile phones of all the diners rang a crisp beep for no reason. Surprised, they took out their mobile phones and saw that the screen was neither their lock screen nor a text message notification, but a photo, a picture of a girl. Who is she? Listen to me, I really don't know her. Damn it, it's the same on my phone. Girl, don't be angry, your boyfriend didn't cheat because it's on my phone too. Hey, isn't this person her? Everyone looked at the point and saw that it was a young girl. She was digging the rice on the plate. It seemed that she didn't want people to see her face clearly, so she deliberately covered half of her face with her long hair. However, no matter from which angle you look at it, it is the person in the photo on the phone. Hey, ma'am, you have to give us an explanation. It's her picture, so all these incidents are naturally related to her. No matter what she's playing with her friends, this behavior has violated their privacy. Unfortunately, the girl didn't dare to look up, nor did she dare to answer. At this moment, a voice rang out from everyone's mobile phones at the same time. Hello, Miss Skye. Hello, Miss Skye. Hello, Miss Skye. This voice, like half a spell, surrounds the girl's ears. She finally felt the fear. The hairs on her back stood up suddenly, and she didn't care about this delicious meal. She immediately pushed the table and she jumped out like a half grasshopper. She rushed out of the restaurant door, rushed to an old car on the side of the road, and quickly took out the car keys. When she opened the door, it turned out that it was a modified car. Except for the basic driving position, other places are filled with servers. Undoubtedly, this is a veteran. And when she stepped into the car and started it, a voice came out from her car stereo after a while. Welcome back, Miss Skye. At the moment, SHIELD, out of his ultimate trust in Sudan ability, Nick Fury has already led Phil Coulson out for tea. Wait for the battle report. Sudan called up the little mouse's resume and displayed it on the screen. Looking at the photo, he stroked his chin. I always feel that this person looks familiar. Skye, Skye, Skye. There are a lot of people named Skye in the United States, and even many men are called Skye. But this person gave him a different impression. Suddenly, Sudan was shaken. Skye, Skye, isn't that vibe girl Skye? No wonder, looking at the photo, he felt more and more familiar. Because the girl in the photo is the young hacker Skye who appeared in SHIELD Agent. In fact, she is not only a hacker but also a woman with super ability.
I see.
Thinking back to Skye in his memory, Sudan's eyes became brighter and brighter. His company is short of manpower right now, and he was thinking about how to recruit talents before, but now, isn't this just delivered to his door? No, this person cannot let SHIELD know. Like him, SHIELD is in great need of talent. Girls like Skye who possess both hacker skills and super ability cannot be snatched away by a labor organization like SHIELD. Anyway, being snatched by them is doing some dangerous work. It's better to stay in his company, get a high salary, and do a comfortable job. It's easy, I'll catch this little mouse myself. With this in mind, he quickly shut down and cleared all traces on the computer, and used his mobile phone to reconnect to Skye's coordinates. Then he walked out of the control room. Nick Fury is alone, holding a cup of coffee, contented. It turned out that what he drank was not tea. It seems that for the problem of SHIELD, he handed it over to Sudan with 100 confidence. Oh, you're done, I got Phil Coulson ready to go, you told him enough. A little mouse, it's really not enough to let him, SHIELD director, hand it over to his confidant Phil Coulson. He already thinks highly of this little mouse. However, how could Sudan let people from SHIELD intervene? Director Nick, I give you a favor. The popularity of the King of Fighters is half of your credit. Just strengthening the firewall of SHIELD may not be enough. Let me get rid of that person for you. Definitely this is a lie. He is a businessman and he doesn't know how to get favors by himself. It's enough to help Nick Fury once and it's clear, but it won't be for nothing to help him a second time. This is an excuse. I don't want people from SHIELD to get involved. So great, Nick Fury was also taken aback. Originally, he was quite dissatisfied with this matter. Who would have thought that his simple greeting would make Sudan the boss of the world's #1 game company? I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage. He doesn't like to suffer. Can make Sudan compensate a little is a little. It just so happens that when dealing with hackers, let this guy go. Hey, what a coincidence. Definitely, didn't you tell me to leave this matter to you?
Yes, I did. So you should do it.
Sudan succeeded in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Oh, it's really hard work. I knew I wouldn't say such a big talk. Okay, I'll send the Buddha to the west. Seeing the back of Sudan's departure, Nick Fury always felt that he had lost something. Damn it, how could there be such a slight sadness? Out of the SHIELD headquarters, Sudan didn't go after Skye directly, because he didn't know whether he was following SHIELD's eyes or not. In the high-end restaurant outside, after meeting Leewa for a meal, he leisurely took out his mobile phone and checked Skye's location. Afterwards, he asked Leewa to go back to the company first, and he quietly started the trail by himself. Originally, Skye's location was not far from him, but now that chick has already driven a car and ran 108,000 miles. Basically never stopped. But that's okay, it's better to drive to the wilderness, heh. Definitely, he will not do illegal things if he does them. Skye drove a modified van which was originally slow, and with the cumbersome electronic equipment, it was basically the same as a turtle speed, while Sudan was driving a high-end sports car and the basic speed alone was completely crushed. If you want to catch up, let her run 3 hours ahead of time. Girls are girls after all, and Skye's physical fitness is not enough to support her to keep running away for several hours. Her body and mind are highly tense and now she is exhausted. And Sudan looked at the red dot on the car navigator and suddenly showed a winner's smile, because that red dot has stopped. The GPS positioning was not accurate to the millimeter and the red dot didn't move. It didn't mean that Skye just fell asleep and didn't move at all, but that he was resting, eating, or something like that. This is a good time to chase? He drove the car slowly out of the city, then suddenly accelerated and rushed out like flying. Sudan's driving skills are not at the level of professional racing drivers, but he still catches shrimp along the way. This stems from the previous physical strengthening. During the physical strengthening process, it not only improved his physical reaction speed but also developed his spirit and brain. Although the speed of the sports car is very fast, in his eyes, everything seems to be at 0.5 times the speed. Under such circumstances, his driving skills can be said to have been passively improved. Before dark, Sudan finally found and entered a small town. This small town, compared with the crowded New York, is simply a quiet paradise. However, Sudan found something strange. Obviously, it was dusk, so there should be many people out there, but now no one can be seen on the roads of the entire town. Hell, the town is not poor, everything is well organized, there is only one place that reveals some clues. That was the road surface. Although it was a concrete road, the dust on it still condensed into wheel marks. It stands to reason that such a small town cannot have any commercial convoys or the like. According to the situation of the tire marks, it seems that several cars rushed into the town one after another. Sudan frowned and he glanced at the navigator. The red dot representing Skye was already approaching him, which meant that she was still in the town. Could it be that she was in some trouble? He lowered the window, drove the car, and walked towards that place cautiously. Soon, I found a black car buttocks. After turning the corner, I saw that it was a row of 3 black off-road vehicles with exactly the same style. Not far away is Skye's modified van. The back door of the van was opened and the electronic equipment inside was thrown all over the place. Something happened to Skye. Sudan's heart suddenly became agitated. This girl named Skye was his target. Who would have the guts to snatch his prey? He got out of the car slowly, then walked slowly and walked in front of the black off-road vehicles. There was no one in the off-road vehicle, and it seemed that everyone was chasing Skye. In my opinion, don't even want your batteries. His current strength is surprisingly large, only stronger than the United States Captain Steve. He stretched out his hand and pulled it hard, and he forcibly opened the front cover. Looking at the dirty car interior inside, he didn't even bother to do it. There are many wooden fences on the side of the road in the small town. He pulled out a wooden board and smashed the batteries of 3 cars in a row. After doing this, he covered the car cover for them with satisfaction. Then head towards Skye's van. There were signs of fighting on the van, but there was no blood. It seemed that it was not a vendetta but the same as him to arrest Skye. This is not acceptable. Skye must be found quickly. At this moment, a man's heart-piercing scream suddenly sounded in the distance like a broken egg. Over there. The man clutched his second brother and gradually curled up into a shrimp, and under his feet was a long stick. The other end of the stick was tightly held by a lady. She is Skye. Another man rushed up, seeing his accomplice in pain. A chill hit his crotch. Sheet. F***K that be **ch to death. As he spoke, he took out a black pistol from his pocket. Just wait, you can't shoot, she still owes more than $500,000. Are we going to be teased by that stinky B asterisk asterisk ch all day? We've been wandering around this shitty place for over an hour. Before this, Jesk never thought that a stinky woman would be so difficult to deal with. Obviously, everyone hates her so much, but they just can't catch her. No, to be honest, I want to kill her more than you. I not only want to kill her, but I also want to kill her. I'll beat you to death, you can dry the corpse again. After speaking, Jesk pulled the trigger. However, this shot did not hit, just to splash some stones on the ground under Skye's feet. The middle-aged man with a sinister face breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly hugged Jesk's arm. Jesk, calm down. I was the one who lent her the loan. Now that you beat her to death, I can't pay the boss. Why don't we take her back and let her pick up the guests? Don't we? Don't worry, I've already asked someone to drive. Let them go around and we can catch this stinky B asterisk asterisk ch. Hearing this, Jesk smiled coldly. Then he looked at the man with broken eggs on the ground with concern. Hee, I don't care if you are happy or not, I want her to compensate my brother. Yes, let her lick him comfortably. If she dares to touch him, I'll chop her up and feed her to the dogs on the spot.
What?
Skye didn't actually borrow money from usury, she just borrowed some money for urgent use. At that time, I only received 3,000 USD. This amount of money is just someone else's monthly salary. However, unexpectedly, the agreed installment repayment has now become a damn usury. What about integrity between people? Sudan didn't take a few steps before he saw 6 or 7 men in black suits running towards him. Immediately, he was happy. The clothes of these people are out of tune with this small town, and they are obviously outsiders on those off-road vehicles. So they are the short-lived ghosts who dare to compete with him for their prey. Hurry up, don't let that be asterisk asterisk ch get away.
Hurry up.
Several people yelled and ran towards Sudan by themselves, but they didn't know that this was a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Sudan was also very satisfied when he saw these few people who took the initiative to die obediently. Since that's the case, I'll give you a good time. The next moment he made a move. When the 7 men in black were 1.5 meters away from him, his figure shot out like a cheetah. His strength is very strong and his explosive speed is naturally like a thunderbolt. Facing this sudden attack, those men in black simply didn't have time to react. Tom. With one punch and one kick, the two running ahead were sent flying backwards. They were running desperately and now they were hit head-on. The two forces interacted. It was like being loaded on a train. I don't know how many pieces the ribs were broken into, and I just fell to the ground like that. Life or death is unknown. A face-to-face meeting solved 2 people. Sudan did not relax. This was his first actual combat, and unlike those seasoned superheroes, he could only attack in the most effective and direct way based on his brain analysis. Everything happened in an instant, and the few remaining people only saw the 2 people in front flying out, and before they could look back, they felt a sharp pain in their abdomen. Sudan swung his iron fist parallel to his waist and his powerful biceps burst out with a strong contraction force. This punch hit the bull and the bull had to jump up, not to mention the weak human beings. The 2 people's intestines were smashed by the force of the fist and their bodies slowly bowed up. They wanted to cry out in pain, but they couldn't make a sound, they could only tremble uncontrollably. After solving 4 people, Sudan followed the trend. In one go, he jumped up, his long legs were like a dragon wagging its tail. Under that terrifying strength, the remaining 3 people lost consciousness before they could figure out the situation. Sudan exhaled lightly. The first battle was won. My heart beats a little faster. Every muscle in my body seemed to be heating up. It's different from fighting in school before. While complaining, he continued to walk quickly towards the place where the gunshot was fired just now. As everyone knows, if it's an ordinary fight, at most it's just a scuffle, staggering and funny. But just now, he actually sent someone flying out, and with just fists, those 2 people lost their fighting power. He even kicked 3 people over with a kick in the air. Can students fight like this? I'm afraid it's not a Japanese high school student. From a distance, he saw a group of people. These people are out of tune with the quiet town. They all talk about shit and bitch. They are typical hooligans of the United States. And that chick Skye has been driven into a dead end. There was no way. Those men in black pulled out their pistols. Although they hadn't turned on the safety but being pointed at by the muzzle of the black hole, it was a lie that they were not panicking. Moreover, after walking the dog for more than an hour, she gradually lost her physical strength as a girl. Bitch, keep running, let's see if you can jump up there. Smelly woman, kneel down. Hey Jesk, do you want her to kneel down and talk to you? Hey. Visual inspection of more than a dozen adult men blocked the way. But no one rushed directly to subdue Skye. All of them looked foolish, obviously thinking that Skye was dying to the point of dying. That being the case, they should have a good taste before reporting to the boss. Look at this woman's face, although it is not as beautiful as those trendy girls on the street, but it looks more beautiful under the natural makeup. Definitely, the most important thing is the figure. Europeans and Americans like the figure more than the appearance, which is the so-called sexy and kawaii. You bastards. Skye cursed unwillingly. Definitely, this curse didn't have the slightest effect on these men. She is very unwilling. She did not owe more than 500,000 USD. She has paid off the 3,000 USD loan and interest in installments. However, only she knew about this matter. These people are all shameless and damned people. She has fallen into a systematic deception. She knew very well what would happen if she was captured alive by these people today, after 9 o'clock at night, the receptionist under the tunnel. Moreover, even if they sell silver and pay off the unwarranted $500,000 USD, these people may not set her free. Instead, they will continue to squeeze her until she dies and will be buried in the field in the outskirts without even a tombstone. If she herself is forced to become like that, she might as well die now. However, before she died, she was thinking, who should she take as a backup? It's the man with the nose ring. With an ugly look on his face, he still wears nose rings like others. And that wretched man, the money was borrowed from him at the beginning. At the beginning, I said that it was so easy to pass the review, but it turned out to be a liar. Thinking of this, Skye's raised hands gradually began to move. If she dares to make a move and rush forward, she will definitely be greeted by bullets. However, it is better to exchange one for two than to sit still. Just when she was about to go all out, a voice came from behind the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? Who? Skye was startled. She wouldn't naively think that there would be such a thing as a hero saving the beauty. Those are all plots in TV dramas. How could they happen in reality? Moreover, how can she be considered a beauty with a face that can't afford moisturizing water? Then, it is likely to be the residents of the town. Damn it. I didn't expect that I escaped and even involved people who had nothing to do with it. Well, there is another crime on my head. Brother, it's none of your business here. Go away as soon as possible or you may have an accident. Sure enough, the man in black started threatening and intimidating. This is human nature, and they are not well-trained agents and they don't blink when they should kill. However, facing the intimidation of a large number of people, that villager acted like a fool and remained indifferent. Could it be that he is a countryman and doesn't understand that this is the persuasion of this group of gangsters? Damn it, why involve such an innocent and honest person? Skye was already anxious, even a little desperate. It must be hopeless to break through. They all have guns in their hands. If this honest man is killed, then she will give him another back. However, things are not as she imagined. The gangster man took out a pistol and pointed it at the forehead of this unreasonable villager. Get lost, do you hear me? If you take another step forward, you're courting death. Hearing the threat, Sudan sneered in his heart. He has always been very tricky in seeing people. If you look into this man's eyes, you will find that he is still a chick and has never killed anyone before. Those who have killed people and those who have not killed people have completely different expressions in their eyes. A person's temperament is like a magnetic field. When it is infected with the fluctuation called killing, it will change passively. You tell me to go, boy, have you ever fired a gun? Do you want to be a gangster like others? This sentence, like an invisible attack, pierced straight into the hearts of the people around. The world is so small, how could there be so many people killed by them? Those present cannot all be elites who have killed people. Actions like arrests are all done by the lowest level cannon fodder, therefore more than half of the people present are Hina. They dare to be bad guys and use this name to enjoy themselves, but they dare not be real villains. Nausea, shameless. Stop, don't go all the way again. As he said that, the young man took a pistol and fired 2 bullets towards the ground. It seems that he is trying to prove that he dares to shoot, he has the guts, but his hand trembled and he fired an extra bullet, proving his panic. Sudan smiled slightly. This smile, in their opinion, was so ironic. However, he didn't intend to be sarcastic, it was just a triumphant smile. As long as the opponent moves his gun away, he can't aim at him in the first place and he has time to act. Although the person who just shot is the most useless, but the gun doesn't have eyes and he doesn't have a copper head and iron arms. If it goes off, it will be a bad thing to open a hole in the head. At that moment, he concentrated all his strength on the soles of his feet and rushed up. He wants to use the speed of movement to challenge the reaction speed of others. Facts have proved that the explosive power of the body after strengthening is amazing. In his field of vision, everything seems to slow down. At a distance of 10 meters, he reached it in 2 steps and immediately stretched out his iron hand, hooked. Although this blow is not as overbearing as the wave fist, it has a miraculous effect. Those few people will be gradually drained by the pain and will eventually go into shock. In contrast, although Ghost Burn did not kill Deadman in the first place, it made the people on the left completely lose their fighting power, while the wave fist on the right made a person bruised to death on the spot, but it made the people behind him completely lose their fighting power. It doesn't hurt much, they just got hit, and as long as they have a gun in their hands, they still count as a threat. Boom. Sure enough, someone actually imitated Sudan, using his companion's body as a shield and fired a shot secretly. Under Sudan's keen intuition, he immediately moved his body closer to the right. Laugh. The bullet missed the position of the heart and passed by his left arm, leaving a bloodstain.
Hiss.
Sudan gasped, not because of the pain was nothing. What he really cared about was that the dog thief dared to sneak attack. If there is a first shot, there must be a second shot. But he didn't intend to give the opponent a second chance to shoot. Immediately rushed over like lightning. This time, the speed has actually made a breakthrough, even faster than before. I don't know if it's because of the anger in my heart or because I walked through the gate of hell. Although his body has undergone strengthening, he is only a super soldier now and has not yet reached the state of indestructible. How fragile the heart is. If it is hit elsewhere, it will only hurt him a little bit, but if he dares to kill him, he must be sent to death. Reciprocity, this is virtue.
Crack.
Carrying the weight of gravity with one foot, he stepped on that guy's head fiercely. With a crisp sound, the skull fractured, declaring death. Skye covered her little mouth in horror. All this happened in a very short time, estimated to be around 14 seconds. Sudan's movements are smooth, without any doubts. When it's time to make a move, he must find the right time and make a bold move. Very strong, however, a person without a gun on his body dared to fight against a dozen gangsters. This is a bit too powerful. Say he is Superman, hero. What kind of hero? This is simply not something humans can do. Skye looked at the man's face and saw that it was a standard Oriental face with sharp eyebrows and eyes like water. Worse, this is a heart-pounding feeling. The moment their eyes met, the man's profundity seemed to suck her in. Even if he didn't show his power just now, with just this glance he might be able to conquer thousands of women. Oh my god, wait, you're hurt. Skye saw the bullet wound on Sudan's left arm and immediately blamed himself. Obviously he was saving her, but she stood where she was without making any effort. No problem. Sudan took a look at the wound. If he cleaned it with his physical strength, the scar should be healed tomorrow morning. How can this be done? You come with me, I have a medical kit in the car, I will bandage it for you. Clean it with iodine. Have you? Sudan didn't put on an air since his target was Skye anyway, so he said directly. Yes, let's go. Sudan watched Skye's reaction and some doubts slowly hung in his heart. This girl is not easy. Although I know she is a vibe girl, but there is no awakening yet, she is still a little hacker. Well, according to common sense, a girl should have been scared to cry when she heard the continuous gunfire. Secondly, there are so many corpses on the ground, especially the one that was regarded as a corpse shield at the beginning. The current appearance is extremely terrifying. Even when he saw the corpse riddled with holes, he could hardly help but want to take a bite. Spit it out. Because of enduring these, his face was a little pale. Killing someone for the first time, he now just wants to get away from this place as soon as possible. But Skye was different. She seemed so at ease. She was not overwhelmed by the scene in front of her at all, but kept booing and asking for warmth. Girl, Deadman is here, a lot of them died. If Sudan had the super ability of mind perception, he would find that Skye's mind is full of how to attack himself, and his brain has blocked all other information. Woman, what a terrifying creature. The two returned to the van looking at the rummaged electronic equipment. Skye scratched his hair annoyed. It's okay, the medical kit is under the driver's seat. She tried to pretend to be a mature woman and said to Sudan. Immediately, the medical kit was quickly taken out. For a girl who has been homeless all year round, there are many secrets in the medical kit. Definitely, routine things like iodine are naturally indispensable. This hurts, bear with it. While talking, Skye dipped a cotton swab in iodine and wiped Sudan's wound. Anyone who has experienced it knows that the kind of pain that hits the flesh and blood. Especially the pain when the cotton wool of the cotton swab rubbed against the open flesh and blood. However, Sudan didn't change his face. The ghost knows what he has gone through and he is indifferent to this level of pain. Skye glanced at Sudan curiously, thinking that he deliberately pretended to be in front of the girls so he kept quiet. Unexpectedly, his expression was completely silent and his eyes did not change at all. He really doesn't feel pain, aren't you in pain? Hurts a little. Then why didn't you say it? Skye was so frightened that he hurriedly lowered his hand a little. What's the use of saying it, won't it hurt? Oh, I see, by the way, what's your name? Sudan Huxia, temporarily living in New York. My name is Skye. Really, Skye? I'm used to hearing that name. Sudan chuckled and didn't pursue it. The name is just a code name, it is not a head of state, nor is it a contemporary poet. It needs to be passed down through the ages, so what is the importance of a name? You're temporarily living in New York. You're not from here? Skye pointed to the small town. After saying this, she noticed a luxury sports car not far away and her eyes lit up. This is not only a handsome boy who fights but also a young rich man. God, such an opportunity is God pity her. Such thighs must be hugged tightly. You don't have to worry about the money to replace the equipment in the future. Let alone such a big event today. Sudan, what do you do? Be cute.jpg, Skye asked with a smile. Playing games. What game are you doing? The King of Fighters. Oh, the King of Fighters, the King of Fighters. God, if the man in front of him is just a programmer working in a game company, then Skye will only think that he looks good and has nothing special about him. Even if it is an executive of a well-known game company, she also thinks there is nothing unusual about it. No highlights, but what did he say? King of Fighters. Laymen will only think that this game is awesome shit 666 and only those who understand it will understand that the King of Fighters is no longer as simple as a fighting game. Its imaging technology and resource pack encryption technology have far surpassed this era. As it happens, Skye is a hacker. She can understand even more the shining treasure of the King of Fighters. And all King of Fighters fans know that the developer of the King of Fighters is Antarctic Studio. Oh no, it should be said that it is Antarctic Game Company. I heard that this company has extremely harsh conditions for recruiting employees. Ordinary people send their resumes, but there is no response at all, or in other words, other parties simply do not accept unsolicited applications. Only when the boss of the company invites them actively can outsiders have the opportunity to join the company. Rare things are precious. Even a small employee of the Antarctic Game Company is more important than the bosses of other game companies in her opinion. Looking at the luxury sports car not far away, a small employee cannot afford such a sports car. So could he be? At this moment, Sudan's voice interrupted her fantasy. Who are they and why are they chasing and killing you? Hearing this, Skye shrugged and replied with an innocent face. If I say that I don't know them, would you believe me? A few months ago, in order to update the equipment on the car, I borrowed some money, but unexpectedly they are a group of liars and now they have become loan sharks. Speaking of this, Skye's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately turned over and took out a laptop and quickly operated it. By the way, I can wipe out their data, let them never harm anyone again. Sudan was watching from the side. On the computer screen, the sums were quickly categorized. The small ones were like 500,000 like Skye and the big ones were hundreds of millions, and their real loan is the most, which is 80,000 USD. This can no longer be said to be black or not, this is pure deception. Who dares to make such a big move? Jin Bin, Skye said in a calm tone with the string of data reflected in his eyes, the biggest gang leader in the United States. This website is Jin Bin's stuff. I have come into contact with some information about this before. I just didn't expect that I was actually tricked by that fat pig.
Fat pig.
Sudan chuckled. Jin Bing definitely knew it, but Jin Bing looked like a fat man, but in fact he was a super villain whose strength should not be underestimated. His body is not fat but muscle. More than 90% of his body is made up of muscles, so one can imagine how terrifying his strength is among mortals. It is estimated that one punch can easily penetrate a 24-wall wall. So, in other words, those people he just killed were all Jin Bing's subordinates. Originally, I didn't want to get entangled with these guys, but now it seems that there has been a knot. The person who killed Jin Bing, according to Yin's personality in the underworld society, must avenge his so-called brothers, right? Okay, all deleted. I really did a great thing. Skye looked very happy. Sudan glanced at Skye nonchalantly. The chick didn't seem to realize what she was doing. If Jin Bing knew that it was her doing good deeds, I'm afraid he wouldn't be relieved even if he sent someone to chop her into meat paste. I'm coming back, how about you? It was getting late and a man with a comfortable family would not spend the night outside. Skye has hesitation. In fact, her puppy kennel is also in New York, but he dare not go back. Go back, someone in New York is going to arrest me. Her scruples are shield. She didn't know that the person who found her was Sudan. She only knew that if she returned to New York, she would definitely be invited back for tea by a group of men in black. Sudan was slightly taken aback, then shook his head amusingly, adjusted his voice and said, "Hello, Miss Skye." Hearing this familiar voice, the hairs all over Skye's body instantly stood on end, and he was stunned. You are the... I'm Sudan.
Hey.
Skye doesn't even know how to express his inner feelings now, twists and turns. No, at the end of today, the world has given her too much stimulation. Not to mention anything else, just the name Sudan was enough to surprise her. That's the boss of Angie Game Company, the developer of the masterpiece, the King of Fighters, God in the hearts of countless people. In other words, today her God found her and rescued her. What can I do for you? Skye's tone was very respectful. Liking and admiration are two different things, but now she both likes and admires the man in front of her. Especially in order to save her, he was injured. Sudan felt relieved inwardly. Now that the conversation has reached this point, he said casually, "Then you can come to my company to help me. There is a shortage of manpower now." Skye felt that she had been critically attacked, and her dream was to join the Antarctic Game Company and create those miracles together. Not to mention other new technologies. Even if you learn some technologies from the King of Fighters, no problem, no problem. Okay, I've seen your ability already. There's no need for a probationary period, and you can become a full-time employee directly with a monthly salary of 20,000 USD. Is it acceptable? 20,000 USD, Skye exclaimed. Just joining the job is 20,000 USD. What is this concept? She ran to borrow money for a mere 3,000 yuan. Now, Sudan has a monthly salary of 20,000 USD as soon as he opens his mouth. Crit asterisk 2, as expected of someone who is regarded by her as a male god, his actions are generous. In fact, in Sudan's opinion, Skye's ability is indeed worth the price. Based on the fact that she dared to invade and succeeded in invading the SHIELD database, Sudan decided on this person. Antarctic Game Company does not raise mediocre people. For the sake of the future, every employee must be an elite. It seems that you have agreed. Then go back to New York first. Come to work tomorrow by yourself. Remember to ask me to sign the entry contract. After speaking, Sudan planned to return to the car. Wait. I know it's not a dream, so my car can't run anymore. There's no way. Skye looked embarrassed. Okay, don't ask for those things of yours. Get in the car. Skye grinned, didn't even look at the electronic equipment that had been with him for a long time, and quickly got into Sudan's car. The next day, Skye walked slowly to a building, looking up at the icons and words on the building, amazed again and again. This is the place she has longed for a long time. She went through the security check without any hindrance and followed the guidance and boarded the elevator. The lower 6 floors of the building are not offices. There are exhibition halls, cafeterias, private cinemas, etc. The official scene of Antarctic Game Company is at the top. When she found Sudan, she found a group of people around him, appears to be discussing a project. No, I remember he said that there are only 2 official members of his company. On the other side, Sudan also seemed to have discovered Skye. Immediately said, "Okay, let's talk about this today, let's go." The crowd quickly dispersed and they returned to their posts without delay. Only then did Sudan walk towards Skye. They are newcomers today. You can understand them as outsourcing companies or partners or even security guards. Outsourcing company, security, a SHIELD technician sitting nearby twitched his mouth but he couldn't say anything. Whatever other people say is what it is. Yesterday they were called out like crap by Commissioner Nick Fury. I was forcibly sent to learn technology today. When will I finish my studies and when will I go back? During this period, they must obey Dan's orders and they must do what they are told to do. Sudan was very happy to see such a batch of obedient and efficient machines. As for learning technology, let's learn slowly. 500 years is not a long time to learn. Listening to the explanation, Skye wanted to roll his eyes, but he didn't dare to be disrespectful. It was clear that he didn't want her to know. However, she didn't know that it was her reason that these SHIELD technicians became his company's apprentices. Apprentices have no wages, only eat 3 meals a day and do hard work. In SHIELD they are very popular, drink spicy food and rely on their status. They also live very confidently, but now they seem to be demoted. The treatment is very different. These are all thanks to her. Let's go sign the contract. The 2 signed the contract and Skye officially started working. After dealing with these matters, Sudan left the company alone, which is the privilege of being a boss. He drove to the suburbs, the same place as yesterday. In the morning, Goenitz used special means to send him a message that the target had been captured. Just wait for him to go to review. However, the company was too busy in the morning and he had been arranging things until the afternoon when he had time. When he drove to the suburbs, he saw Goenitz's upright figure from a distance. He was reading a book in his hand like a tax-evading priest, and at his feet, a man and a woman were tied up in a big mess. It was the United States programmer and financial chick who had betrayed the Antarctic studio. Sudan got out of the car, picked a weed and played with it in his hands. Help, help. Hearing the sound of footsteps, those 2 people didn't dare to make a fuss but shouted for help. Sudan almost laughed out loud. He approached and looked down at the 2 people like a god. Open your dog eyes and see, will I save your low life? The man and woman raised their heads slowly in astonishment, and when they saw Sudan's stern face, they were taken aback for a moment.
Skye.
Seeing those 2 distorted and shape-shifting faces, Sudan smiled happily. Why, don't you believe in retribution? The faces of the 2 were ashen. They were just ordinary people. If they were trapped by the hemp rope, there would be no way out. Unlike other agents or superheroes, they can still struggle a bit. Damn it, if I hadn't been tied up with a rope, I would have beaten you to death. How dare you untie my rope? B********D, the United States programmer roared. The financial B******CH chick next to him seemed much quieter, not daring to fart for a long time. This chick may not be called a beauty, but her looks are not bad either. It can be said that they are girls with more suitors among the general population. This United States programmer has long liked her and Sudan knows about it. Thinking of these things, he smiled strangely. Then he said, if you have the ability to untie the rope yourself, by the way, do you know some secrets about your woman? No, don't say it please. Before Brooke, the United States programmer, could speak, the woman next to him yelled hastily. Seeing this, Brooke felt that something was wrong and his brows slowly frowned. As an adult, I think you should have guessed some things. That's right, you are an invincible receiver in the universe and you are friends with thousands of people, and when you were on leave she was also with the water delivery man. That fat guy had S*X in your seat? Alas, not only did you take over the offer but you were also greenlit. You stole my money just like that. For the first time in history you didn't dump this B******CH and lived with her. All I can say is, what a big heart. No, Brooke, it's not like that, don't trust him. The woman was crying, she was already in a mess, but now she looked even more in a mess. The United States programmer Brooks' eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief, anger, and murderous intent from being betrayed. If you want to say what men can't tolerate the most, the first one is being green. Brooke, this wicked man, reacted more violently than ordinary people when faced with this situation. He just stared at the woman next to him ferociously without saying a word. No, no. Brooke, don't look at me like this. What he said is all false. I love you. The woman was constantly explaining, but at this time the more she explained, the more Brooke could not believe it. Because in his heart he already had a subconscious mind, picked up dirty goods and was greened by the dirty goods. The other party was still a dead fat pig. Thinking about being a fellow with that dead fat pig made him feel sick. Rage, unstoppable rage. Finally he had an attack. Bitch, I spent 300,000 yuan to treat your illness, so it turned out that you were ridden by thousands of people. I killed you. Roaring, Brooke jumped at the woman. Both of them are tied up and can't move. The only attack weapon is the original beast-like bite. What? Ah, it hurts. Brooke, please forgive me. I really didn't lie to you. What? Just like that, Brooke seemed to be crazy, and with tears in his eyes, he bit the goddess whom he had managed to catch to death. That looks like a zombie. The tragedy of the scene cannot be described in words. The woman was completely unrecognizable, and the carotid artery was still spraying blood like a fountain. Brooke was panting heavily, his whole body was stained red with blood. Sorry, I just made it up according to the plot of the Island Country AV. Oh, it's an NTR-themed love action movie. NTR doesn't know, it's the Tauren. Actually, your woman, she hasn't betrayed you. Besides, she's not Kyanranki, she just has 7 or 8 exes. I just made up a story. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. It's so deceiving. Brooke is truly insane. He was being played. After hearing a few words from someone, he became very suspicious. To actually kill his own woman so alive, although this woman may be as scum as she is morally. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Under the madness, Brooke rushed angrily, trying to catch Sudan. However, he didn't know that the current Sudan was no longer the same. With one kick, he kicked directly into the opponent's stomach. In an instant, Brooke's body flew upside down 7 or 8 meters away. Boom! When it fell, huge amounts of strength brought a muffled sound. The horrible pain instantly made Brooke curl up like a prawn that has been cooked all the time. Ah! At the same time, a pig-killing cry was issued. And on his face, apart from the pain, there was only endless disbelief and fear. Ho! Seeing the performance of this disgusting guy, Sudan sneered. These two bastards worked hand in hand at the beginning. One ruined the game he had painstakingly developed, and the other took away all the working capital of his company. Almost killed him. Now he finally got what he deserved. As for cruelty, Sudan admits that he has always been a person who will not offend me, and I will not offend others. Definitely, if people offend me, they will pay back 100-fold. When these two people offended him to death, they should be prepared to die tragically now. Remember, do less evil in your next life. After saying this, he made a silent look at Goenitz, and then walked back to the car. Through the car window, a storm blew up outside. In the storm, the two people were cut into pieces by the wind blade, and finally the wind swept them and threw them into the sea to feed the fish. Goenitz, you did a good job, he lowered the window and praised without hesitation. Goenitz belongs to the system. No matter how he treats him, he will not betray. It doesn't matter whether you praise it or not. However, this time Goenitz's approach really complied with his wishes, and he can be described as a good minister. I have to praise it. Hearing the sound, Goenitz quickly half-kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, "It is the duty of subordinates to do things for my master. Get up quickly, then you can move freely, and I will call you when I have something to do." "Thank you, my lord. This subordinate will leave." Sudan nodded, started the car, and drove towards his villa. After dealing with the betrayers, Sudan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the company. Over the past month, the popularity of the King of Fighters is still rising and the number of players is still rising. However, the growth rate has declined, and it seems that this game has reached its limit. There are only so many people in the world, except for the elderly, middle-aged, and children. Only young people and teenagers can play games, and among teenagers, not all like playing games. Also, not everyone likes this type of fighting game. If you don't like it, you don't like it, and a game can't be forced to exclude players of this type. Therefore, during this period of time, in addition to continuing to update the King of Fighters, his company team has already prepared the framework for the next game. With the addition of Skye and a group of free coolies from SHIELD, the speed of making games is still fast. The most important thing is his god-level programming skills. What those coolies do are marginal things, and the main body of the whole new game is made by him himself. Definitely, the modeling was still handed over to Leewa. She understands Sudan's thoughts best, and she can create a general idea within minutes with only Sudan's simple description. And this new work is called Warcraft. Seeing Warcraft running on the computer for the first time, Sudan felt a little dissatisfied. With his transformation skills, it's not that the game is wrong, but this picture is only better than the original Warcraft. Everyone has experienced the baptism of the King of Fighters. How could they accept this kind of garbage picture quality? Even he himself can't accept it. He opened the system's points mall. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, he didn't stay for half a second but turned directly to the item bar. Elementary level special effects optimization package. 10 million points. Medium level special effects optimization package. 30 million points. High level special effects optimization package. 100 million points. Super special effect optimization package. 500 million points. Seeing the detailed introduction of each optimization package, Sudan understood. Among the novice gifts given by the system before, the one used for the King of Fighters is a medium-level special effect optimization package. Only the medium level can improve the special effects and picture quality of the King of Fighters to the real level. Even if he has time traveled looking at the simple King of Fighters, he has the feeling of playing a super large standalone. And its picture quality, special effects, impact sense, etc. are 10 times better than those well-known works in the previous life. A medium-level special effect optimization package can have such an effect. What about the high-level special effects optimization package? Is it possible to shoot movies directly in the game, the kind that blows up Hollywood blockbusters? And above the high level, there is also a super special effect optimization package. This thing worth 500 million, I'm afraid it's not just for the players to travel through. Its authenticity and coolness, if it is used in games with other world themes, I am afraid that if you really play it, the player will be immersive. Horrible, so scary, human beings are visual animals. King of Fighters has been optimized, and Warcraft, which is more interesting than King of Fighters, must also be optimized. If you ask him, he must choose the most powerful super special effects optimization package, but looking at the point balance in the corner, it's less than 40 million, 108,000 miles away from 500 million. Helpless, only enough to buy a medium-level special effects optimization package. With the King of Fighters as a reference, it is not difficult to imagine how shocking the game of Warcraft will be after being optimized. This is not a simple fist-fighting game but a gorgeous world of magic and fighting spirit. Once this game is released, it is foreseeable that it will definitely create a new era for the game industry. Those fellow manufacturers who are still imitating the King of Fighters will probably be P*******D off. I bought it. Sudan gritted his teeth and bought the medium-level special effects optimization package. This kind of thing has no entity, and it is directly used in Warcraft on the computer in front of him according to Sudan's wishes. When the screen on the computer changed like water, Sudan's eyes froze. As a developer who has created games like King of Fighters, as a person who knows the effect of medium-level special effects optimization package, he is still overwhelmed by the scene of Warcraft. I don't know those players. Do you still remember the CG scene when the King of Fighters was released? In the CG animation, there is a section where the perspective is lifted into the sky, showing the players a scene of war. The King of Fighters is a fighting game and there is no war function, at least not yet. And now Warcraft has it. There is no doubt that this is the scene in the CG at that time. A magnificent war, but it is a bit different from the style of the King of Fighters. It is full of magic style here. This is not a fighting war between humans, but a war between monsters and monsters. Leewa, he dialed a short number and called Leewa in from outside. Now Leewa's main job is the secretary and the deputy is the artist. After being nourished by men and living a prosperous life, Leewa's skin looks fairer and the biggest change is the pair of big white doves. Jumped 2 cups, Dan, are you looking for me? Leewa obediently closed the door. Usually when she is called into the office, she always does that kind of dirty work. She already subconsciously thought that Sudan was about to start again with some dirty faces on her face. Meaning, however, what Sudan said next shocked her. Get ready to hold a game conference. I'm going to release our new game at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Riva definitely knew the name, and what shocked her was the timing of the release. You must know that for such a simple game as King of Fighters, the two of them tried to play it countless times and only dared to release it after confirming that it was correct. But now, what does Warcraft look like? She only watched it 10 minutes ago. In comparison, it is simply not worth it. It's not that the theme and story are not good, but that against the brilliance of the King of Fighters, the picture quality of Warcraft is like picking it up from a latrine. If such a work is released rashly, the company's reputation. Dan, are you okay? Now the King of Fighters is still in its hot period and other games are no match for us. Why do we have to fight ourselves at this time? Hearing this, Sudan smiled slightly and said with relief, "You have learned a lot these days and you look like a female president." Ah, you're kidding again. After getting along for a long time, the relationship between Leewa and Sudan has long since ceased to be the kind of scruples they had in the past. Now the two are like old friends for many years and they can say whatever they want. Don't be afraid of identity, avoid talking about it. The change in Leewa's personality is the most obvious and Sudan can see it. From her timidity at the beginning to her daring to speak her mind now, Sudan feels very relieved. Finally, there is someone by her side who can be entrusted with important responsibilities. Leewa, come and have a look, he smiled and waved to Leewa. Okay. Leewa walked over curiously, the bun skirt wrapped her upturned body. A pair of black silk long legs were straight and full, slender but not lacking in sensuality. Despair, despair, despair. The black high heels made a rhythmic sound and her slightly fragrant body fell into Sudan's arms. This. When she clearly saw the scene on the computer screen, Leewa was stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. Even if it was the first time to develop a masterpiece like The King of Fighters together with Sudan, she was not as surprised as she is now. That is a completely different visual impact. Humans are visual animals, women even more so. The style of The King of Fighters is doomed that its pictures tend to be ordinary and do not have enough impact. However, Warcraft is different. It is a gorgeous world of magic and fighting spirit. The more exaggerated, the more cool it is. Although illusory, although out of date, it is so shocking. This is not the beaches and taverns that everyone has seen, but a world created entirely by the heart. If someone still claims that his game is an epic war system, then Leewa wants to go up and beat him. In front of this game, who dares to be arrogant? Who dares to be presumptuous? Although Sudan said that this game is positioned as a real-time strategy game, but in Leewa's view, this picture is that magnificent war. Even if it is a real-time strategy, it is also an epic battle castrated by time. Oh God, how did you do it, Dan? I didn't see it like this 10 minutes ago, Riva asked in amazement. Sudan squeezed her soft big white dove and said, "Do you want to know, really want to know?" I think. Leewa's body was relatively sensitive, and she was overwhelmed by the old CGI Sudan's pinch in a few moments. Seeing this situation, Sudan simply turned her over and made her kneel under the desk. Both of them are old comrades who have fought hundreds of times with each other, and Leewa is no longer the pure little girl she was back then. She immediately understood what Sudan meant. Anyway, this is not done once or twice. Tell me when you're done. As she spoke, she took the initiative to unzip Sudan. Shen stretched out his small hand and caught a big fish from inside. Afterwards, she gently let the big fish out and exhaled cautiously, suck, tuck, tuck, tuck. At this moment, there was a knock on the door which made both of them tremble. Leewa made a gesture to put it away, but Sudan held her head down. Don't be afraid, hide under the desk, continue. He, good Tilda. Sudan collected himself and shouted towards the office door. Come in. The door of the room opened and it was Skye who walked in. This made Sudan more nervous and more exciting at the same time. It would be fine if a technician from SHIELD came in and he could be treated as a machine, but Skye was different. Can't be exposed, what's the matter with you, Skye? He asked with his arms propped on the desk. Boss, let me report on my work. Hearing this, Sudan nodded. He did ask Skye to come and report regularly. Well, tell me. Okay, since I took over all the affairs of the King of Fighters, many players responded to the global fighting conference you proposed last time. I did a survey. After Skye was perfunctory by Sudan, Leewa raised her head cautiously. She let go of her mouth, and while buttoning her small suit, she asked, Are you really going to release Warcraft so soon? Now that the King of Fighters has dominated the market, in her opinion, the company should start focusing on operations in order to seek greater benefits. To release a new work at this time, isn't it just to beat yourself up? I only ate a small piece of the King of Fighters cake and I still haven't eaten a large part. However, Sudan's thinking mode is completely different from others. They came to this company, some to make money, some to learn technology, but Sudan's main purpose is to earn points. Money gain has become the second grade. With absolute market possession rights, he doesn't worry about money. What he lacks are points. Therefore, it is necessary to release Warcraft as early as possible. The King of Fighters is now in full swing, but there are always some people who are not addicted to fighting games, so the game time is not too long and there are very few games that are played all night. Players, in this way his points increase, although fast but not fast enough, must be faster. Ambition is always insatiable, just like the universe expanding infinitely. Sudan slapped Riva's beautiful buttocks and made a loud voice, crack tilde. The next day, on the official website of Angie Game Company, beside the original King of Fighters icon, countless pairs of eyes converged there. Because the spokesperson of the Antarctic Game Company, Goddess Leewa, has already announced that at 12 o'clock noon today, the new work of the Antarctic Game Company will be launched simultaneously globally. The time is now 11:59 and some fanatical game fans have already hovered over the mysterious blank space next to the King of Fighters. It is foreseeable that as soon as Warcraft is launched, they will definitely download it as soon as possible. Although, until now, Antarctic Game Company has not announced the gameplay of this game, only released some promotional posters and videos, but this does not affect the trust of those game fans in this company in the slightest. Will such a conscientious game company have bad games? Due to the time zone, many players' hour hand has passed 12 o'clock, but the heart game still hasn't been refreshed, but they are not discouraged, they are still waiting. It's like picking up your girlfriend at the airport, and if you don't pick it up today, you won't go back. Drop. When the countdown on the official website reached 0, no one had time to look at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. They lifted the mouse almost at the same time and clicked on the icon that hadn't been loaded yet. That's right, even before the game icon is loaded, they can't wait to download this game. Obviously, it is to download a game, but game fans are doing it like a lottery and grabbing red envelopes. Everyone wants to be the first to play this new game. However, it turned out that the official website exploded. The huge amount of traffic directly exploded the servers of Angie Game Company, turning the official network card into a mosaic. In front of the computer, Tony Stark rubbed his chin frantically. He was also a fan of Antarctic Game Company. It's a bit ashamed to say it, he is already an adult and he is worth hundreds of millions, so he shouldn't waste his life on this kind of virtual product. However, the fact is that since he first came into contact with the King of Fighters, he bought a whole row of game consoles for his villa. All are used to play the King of Fighters. Until later, the King of Fighters released the computer version, and he asked Jarvis to build a simulator for him to exercise his fighting skills while playing the game. He swears that even when he was a child, he never paid so much attention to a small game, because he can easily clear all the games he comes into contact with, so he was not interested in these things later. He never thought that he would be addicted to a game again in his 30s. He even wanted to buy that game company. For this new work, he has been waiting so long that the flowers are almost withering, but now the damn official website is not overcrowded. Jarvis, cut off other people's information for me, let me download first.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis started to operate on the network, and soon put Tony's computer into the official website download queue. In a super rich man's villa, the internet speed is definitely not bad and the volume of Warcraft is not too big, and he downloaded the game in less than a minute. Haha, it's so beautiful. Others may still be stuck in front of the computer, but I've already started playing. While talking, she opened the game. Antarctic Game Company's consistent style is download and play. Save the decompression time, save the installation time. A real conscience black technology company, it's even more conscientious than his Stark industry. Wow, it's not the same as the King of Fighters at all. It seems that this time the style change is very big. Tony clicked to start the game. Oh, is this a magical movie? Tony finished watching the opening animation and entered the novice tutorial. Holy shit. Is this making me play God? To be precise, it is to let you experience the commander, sir. I know, JARVIS, can't you hear that is an exaggerated exclamation? Yes, I know, sir. Damn it, then why are you G me off? Hey. Tony played the tutorial, which is the easiest game. He has been a genius since he was a child, and he has always been unambiguous about playing games. Halfway through the novice tutorial, he felt bored. He felt that he had understood all the content of the game, and even looking at those novice guides was as annoying as an old mother's nagging. So, he forcibly quit the novice tutorial. In the interface specially adjusted by Sudan, there is a single-player option and a multiplayer option. A single-player game naturally means a standalone version. And multiplayer games are online battles. What's the point of standing alone? Let's fight directly. Tony Stark pressed the multiplayer option confidently. Theoretically speaking, since he took a shortcut and was the first player to download the game, at this time it would be very difficult to match players. However, when he pressed start, he matched the opponent in almost 0.1 seconds and soon officially entered the game map. Looking at the official game scene, Tony was slightly surprised. Even after reading the map of the novice tutorial, now looking at the official version of the map, he was still surprised. He used to work in the arms industry and had seen many armies and forces. All along, he has positioned those people as reckless and rough people, but now looking at the soldiers under him, they all obeyed his orders 100%. A pleasure called power hits my heart. That's how those generals usually control their soldiers. This feeling is really great. New York City, also known as the crime capital, beneath this glamorous surface there is still a lot of darkness lurking. Jin Bin is the Black Emperor of the New York City underground. His voice in the Black Forces is greater than the president's power in front of the citizens of the United States. Despite being such a giant, someone recently took the initiative to stir him up. Before the successful transformation, the gang's income was supported by illegal business. 99% of the massage parlors and foot washing parlors in the city are related to Duracell, and the remaining 1% are newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers and will disappear the next day. And the young women who work in these massage rooms and foot washing rooms are not all voluntary. Most of them were obtained by cheating and abducting. Jin Bing received the news. Just a while ago, when the people below were collecting the bill, they all lost contact. No need to think about it, Quan Thomas is dead. I asked the police and they said they didn't do it. After asking the residents of the town, I found out that the matter should be investigated for the man who became very famous recently. Sudan, a man who was clearly bankrupt, has risen to the top of the business world in just a few months. In time, he will definitely become a business tycoon in the United States and even the world. Just today, his company released a new work. Jin Bing has always been dismissive of these rubbish virtual products. He doesn't care what the outside world thinks of the Antarctic Game Company. It's all flattery, maybe it's a troll. What he cares about now is how to kill that man named Sudan. This is revenge. Gangsters pay the most attention to loyalty, although most of the time he plays on the occasion. It is a means to strengthen people's hearts, and he has to do it. But this time, he must be careful because this is not something that can be solved by just sending a few people there. To kill a rich man, he has to consider too much. He wants to kill him for revenge, but also wants to legally receive his property. For his power, it will be a constant cash withdrawal machine. Although he looks big and thick, his brain is not stupid at all, but his thinking is quite meticulous. Corey, what's going on? Boss, how should I put it? I don't have enough ability and I really can't find any more information about him. Jin Bing's figure like a hill moved over, leaning on a crutch. The crutch did not mean that Jin Bing was ill, but his weapon. He stretched out a big hand and put it on Corey's shoulder. Then throw away your crap, act tonight, you lead the charge.
Lead.
Corey trembled when he heard this word, but he didn't dare to break away from Jin Bin's big hand. To put it nicely, take the lead, and to put it realistically, it's called being cannon fodder. Having been in gangs for so many years, everyone knows that the one who rushes to the front is not necessarily the fiercest, but it must be the one who dies the worst. Sudan is the man who is destined to be at the top of the pyramids in the business world. If he doesn't have some powerful bodyguards around him, he wouldn't believe it if he was hacked to death. The only time to attack that man is when he returns to his sea view villa. With a flash of inspiration, Corey tentatively asked, "Boss, can you lend me some helicopters?" Jin Bing's moody face was always daunting, and he replied, "Excuse me, what are you borrowing? As long as you bring that damned Sudan alive, you can have whatever you want." Corey felt a burst of excitement. Get what you want. It may be an encouragement for others to say this. But if the Black Emperor Jin didn't say it, it would definitely be possible. What Corey wants, definitely, is the gang mind of the United States, that is, the position of Kim Bin. Definitely, just thinking about it, the grass on the grave of the last person who dared to be presumptuous has grown into a towering tree. Be realistic. He wants a sum of money and then wanders around Tiania with that girl who is 15 years younger than him. "Boss, then I will act." Jin Bing patted Corey's shoulder again in relief, nodded and said, "Go, good luck." "Thank you, boss." After the words fell, Corey quickly left towards the door. Jin looked at Corey's back and slowly sneered. Corey is already 40 years old. He has already retired from the front line of the battle and is managing the network in the background. He was a bankrupt banker in his early years, and Kim took him in. He is grateful to Dade, worked hard for money, even violated the bottom line of morality and created those deceptive online loans. At the beginning, they really got a lot of benefits, especially some young girls that everyone lacked, and money was second. However, now that database has been hacked, he can't get back even a penny. In other words, in Jin Bing's black industry, some of them will lose their hematopoietic function. The black industry is also a place of natural selection. Once there is no fresh blood for a long time, it will soon stink, turn purple and die. King didn't feel that no matter what the incident said, it had something to do with Corey. So, if Sudan can be captured, he can make up for his loss. If Sudan can't be captured, then Corey doesn't need to come back. He doesn't support useless people. That night, after Sudan drove Skye back to his residence, he drove Leewa back home. It was 11:30 when I got home. Warcraft became popular today, and to celebrate, he treated his guests to some wine. It has to be said that after the company's reputation became popular, the game's first harvest was as high as that of a thief. Warcraft, 6 hours of downloads, 170 million. What terrifying data this is. Only 6 hours. 170 million real data. Sudan has a unique statistical algorithm to ensure that every download represents a real player entering the pit. In other words, in just these 6 hours, Warcraft has won 170 million players. When it is day in the Western Hemisphere, it is night in the Eastern Hemisphere. It is night in the United States now, and the lion on the other side is about to wake up, and that is the real population. He can't even imagine now, when he wakes up from sleep, what kind of number the background data will explode to. Similarly, how many digits will the integral balance of the system become? After parking the car, he looked at the drunken Leewa in the co-pilot and shook his head helplessly. If I knew it earlier, I should have sent her back to my shared room. Now it's all right, I have to take her from the underground garage to the bedroom above. However, just as he got out of the car and turned around to walk to the passenger door, his ears suddenly moved and he heard a few faint breathing sounds. The car is completely soundproof, it can't be Riva's snoring. Well, the sound is out there. Sudan felt a chill down his back, ruling out the possibility of seeing a ghost. The most practical thing is that his home was burglarized. Calm down, can't show any flaws now. He has even killed people, so he is still afraid of these few thieves. He gently opened the car door a crack, but his eyes glanced around. The underground garage is an intelligent sensor switch, which will always be on when it recognizes his identity information. It is precisely because of this that the little thief hiding in the dark dare not do it easily. If you want them to come out, you have to turn off the lights. They must take advantage of the darkness before they dare to do anything. Sudan took out his mobile phone calmly and temporarily turned off the lights in the underground garage through remote control. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds after the lights went dark, there were several footsteps coming from the dark place. At first glance, there should be 3 or 4 people. Their footsteps are very neat. I am afraid they have received professional training. And no matter how they sneaked into the villa silently, no matter what, the defense level of the villa should be improved. Facing these professionally trained infiltrators, Sudan couldn't bear it. This is not a question of being afraid or not, but anyone who dares to break into his territory without authorization will have to pay a certain price. I saw him in the dark night. His eyes still shone coldly as if he could see through the night. 3 attacks came from behind at the same time. Ordinary people can't do this, they just rush forward at most, and these few people not only have the same pace but even the movements of their shots are the same. However, although they are not simple, Sudan will not sit still. He didn't dodge but raised his long legs and swept across with a whip. The attack range of the legs is always longer than that of the hands. Before their attacks landed on Sudan, they were weighed by Sudan and flew out sideways. After strengthening, Sudan was so powerful. The first person kicked by him had his arm shattered and fell to the ground, holding that arm that didn't work, howling. But it's just that sound. Under such severe pain, he actually only yelled that once. "Who are you guys?" Sudan asked condescendingly. Even if he didn't turn on the light, he could still see the faces of these people clearly. His eyesight was only a little worse than during the day. But they may not be able to see all of Sudan, they can only see the infinitely magnified stalwart figure from the lights in the car. The hearts of several people were shocked and they quickly got up from the ground. "How is it?" This sentence is from the first person on the left greeting the first person on the right. They didn't answer Sudan's question. This made Sudan a little annoyed and immediately he rushed forward on his own initiative. His speed is like a cheetah. It turned into a black shadow and quickly rushed in front of the 3 of them. Immediately, that iron fist landed on the crippled body without any hesitation. Boom! The man's body was directly shape-shifting by this exasperated punch, twisting counterintuitively from the diaphragm. His ribs and spine have been smashed. Coupled with that powerful strength, he died on the spot. An ordinary punch is terrifying, however, it's not over yet. Offending Long Way, it is definitely not enough to die alone. They all come with a price. After one punch, he received a sweep. The remaining 2 people had just reacted when they were knocked down by the sweep. The 2 of them rolled along the trend, rolled out 2 or 3 meters in embarrassment, and temporarily escaped Sudan's attack range. Sure enough, they are professionally trained. Being able to respond in such a short time is not comparable to those little bastards before. But so what? Standing in front of them was a Sudan who had undergone the elementary level strengthening of the system and also received a very rich fighting heritage. Even if they have been trained for 100 years, even if they are the best so-called retired special forces in the world, so what? Sudan's figure almost coincided with the night, and after a flash, he appeared behind the 2 of them like a ghost. Dodging a counterattack from 2 of them, Sudan got short, raised his elbow, and slammed towards one of them. Click! A crisp sound announced that the person's lumbar spine had broken. There is no need to say more about the fate of the broken lumbar spine. Sudan doesn't care about that either. He killed 2 people in one go and now there is only 1 person left. He wants to pry some useful news from him. Everyone knows the reason why a big tree attracts the wind, but which kitten or puppy dares to come and attack? It would be too false to say that they were the 3 robbers spontaneously. After undergoing system strengthening, what he has obtained are not only these powerful attack methods, but also the world's top grappling methods. Under capture, it would be difficult for him to commit suicide. Sudan moved. He stretched out an iron hand and grabbed the last thief. But he caught an empty space. The 3 of them are not simple. They can always take advantage of the interval between Sudan's attacks and react quickly. Just when he killed the last person with an elbow, he had already given his body the command to retreat. However, Sudan, as a fighting master, how could he not have expected this? This grab was actually just a feint. The real attack is still under his control. The man backed away with all his strength. He avoided Sudan's iron hand, but suddenly found that his foot tripped, his body suddenly became unstable, and he threw himself out. Taking advantage of the momentum, Sudan leaped up and rushed forward 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times to control him. Tell me, who sent you here? I won't kill honest people.
This is his third questioning.
But the last remaining man still didn't speak. He smiled. You'd better say it now, otherwise after a while you will still say it like beans and you may suffer some pain or something. Sudan's sneer was like a ghost in the dark night, and the man was terrified when he saw it. Immediately said, Damn Sudan, we have locked you, and now the 3 of us are just sacrificing heroically for the prosperity and wealth of our brothers. Soon, your place will be razed to the ground by helicopters. At that time, we will send someone fished you out of the ruins. Don't worry, you won't die because my mission is to keep you alive. But after I die for you, my brothers will torture you to death for me, You'd better let go of me now and then catch me so that everyone will not suffer from the pain of a severed limb. As he was talking, the man became frenzied. He yelled about the so-called brotherhood and he yelled himself to climax. Sudan looked at this man like a fool. Didn't Thomas finally expose the information? Oh, what a pity. If you had said this earlier, your 2 brothers wouldn't have died.
What? I lied to you, hee.
Sudan got up and let go of his hand, but it didn't mean he forgave the little thief. The moment he let go of his hand, he kicked him down. With his kick, even the granite would have to be broken in half, not to mention the fragile human body. So far, the 3 thieves are all cool. After solving the 3 little thieves, he did not relax, because it was learned from the other side that they were going to use helicopters to bomb here. Withdraw, this was the first thought in Sudan's mind. He quickly got into the car, reversed quickly, the sports car engine roared and the car flew out of the underground garage at a very fast speed, and away from the villa 2 or 3 100 meters. When he looked sideways, sure enough, there were several helicopters flying towards here in the sky. It is estimated that they will reach the front of the villa in less than 10 numbers. At that time, it must be a hell of artillery fire. Fortunately, it was withdrawn in time. Those helicopters are not armed helicopters of the military but have been artificially modified to install 2 cannons at the door. These machine guns can easily penetrate even steel, not to mention the reinforced concrete houses. It is undeniable that if he is still in the villa now, it is very likely that he will die this time. Fortunately, he escaped. It's a pity that this well-designed villa, just when he was regretting, a figure suddenly appeared above the villa. That ghostly figure suddenly appeared directly above the villa out of thin air without Sudan noticing it. That's Goenitz. Goenitz, who had already gone on his own activities, at the most critical time he came to the savior. Sudan immediately relaxed in his heart. There is a capable person who makes people feel at ease on the helicopter. Corey said into the communicator, the target is found on the roof. Is it Sudan?
Boss, it's too dark to see clearly.
Then Thomas's light up for me. Also, has there been any news about those 3 people?
It
was Corey who came up with the plan. According to his plan, when Sudan returns home, let those 3 people deal with him. Those 3 people are his most capable brothers. If they can bring back Sudan's uniform, that would be the best. And if the 3 of them are in trouble or there are other bodyguards in Sudan's villa, then the 3 of them just need to surround Sudan and then use helicopter cannons to cleanse the entire villa. Let the whole villa be reduced to ruins. No matter what it is, it must be buried below. Jin wants to live, so with the protection of those 3 people, Sudan will not die. At that time, as long as he is fished out from the ruins and given a simple treatment in the hospital, he can still be presented to Jin Bin. His mission will be successfully completed, and then he will be able to take a sum of money and go wandering around Tiania with that beautiful girl 15 years younger than him. But the ideal is naive, but the reality is skinny. His self-righteous plan is vulnerable to absolute power. I saw that Goenitz, who was standing on the roof of the villa, slowly closed the thick book that never left his hand and then raised his hand and waved it lightly. With such a slight movement, a storm suddenly blew up around him. What is that? Corey looked in horror at the tornado that appeared out of nowhere and connected the sky and the earth. Is this some kind of storm at sea? How could it appear in this area? Unscientific. Helicopters are most afraid of this kind of storm and several fuselages are all shaking. It's not difficult to imagine that once their plane is swept into by a tornado, a group of them will have to confess here even with the helicopter. Boss, I suggest evacuating quickly. the plane is about to fail. Hearing the advice of his subordinates, Corey was also afraid. This Thomas is not scientific at all. What are they up against? What kind of monster are they trying to catch? Could it be mutant? Mutant is so strong. This is the ability that only God has, right? All withdraw first. Corey was unwilling but yelled out such an order in fear. However, when his order had just been issued, Goenitz above the villa seems to have expected their thoughts. Immediately, with another wave of the arm, another storm struck from the rear of the fleet. This is not over yet. I saw Goenitz waving his hands again and again. A total of 5 storms, like 5 pillars of optimism, firmly trapped the fleet in the center. The gangsters on the helicopter were already dumbfounded. They had done all kinds of bad things in their life, but they had never seen such a scene. Even adventurous people seeing such a scene, I am afraid that their legs will be weak in fright. What is this? Quintessential storm. In the dark night, the darker storm slowly narrowed the encirclement. Obviously, Goenitz and Sudan have the same heart. He just wants to watch this group of people die slowly in despair. The 5 pillars of storm connected the sky and the earth, and the airflow in the center became extremely turbulent, making it difficult for the helicopter to maintain balance. Even they were lucky to be able to suspend in the air. Boss, how about we take advantage of these gaps and try to break out? A young man who is not afraid of death suggested. Corey was immediately dumbfounded because he hadn't agreed yet. When other people heard this sentence, their desperate hearts were suddenly filled with hope. No matter what the crisis, no order, the desperate people were crazy. They drove the plane and rushed towards the gap exposed by the storm. As long as they can rush out, they can survive. Instead of sitting in the middle and waiting to die, it is better to give it a go. Da-da-da. It's very true. When they drove the helicopter, let alone rushed out just as they approached the storm, the helicopter lost power in an instant and was immediately captured by a strong tornado. The strong and unstoppable airflow, like a beast, will the helicopter and the people were all involved in the storm. Those storms are like rolling mills, and those helicopters are like scrap iron being crushed and dismembered bit by bit. And those gangsters who dared to underestimate the storm lost their vitality in an instant, and were smashed into balls of flesh by the steel residue in the tornado. The scene was cruel and bloody, but Goenitz, who was standing on the roof of the villa, frowned. Are they all fools? Now in the center of the storm, there is only one helicopter left, and I don't know if the Lord will criticize him. In a building in New York, known only to a handful of people, it houses the most powerful mob boss in the United States. It can be said that 40% of the crimes in the United States are related to this person. It is conceivable how huge his influence is. Although he sits in the midfield and dominates all directions, he doesn't spend all his time reading books and arithmetic like a literati. Thoughts, he pays great attention to physical exercise. This is a habit he has developed since he was a child. From that humble member to the current Black Emperor, he has never stopped physical training. He fights against a group of fighting masters from all over the world every day, and every time he is 1 against 10. If you think he's a masochist, you're dead wrong. He is not a masochist but a tyrant. Among the masters from all over the world who played against him, the time for each battle did not exceed 20 seconds, and the result was either death or injury. Fear, he almost trained himself to be a monster. That huge body is not because of obesity but because of muscle. From this, it can be seen that this gang leader is completely different from the others. He is Jin Bin. In the arena, 10 tall men who had lost their breath lay quietly on the spot. If you look carefully, you will find that they are all dark horses who have recently been killed in the underground boxing arena. It's a pity that the dark horse was invited by the lion today as a training meal. The underground fighters are not like those famous fighters in the world who pay attention to the rules of fame. They are quick, accurate, and ruthless and kill their opponents with the most effective fighting method. This is their creed. However, today 10 of them gathered together and there was only one target, and that was Jin Bing. At first they were very disdainful of the fat pig, but 15 seconds later they were all lying on the ground, and when they took their last breath they didn't dare to think so anymore. Jin Bing flexed his muscles and bones, and there was no fluctuation in the heart of the 10 dead men on the ground. It was like 10 mounds of dirt. He took out a new towel, wiped off the sweat that didn't exist, and continued to exercise. Training is the same as practicing kung fu. If you don't advance, you will retreat. He can't miss every training opportunity every day. After a long time, he finally finished his day's training. This time, he felt a little tired. He weighed down and sat on the wooden chair, which made a creaking sound when it was pressed down. He raised his head and took a sip of fresh water. Like an ordinary person, he cast his gaze on the live news broadcast on the computer screen. During the recent period, the live news of the United States can be described as full of wonderful things. What a shitty hero, what a shitty next generation game. Kim scoffed at this. And now, what is being broadcast on the news is the news of Warcraft. Antarctic Game Company has become a well-known company in the United States and even in the world, and any move it makes can be written as news-breaking material. For such a major event as the release of a new work, the last news is naturally unavoidable. Jin Bin watched the news and felt some weird emotions in his heart. He had sent his subordinates to kidnap the boss of this company just now, and he didn't know what method that guy used, a broken game, played on the news channel all day long. I still don't believe in this evil today. It's a pity those trash under his hands asked them to check the details of this Sudan, but they couldn't find anything useful. The only thing presented was this Warcraft. The reason is that Sudan's new game may reveal a lot of useful information. Really mentally retarded, Jin Bing resisted the urge to shoot those intelligence officers, but now that I think about it, it seems to make sense. Anyway, I have nothing to do just to see what the new game made by this man looks like. This is also good. After capturing Sudan, it is better to squeeze his value. In Jin Bin's view, Sudan is already in his pocket, and it is a good tool for him to launder money and make money in the future. As for whether Sudan is willing or not, this has never been in the scope of Jin Bing's consideration. Just kidding, if you still have to ask if you want to, then what's the point of kidnapping? Thinking so, Jin Bing leisurely clicked on the icon of Warcraft on the computer desktop. Then the interface entered the opening CG of Warcraft. Then I was shocked. The terrifying visual effect directly grabbed Jin Bin's eyeballs. He was rarely exposed to such things as games before. I vaguely remember the games I played when I was a child, what kind of imbecile games they were. Now this game can be regarded as a computer game. Jin didn't know what the picture of Warcraft meant. As a layman, he only thought it was awesome and real. He has never seen such a game. But fortunately, the Novice Guide of Warcraft can be said to be cerebral palsy-level operations which can be learned by individuals with a brain. Jin Bing's brain is not bad. He quickly passed the Novice Guide, his fingers were uncontrollable, and he clicked Start Game subconsciously. Why can it be like this? Jin didn't have time to think about this problem. His thoughts have been constantly attracted as the game progressed. Since he has passed the Novice Guide, he does not know how to operate in the new game. Warcraft is a real-time strategy game, and I have experienced the thrill of dominating everything from the very beginning. Because his status in reality is like this god, playing games is very immersive. Assuming that this game of his is the strength of the gangsters in his reality, and now the gangs are going to expand and expand, other forces are gangsters from other countries in the world, and he is going to conquer them now. In the first round, Jin Bing's eyes were red because he was beaten to the ground by an unknown junior from the opponent. In the second game, he cheered up, but he was still beaten by a game master. He is not convinced at all. In reality, he is Duracell. How can he be so trash in the game? So he opened the third game. Fortunately, he won this game. Immediately, I felt as if I had conquered the whole world and became the boss of gangsters all over the world. The sense of honor and satisfaction can't be described in words, and only he, the gang leader of the United States, can experience it. Almost can't wait. Kim and left to open the next round. He has never had such an idea for a game. The games I used to play when I was a child can be easily cleared, and it is boring to play a few times. Now, although there are not many maps in this Warcraft, and the choice of camps is also limited, but there are so many ways to play with such a small few. Moreover, in the matched match, the opponent is a living person, a real person, not a rigid program, so he lost again. No, how can I lose to such a broken person? After losing the game, Jin Bin was really unconvinced. He almost won it. Just a little short. If there is another round, he will definitely not make such a low-level mistake again. Let's play again. It's a pity that in this game he paid too much attention to the mistakes in the previous game, so he didn't do a good job in the whole process. Obviously, the end result is still failure. After failing twice in a row, Jin Bing's mouth was almost crooked. He swiped the mouse at the speed of light and immediately clicked on another game. This is the 6th game. Just like the 3rd game, he won it easily. This time, he smiled happily. In this way, in the process of losing twice and winning once, Jin Bin gradually became addicted to this game passively. He didn't even feel that a person behind him had been standing there like a stake for more than 10 minutes. He is by Jin Bing's side, let alone his confidant. He usually does everything, but this time he mainly came to report one thing, that is, not long ago, the battle situation of Cory sent by Jin Bing. However, he really didn't know what to say to persuade Jin to leave the game. Didn't he say that games are all rubbish? Why is he playing with relish now? Is Warcraft so attractive? He didn't dare to speak rashly. Jin Bing definitely wanted face, and to poke face at this time was tantamount to courting death with a low IQ, so he quietly exited the room again. Afterwards, he walked in from the outside again, but this time the intentional footsteps were so loud that anyone could hear them. Sure enough, Jin Bing was like a child who was caught stealing the game by his mother and quickly shut down the game as if he was electrocuted. Then he stood up pretending to be calm and slowly looked at the younger brother who came to report. "What's the matter with you? Why are you in a panic?"
Old boss, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be in such a panic.
Okay, tell me what's the matter. Jin Bin heaved a sigh of relief, but fortunately this guy was too reckless when he came in, otherwise it would be embarrassing if his subordinates found him secretly playing the game. 1 second he was still talking about garbage games and children's things, and the next second he was addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. What is this? Oh my god, it smells so good. However, no matter what the underworld emperor said, he needed face. The little brother took a breath and said cautiously, "Well, I followed and observed Cory's actions. He started preparing last night and he acted late at night. He sent a total of 15 brothers, 4 modified helicopters, and the entire army was wiped out." Jin Bin frowned suddenly. His appearance was already scary, but now that he frowns like this, he looks like an angry King Kong who may reach out and smash a person to death at any time. "You said that not only did they not catch Sudan and put yourself in it?" The little brother said tremblingly, "Yes, boss." "Tell me what's going on," Jin Bin said angrily. "The thing happened like this? Cory first sent the 3 brothers to kidnap Sudan, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Then they drove the helicopter to make an official dispatch, but it happened that there was a tornado on the sea at night and there were 5 waves in total. The tornado, smashed the helicopter into pieces." Listening to the younger brother's report, Jin Bing's face became even uglier. The 3 brothers are 3 people with very powerful fighting and grasping abilities. They are not real brothers, but they have a tacit understanding and Sheng-like brothers. This is considered a relatively high-level combat power in his power. Unexpectedly, Cory even dispatched them. Moreover, it was a F***G failure. Wait, a tornado? Tell me that damned Sudan lives in the Pacific Ocean. Mad, who lives in the United States? How could there be a tornado that smashed the helicopter? Even if there is a typhoon, it is impossible for Xi Jinping to smash the helicopter into pieces. They should have time to escape. "No, no," the younger brother replied nervously with the sweat on his palms. "Sudan lives in a development zone along the coast. I got it with my own eyes from afar. There are 5 tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth, and the helicopter is surrounded. In the middle, it was torn into pieces little by little." "Then you must be blind." The younger brother kept silent, not daring to talk back. If he was blind, he would be blind, and he hoped that he would be blind too. After all, he witnessed such an unreasonable thing with his own eyes. To be honest, he still feels like he is dreaming. Jin Bing took a deep breath, paced slowly in the room, and frowned into the word Chuan. This guy must not dare to lie, so in other words, there really were 5 storms that happened to appear and blocked their helicopter. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? If there were really a storm of Wudao's level, half of New York would be gone now. If the storm was not man-made, he would dare to cut off his head and use it as a chamber pot now. Could it be that the damned X-Men meddled?
Jet.
Jin Bing's influence is spread all over the United States, and it is precisely because of this that there are many superheroes who conflict with him. Every crackdown on drug factories, every arrest of smugglers, every crackdown on gangsters. Almost half of it is gold and losing. He and those guys who claim to be righteous have long had conflicts, especially that shitty X-Men. They are obviously a group of monster-like mutants who can't get on the stage, but Thomas set up the X-Men on his own and regards himself as a hero. Each of those mutant forces has some unexpected super abilities. Jin also remembered that in the X-Men team, there seemed to be such a woman whose super ability was to control the storm. Could it be that this person appeared and protected Sudan? Damn it! If it's this damned mutant, most people will die if they rush up. Unless a regular army is dispatched, how can it be possible to take down Sudan? This made Kim embarrassing. He doesn't really care about the sacrifices of his brothers, but as a leader, he doesn't want to see his subordinates being pushed into the pit of fire either. Don't act in a hurry, observe first, find the right opportunity, and make sure that Sudan is alone, then act. After receiving the order, the little brother was shocked and quickly responded, "Yes, boss." After he was done, he ran out quickly. Together with Jin, there is always a sense of oppression, as if a hill will collapse at any time. After running out the door, he let out a long sigh of relief. As Jin Bing's confidant, he is very considerate of Jin Bing, and he has already figured out how to deal with it on the way to report. Being able to stand in this position shows that there is still something in his mind, and he will not really regard those storms as natural phenomena. Ordinary people can guess that it has something to do with mutant. How could he not think of it? Therefore, his method is the same as that of Jin, that is, to send someone to monitor Sudan's life first. Once you get familiar with Sudan's living habits, then you can find opportunities for him to be alone and take them down in one fell swoop. At that time, whatever the mutant X-Men, the goods have already arrived, and it will be too late to do anything by then. He is so proud of his intelligence. Little did they know there was a problem with his and Jin Bin's estimation, that is, there was no such thing as X-Men in this matter. After the younger brother left, Jin Bing sat back in his seat silently. While thinking about the question about Sudan, he subconsciously attached the keyboard and mouse with both hands. This is completely a subconscious behavior. As soon as the computer screen lit up, the word failure was displayed on it. Because of hanging up, he naturally cannot win. Damn, damn, damn. Jin Bing was furious. Why couldn't the other party wait for him when he hung up? There is no moral at all. If he knew the real address of the other party, he would definitely send someone to kill him. Damn Falk. Being able to arouse so many emotions by a game, it means that he is really hooked on this game now. This day is destined to belong to Warcraft Day. When Sudan woke up from the 5*5 big bed, the morning sun just passed through the curtains and spilled into the bedroom. The first time he called out the system panel, he checked the point balance. A total of 25 million points, and the single digits are still beating wildly. The number of players and game time can be seen from the points. Many people may have been playing all night, but they didn't understand what the game of Warcraft is, and they played it all night. The game fans in the opposite hemisphere may have downloaded the game and played it until night. What he wants is this addicted state. Regardless of the size of the player base, as long as they are addicted to it, the game will last long enough. As for the anti-addiction system, it's all a lie. Anti-addiction is mainly to prevent elementary school students from playing games and delaying their homework. But why do elementary school students play games? Just stop playing. Although The King of Fighters is a milestone work that created the game era, it is there because of the type of game. It's okay for players to play for 4 or 5 hours in a row, but it's unrealistic to keep players playing games and fighting all night long. Fight crazily for one night and everyone may be stupid the next day. And Warcraft is different. This is a real-time strategy game. Players will only want to play more and more. If you lose, you must win and get back. If you win one, go to sleep. If you win another. Leewa got drunk last night and was well rested, so she got up early and made breakfast. She just received a call. As the secretary of the big boss of Star Sudan, her daily work is much busier than expected. This call is an invitation from the TV station, because Angie Game Company released a new game after less than a year, once again dominating the market. While there are endless topics about Warcraft, many media with ulterior motives are also curious. If a new company has been dominating the market, what kind of actions will other established game companies have? Will there be joint resistance from the old companies? However, these are not things that Sudan cares about. When the King of Fighters became popular in the past, all major TV stations invited him to appear in order to generate broadcast volume for them. It's a pity that he never went to any TV station, and he will not do an exclusive interview on any TV station in the future. Because it is said to be an exclusive interview, but it is actually reading lines to the script. How silly. After breakfast, he didn't delay and drove Leewa directly to the company. From afar, he saw crowds of reporters surrounding the company. Hearing the sexy roar of the sports car, they are even more amazing. Especially some female reporters screaming and clamping their thighs. Ah, he is my husband, here he is driving a Bugatti with one hand, he is really handsome. What kind of biscuit are you? He is my little lover, you little girl, go back and see how much your airport is worth. Oh. My God, look at your obscene appearance, do you deserve to be a reporter? Get off and be a street girl, the business must be good. My mother has a good figure and she dares to show it. If you have the ability, you can show it. Men like this, do you have it? Security, security, someone has hidden a bomb here. You're ruthless? Before Dabo could finish her words, she was driven away by two professional security guards for a physical examination. Regardless of whether there is a murder weapon on the body, it must be checked. This is only outside the company. If the higher authorities order these reporters to enter, then they will only investigate more carefully. The security captain walked to the front of the car respectfully and asked shortly, "Boss, do you need to let them in?" Sudan glanced roughly at the group of reporters. Judging from the number and media brands alone, these are enough to prove the achievements of Angie Game Company today. However, dealing with reporters is both a headache, so he turned his head to Riva on the co-pilot. Okay. Put it in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. Yes, boss. Leewa was obviously prepared and had a premonition. She had been putting on makeup there since she got up in the morning. Today's makeup is very delicate. If men only like girls with no makeup, they are still too young. Now Leewa puts on a little makeup and is comparable to international female singers. Somewhat similar to Taylor, whom he liked very much in his previous life. I still remember that half a year ago she held her resume and communicated timidly like a kitten. At that time she was just a college student who had just left school. Coupled with the reason of tutoring, it is simply outrageous. But now, Sudan entrusts her with everything and tells her to do it boldly and he will bear all the consequences. In a short period of time, such a professional female elite has been created. Picking up a treasure is not enough to describe it, it's like digging a mine. 10 minutes later, Leewa was in the reception hall hosting a press conference. Sudan was bored, so he watched the live broadcast in the office through the camera. Ma'am, may I ask, who are the members of your development team for your company's new game, Warcraft, this time? These are completely open to other game companies, why do you keep it secret? That's right, Goddess Leewa, every time you come out to speak, why doesn't your boss come out? Everyone stop arguing, let Miss Leewa talk. With an MMP smile on her face, Leewa looked calmly at the off-court. To be honest, when she first came on stage, she completely pretended to be calm. To this day, she has held countless press conferences and now she is truly calm. For the reporters in the audience, she also has a tricky process. Now about these small problems, it can be said that it is handy to deal with. Are we different from other companies? Maybe this is why the King of Fighters and Warcraft are different from other game companies. Calm and full of style, Sudan in the office couldn't help but want to applaud Riva. Hearing Leewa's answer, there was a deathly silence in the audience. It makes sense, but they couldn't refute it. Other game companies, what kind of rubbish works are they producing, and most of them like to make a list of developers. In contrast, Antarctic Game Company has never had superfluous or tasteless options on the interface. Even the games are always free. As long as you want to play, then you can play. Definitely for the multiplication business inside, if players have the conditions, they can make fun of it. If they can't afford it, then play the most common version, totally voluntary. In the current game environment, this can be described as a clean stream conscience. Made with conscience, conscience manufacturer, conscience boss, thinking of money, many reporters rolled their eyes. Miss Leewa, may I ask, the agency fee of your company, King of Fighters, is already sky high, so what kind of data is expected for a masterpiece like Warcraft? Facing this question, Leewa smiled slightly and sealed the mouth of the reporter comrade with 2 words. Confidential. Ah, why is this? Some small media reporters who couldn't speak at the back lamented. They still wanted to make an eye-catching headline based on the explosive data. Well, I guess it's tens of billions. 10 billion. I can't see it, it's just a game. Is it worth investing so much? I think you're an idiot. Did you go to the wrong place today? Go interview that megalomaniac Tony Stark. When a spokesperson uttered the word confidential, it was all muggles who dared to continue asking questions. Obviously, there are quite a few muggles in the audience. Listening to the noise, Leewa helplessly raised her hands and pressed her hands, and her ears immediately became clear. If there is no meaningful topic, then that's the end of the day, she said. At this moment, a reporter sitting in a corner under the stage suddenly raised his hand. Beautiful lady, may I ask, what does your boss like to do? Hearing such a question, Leewa frowned slightly and looked sideways at the reporter. From her point of view, this reporter is either new to the industry or may be unwell, because his form is so unnatural. Moreover, what is he still asking? What does Sudan usually like to do? Definitely lovemaking. What you want to know? Definitely this is a matter of personal privacy and it is impossible for her to say it. Sorry, this is related to our boss's personal privacy and it is not convenient to disclose it. So what is the relationship between you and your boss, ma'am? Couple, brother and sister? The reporter asked persistently. Leewa looked at the brand in the reporter's hand, Black Gold Technology. A media that engages in science and technology goddamn cares about gossip news. Leewa twisted her lips, although she really wanted to say that she was the boss's future wife, but Sudan hadn't given her any promises, that is to say, she hadn't chased Sudan yet, so she didn't dare to belittle herself. She pondered for a while, thought for a while and said, "We are just an ordinary boss-employee relationship. Please, ma'am, 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets in their hearts, and now 1,000 bosses and secretaries all have the same answer. Aren't you different from other companies?" The reporter was still chasing after him. Leewa frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. However, in this public eye, she is not easy to get angry, let alone confront the bully. This is the basic principle of a spokesperson. So she said euphemistically, "Maybe we are business partners, don't post this outside. If the boss finds out, he will beat me to death." Ha ha ha. Hey ha ha. Ho ho ha. Everyone was amused by Leewa's mischievousness. This is a press conference. These journalists who earn their lives are afraid that they will not find any information. How could they miss every word of the spokesperson? It is foreseeable that in tonight's evening paper, scandals about the boss of the famous new star company, Angie Game Company, will cover the entire page of the newspaper. Okay, since everyone enjoyed this conversation, that's it for today. See you next time. After speaking, Leewa turned around and left the stage resolutely, regardless of the eagerness of the reporters to stay. Ah, Miss Riva, don't go. Goddess Leewa, let's not talk about work anymore, we can just chat like this. I'm sorry, sir, the safety exit is over there. The security team rushed up immediately and blocked the group of reporters. The security team selected by Sudan is the highest spec and most expensive security team. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and the abilities and vision of these security guards are all first class. Even the way he speaks is very interesting. The fire exit is over there. What does this mean? It means that if you push any further it may not be safe here. They are about to start. Warning once. The face of the gossip reporter who was the most crowded suddenly sank, and he looked at the direction of Leewa's departure with a gloomy gaze. It's a pity in my heart. It would be great if she were Sudan's lover. It's a pity that she has no important relationship with Sudan. After Leewa left the reception hall, she immediately called Skye. If counted by position, she is Skye's boss, but in fact, she and Skye are still friends. Just in the company, there should be company rules. Skye, look up the origin of the media Black Gold Technology, Leewa said solemnly. Hearing this, Skye didn't ask any further questions and immediately put aside the work at hand and searched for information on Black Gold Technology using unique means. Sure enough, there is indeed such a media on the registration website. It seems that his work permit is not fake. Then you can't blame the security team for being careless. However, although this media company still exists, it is now an empty shell, and anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is a place for money laundering. And under what circumstances do you need to use that place to launder money? Needless to say, some criminal proceeds. When it comes to who is a criminal nouveau rich in New York City, Skye's first sound is the chase a few days ago, Jin Bin of Dog Day. There's no need to guess, the media company you mentioned is Jin Bin's business, Skye said confidently. Hearing this, Leewa nodded. She had heard of Jin Bing, but she didn't know much about it. Immediately, she pressed the headset and said, "Attention the security team, attention the security team, leave the Black Gold Technology Mail reporter." Just when Leewa was about to go downstairs for interrogation, Skye stopped her suddenly. "Look at this. This short media company is owned by Faith Corporation." Leewa looked puzzled. What is Faith Enterprise? Jin Bin's original name was Wilson Grant Faith. Many people in the world know Jin Bing, the famous gangster emperor, but few people know that he is also an entrepreneur who manages the Faith Enterprise. It is definitely impossible for him to use his own money to launder money. That media company is just a kennel for his dog. Having two identities at the same time, not only can he blossom in both, but also allow him to live in style in this bustling city of New York. Leewa's eyes turned cold and she said coldly, "I care about his many titles. As long as he dares to threaten Dan, I will get rid of him." After the words fell, Leewa stepped on her high heels and went downstairs aggressively. In the last attack, she was still sleeping drunk. Although she couldn't witness the whole process, judging from the subsequent scene, it was undoubtedly a thrilling battle. It's only been more than 10 hours and that dog sent someone to make trouble again. However, when she took the elevator downstairs, she found that Sudan was already here, and that media reporter was lying in a pool of blood. Is he dead? Leewa looked terrified. Modern society pays attention to the law. It doesn't matter whether the other party has any malicious intent or plans to kill you, but as long as you take the initiative to kill someone, you will have to accept the punishment of the law. Sudan definitely would not kill people in broad daylight and in public. He shook his head and said he wanted to escape from the security guards, but in the end he threw himself like this. He is still alive. Call the police and send him to the hospital. Hearing the order, the security captain nodded respectfully. Now Antarctic Game Company, already a well-known master in New York, the police of capitalism, knows what to do. Leave the rest to the cops. As for the interrogation of this journalist, that is completely unnecessary. After all the investigations, he didn't need to record a statement to go to court, so why did he need to interrogate? That group of people last night learned from the last person on the helicopter that they were sent by Jin Bin. It was a terrorist attack, but fortunately it was easily blocked by Goenitz. As for today's comparison, it can be seen from the camera that he just wants to probe Sudan's secrets and see what other weaknesses he has. This is premeditated kidnapping. Dan, what should we do next? Leewa asked worriedly. Jin Bing has a huge influence in the United States, especially in New York, which is almost his base camp. Small things like dropping a few planes and killing a few people are nothing. It doesn't matter to Jin Bin. Therefore, similar attacks will continue in an endless stream. Sudan glanced at the blood on the ground and said with a smile, "After I finish the latest update of Warcraft, I will take time to take care of this matter." Points important or gold is not important. That definitely is points important. The player's game time curve of Warcraft is now higher than the previous King of Fighters, not by a star but by double the data. If we say that the game atmosphere of King of Fighters in the past is that friends and a few gangs play against each other, play for a few hours, and then go to eat, it can be regarded as a form of entertainment. Much cheaper than drinking, but now Warcraft is different. The appeal of this game to players is stronger than strong magnetism. Judging from the big data in the background, the first batch of players who entered the pit continued to play for at least 6 hours. What kind of concept is this? Half a day of the day is spent on games, addicted. Many people think that this is a derogatory term, but in the eyes of businessmen this is a beautiful compliment. This is what Sudan wanted. Only when the player is obsessed with the game can he earn points quickly. Moreover, he also plans to vigorously promote the derivative industry of the game. Many classic games in his previous life are not very different in essence, far from being as perfect as the ones he made now. However, those game companies will start to operate any game that is successfully piloted. In the end, the cost of a game can be used to earn hundreds or even thousands of times the profit. Now, he wants to use the same method. Not only to make money, but also to earn more points. For example, when you can make money by playing games and your family no longer opposes it, games will be regarded as a profession. What a wonderful vision it would be for game workers around the world to go to work 8 hours a day.
Boss, it looks like Spencer has failed.
I know. In the fast food kiosk opposite the Angie game building, Jin Bing's subordinates looked at the ambulance angrily. Things who don't live up to expectations actually panic like this. It's really useless to teach him. He didn't care what kind of serious injury the man got when he fell, he only cared about the failure of this mission. Duracell is someone who doesn't like to lose. After that person failed last time, this is the second time he failed in an operation. If it gets back to Jin Bing's ears, I'm afraid it will be another harsh criticism. Even that ruthless person will kill him with his own hands. Forget it, call the rest of the brothers, prepare to act tonight, I will do it myself, maid. Soon, 5 black off-road vehicles stopped beside the fast food restaurant. Based on at least 5 people in each car, there are already nearly 30 people. The usual medium-sized gang fights are nothing more than this. The pedestrians around all smelled the strange atmosphere in the air and left silently. And some people even called the police. But in fact, considering Jin Bin's problem, the police station did not respond. Besides, there are only a lot of off-road vehicles parked on the street at the same time. There used to be motorcycle gangs and the like. A group of people in the fast food restaurant just waited like this with their eyes on the Antarctic game building opposite. The time lasted until 6 o'clock and office workers flowed out of various buildings like a tide. The traffic on the street was getting bigger and bigger, and they couldn't help frowning. What if the boss of the opposite company mixed in with the crowd and ran away with so many people? Tusk, what a stupid way, maid! He slammed the Coke cup in his hand on the table. His strength was still relatively strong and the cup shattered into glass shards on the spot, frightening the passers-by. Waiter. Sir, the cup is $8, the waiter said with a smile. The scene fell silent. Before the task was completed, he really didn't want to make any mistakes. If it was normal, he would have knocked the waiter to the ground and hammered it. Sudan is a person who never likes to work overtime. Also a person who hates traffic jams very much. In the Clinton area, every day during the evening rush hour there will be serious traffic jams. Compared with Diddy on the road, he prefers to stay in the company and do happy things until the road is clear. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows, Sudan was immediately delighted. Because of a row of black off-road vehicles, he had noticed it since the morning, and now it's 8 o'clock in the evening and it's still there. And that kind of model is very familiar. It is the off-road vehicle that I saw when I found Skye in the small town last time. Jin Bing started blocking people, he sneered. Then what should we do? Leewa on the side asked worriedly. New York at night is already very dangerous, and now Jin Bin's men have been discovered. However, Sudan didn't take them seriously at all. In the final analysis, they gangsters were just playing tricks. In the eyes of ordinary people, gangsters may be a frightening force, but in the eyes of superpowers, gangsters are nothing more than that. Often even a person with a super ability can play tricks on the whole gang. Sudan can be considered a super ability user. After all, it can release waves. Don't be afraid. A calculated smile appeared on Sudan's face, and then he took off his suit jacket and put it on the sofa. Dan. What are you doing? Nothing, go down and meet them. No, you can't go down, they are criminals, we just call the police. Leewa stood in front of Sudan. No matter what, she didn't want this man to take risks. But Sudan shook his head and said, someone has called the police, but the police never came. What does that mean? Leewa understood the reason behind this after a little thought. However, she still looked at Sudan worriedly. Facing such stares, Sudan was quite helpless and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll go back as soon as I go. Sure enough, when he went downstairs, a group of gangster thugs surrounded him with malicious intentions. All of them looked like wolves staring fiercely at the sheep in the center. "You are Sudan, please come with us." "The same please, some people feel different from what you said." Sudan chuckled. He was also invited by people from SHIELD a long time ago. "Look at how tactful people are when they invite people, and look at these bastards, they look so underwhelming." "It's not the same. I ask you to go, you go as soon as possible." "I will drag you away later," one of the thugs with a coxcomb hair said arrogantly. "There are almost 30 thugs here, more than half of them don't know who Sudan is." Preconceived, he thought he was just the boss of an ordinary game company. They have done this kind of thing, like kidnapping a company boss, not once or twice. Every time those company bosses pretended to be calm after being beaten up, they behaved like grandsons. Rich people are this urinating *X. With disappointed eyes, Sudan looked at the white man with a coxcomb head. His muscular body shape really gave people a sense of oppression. If he went to boxing, he would still be a good seedling, but he shouldn't have died here in vain. Tusk, he sighed regretfully. Immediately, a force was transmitted from the waist to the feet, and it burst out suddenly. The figure of Sudan in the neon lights at night is like a ghost. It's not very appropriate to say that because Lee Gui likes to lock people's necks with sharp claws, but Sudan prefers to strike with fists. Boom! With a muffled sound, the strength of Sudan's punch actually directly smashed the clothes of Coxcomb Head. Cloth crumbs exploded from the back of Coxcomb Head, revealing a purple vest. That was when his heart burst and all the surrounding blood vessels collapsed. Belch. The coxcomb stared at Sudan at close range with violent eyeballs. This was the last sight of his life. He regretted it. Sure enough, if people don't talk too much, they can live longer. Brothers, go. Seeing that Sudan killed one person first, these gangsters rushed towards Sudan as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, the conditions for doing it come first. Jin is not going to catch him alive. The highest level weapon equipped on them is a baseball bat. This kind of eggless equipment under Sudan's hands can break a piece of it with a single punch. In the encirclement, his figure was like a nimble, cunning rabbit, handling the incoming attacks with ease. Every time you find the right opportunity, you can even kill a gangster with your own hands. This is a good opportunity to practice fighting skills in actual combat. None of the weapons they use are lethal, and Sudan doesn't need to release his skills, so he just takes this group of people as his training partners. When those sticks came at him all at once, he quickly got short, almost hitting the ground, and he went outside the encirclement in an instant. Immediately afterwards, it was a heavy blow to the person closest to him, and his spine was broken on the spot. The crowd couldn't help Sudan at all. He didn't seem to be fighting, he was more like dancing in the crowd, and as time went by, there were fewer and fewer people who could support him. Ugh! Another self-proclaimed thug fell to the ground, holding his shattered arm and howling. There were nearly 30 people just now, and now half of them are lying on the ground. Outside the company gate, Leewa followed out worriedly. She witnessed the whole process of group fighting. She was stunned. All she knew was that after Sudan went out one day, he suddenly became stronger. This strong is reflected in every aspect. It turned out that he was so powerful. One person single out a group of people. This aura alone can fascinate thousands of girls. Not to mention that he still has the upper hand now, treating those gangster thugs like monkeys. Skye. Leewa covered Zhu Hong's small mouth because she saw that Sudan collided fist to fist with a thug who was 2.2 meters tall and weighed at least 300 kilograms. It's like colliding with a rock with an egg. As expected, the egg would be broken into slag and Sudan's relatively thin physique might be thrown flying. However, things were far beyond her imagination. The egg collided with the stone, but it was the stone that broke. Sudan's seemingly thin figure turned out to be like cast iron, colliding with that huge gangster thug. Even Leewa, who was 100 meters away, heard the doctor's bone-cracking sound. If the prediction is correct, the arm of that gangster thug will be crippled for the rest of his life and he will never be a thug again. Because it was a comminuted fracture, even if it was healed, it would still leave sequelae. Not to mention fighting, every cloudy and rainy day is a painful pain. After Sudan knocked them down one by one, sirens sounded in the distance. It seems that the police all over the world have always been like this. Like to be late but never absent, ka ka ka. There were several consecutive shots of drawing the gun, accompanied by words like "raise your hands." A police chief walked over from the queue. Taking advantage of the neon light, he took a closer look at the person in the middle and was shocked. "Shit, are you all idiots? This is Mr. Sudan," the police chief cursed. The capitalist police are very easy to buy. Sudan has never personally met a small sheriff, but from a series of relationships under the Antarctic Game Company, he will always come into contact with the police station. Therefore, the sheriff knew about the existence of Sudan. "I also understand very well what kind of reputation Antarctic Game Company has in the world now. Definitely not to say that the entire legal profession in the United States is like this. It is just a coincidence that this sheriff is too snobbish." Hearing the sheriff's abuse, all the surrounding police officers obediently put down their pistols. Seeing this, the police chief hurriedly apologized with a smile. "Mr. Sudan, I'm really sorry, my subordinates are all newcomers and they haven't seen much in the world." Sudan glanced at the sheriff. "I think it is true." "Haha, yes. They are really a bunch of idiots." The police chief scolded again, and then he looked at the corpses strewn about on the ground and a few gangsters who were not completely dead. "Sorry, Mr. Sudan. What are these people doing? What's up? Catch a few workers and go back for interrogation, just like the fake reporter in the morning." "Hey, okay," the sheriff nodded and bowed in response. The surrounding police officers gasped when they saw the usually domineering sheriff wagging his tail in front of that man like a loyal dog. Flattering is a thing of the adult world, but what is the identity of this person who can make that pretentious sheriff flatter? I'm afraid everyone has offended someone they shouldn't, so keep your eyes open and remember not to make a second mistake in the future. One by one, they all remembered Sudan's face and added it to the whitelist in their hearts. However, with so many corpses on the ground, what should I say? This is murder. At this moment, the sheriff's abuse came again. "You son of a b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** subordinates who want to murder Mr. Sudan. Why don't you hurry up and wait for me to clean up these damned gangster garbage? The police officers were woken up by the scolding. For any issues involving Jin Bin, just blame him, regardless of whether this incident is true or not. They hurriedly carried out the few gangster thugs who were not yet dead and sent them to the accompanying ambulance. Then the forensic doctors stepped forward and began to deal with the corpses on the ground. Dan, are you okay? Leewa suddenly ran over, looked at Sudan with a pair of big watery eyes and asked with concern. It's okay, let's go back, Sudan replied with a warm heart. The police chief tactfully did not intervene. Sudan couldn't help giving him a high look. With this emotional intelligence, even if there is no real material, the position will rise very quickly. However, his judgment was right. It can be said to be very accurate. It just bypassed some rigid rules and avoided a complicated investigation. The facts were right in front of him. He answered the phone in the morning. If he still misunderstood Sudan at this time, he really might as well be filming a bloody TV series. After the conversation between Sudan and Leewa was over, the police chief said again, Mr. Sudan, we found that Jin He has been very active in the Clinton area recently. You must be careful and take care of yourself. I will. Yes, you will. Sudan smiled meaningfully and suddenly asked, if you were responsible for arresting Jin Bing, would you be promoted several levels in a row? Hearing this, the sheriff's eyes lit up immediately. What is this? This is an opportunity. Jin is the biggest crime boss in the United States, but the police all over the United States are very troubled. Some dare not catch, some can't. He's the kind of cop who wants to catch but can't. But now that the giant Antarctic game company is here to help, I'm afraid. Yes, I will definitely be promoted several levels in a row, and I may even sit on the throne of the director. Then I will be able to uphold justice for everyone, especially important people like Mr. Sudan. Sudan couldn't stand the sheriff's sycophancy. He smiled and left with Leewa. The heroic deeds of one person killing a group of gangster thugs quickly spread back to Jin Bing's ears. With his tall body, he punched the computer in front of him into pieces. Then he got up, gritted his teeth, and looked down from the tall building. Go, get Bullseye back for me. Bullseye, Jin Bing's capable general, he seems to have the super ability of hit every shot. Anything thrown from his hands, there is no reason to miss it. Jin didn't want to use Bullseye, which means he's serious about it. It's just that Bullseye's head is not very good and he has some mental problems. Although he has that ability, he is still playing with a group of mortals in a bar. In any case, Jin Bin's subordinates did not dare to neglect the order and immediately turned and left to look for Bullseye. After he left, Jin Bin took a long and slow breath. He turned around and looked at the computer debris scattered on the ground. He sighed. What an interesting game. Mr. Sudan has worked so hard to make such a game. Why don't I do it for you? The game he was playing just now was Warcraft. This kind of system-optimized game is addictive as soon as you touch it. It looks like marijuana. It is really fascinating. The more he played, the more he found that he was addicted to this game. Although he has already noticed this bad state, he still can't stop his body. Now not only his mind wants to play the game, but even his body is vying to play Warcraft, fight for hegemony. This is Jin Bing's favorite word when he was young. He was not born to be the emperor of the underworld. Today's achievements are all achieved step by step. In the process, he killed countless people, he killed countless brothers, and he shed blood. He paid a very high price to be here. However, why did that person named Sudan, who was obviously bankrupt and had no news for several days, finally appeared like a ghost, desperate to survive, and suddenly became the boss of the famous Antarctic game company today? For the first time, Jin Bin did it by himself. Shortly picking up the computer that had become a waste product on the ground, Jin Bing gave Bullseye the task of bringing Sudan back alive. Now he not only wants to take over Sudan's company but also wants to meet this mysterious man in the end. According to the instructions, Bullseye was riding a motorcycle, and in the early hours of the morning, he was waiting on Sudan's only way to work. Sudan drives every morning from the villa to the company. Generally speaking, it only takes 10 minutes. If there is a traffic jam, he will be late, but he's the boss and none of that matters. Bullseye saw the supercar from a distance, and a mentally ill smile suddenly appeared on his face. He immediately started the motorcycle, went the wrong way on the road, and rushed straight towards Sudan's sports car. The speed of the sports car is extremely fast, and the speed of the Bullseye motorcycle is also fast, but his hands are faster. During the high-speed speeding, he reached for his belt. It turns out that it is not an ordinary belt. The belt buckle can be removed and used as flying darts. For Bullseye, a toothpick can be a deadly weapon, not to mention this special flying darts. According to the speed of the sports car and the strength with which he threw the flying darts, he could definitely penetrate the glass in front of the sports car and hit Sudan's shoulder inside with one blow. When the sports car overturns, the layers of emergency protection in the high-end sports car will definitely ensure that Sudan is not dead. As long as he is not dead, he is considered alive. This does not violate Jin Bing's mission requirements. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is difficult to hit the driver on the seat, let alone the high-precision operation of hitting the driver's shoulder. But Bullseye just can do it. His super ability, like throwing accuracy, if you say you hit the right eye, you definitely don't hit the left eye. Whizzing. Flying darts cut through the air and shot towards the supercar. On the sports car, Sudan had already noticed the motorcycle driving in the opposite direction. Reasonably speaking, this kind of motorcycle can drive in the urban area, but it is not allowed to go on the expressway at all. Now the other party is not only on the high speed but also going backwards, thinking with his toes. He knows that the other party has a problem. They came to assassinate him. This is the fourth wave. Due to the strengthening of the gift package, Sudan's spirit is very amazing. When he is driving, even if he runs 300 miles, he still feels that the time around him is flowing slowly. It seems like everything is slow. In such a situation, he can make many incredible driving skills. When he found that the man on the motorcycle waved his hand, he knew that the other party was using a hidden weapon. Immediately turn the steering wheel quickly and make an emergency dodge in the side lane. The ultra-high-performance car tires make a creaking friction sound against the ground. Under Bullseye's horrified gaze, that supercar seemed to have moved a certain distance in Shi Jingsheng's life, and his flying darts also came to nothing. What Bullseye pursued all his life was to hit the target with every shot, and any miss would be a shame to him. After all, he has some mental problems, and he is very annoyed at the shame of this miss. This is the greatest shame in his life. How shameful is it? Even if it's a fool, throwing a brick straight at the oncoming sports car can easily hit it. But Bullseye, also used special flying darts. The balance is not the same. He aimed at Sudan's shoulder, but the flying darts not only missed people, they didn't even hit the F***G car. The opponent even took the car with him, dodging his attack. Others may not feel it, but to Bullseye it's a scorching sarcasm. "Ah!" he roared, and regardless of the danger, he turned the accelerator of the motorcycle suddenly, and the speed suddenly increased. This was a desperate act. On the highway, he was heading towards a sports car. The speed is very high and the two are about to collide, which is very dangerous. He is still accelerating at this time. Once they collide together, the car may be hit and flipped, but he on the motorcycle will definitely die into a puddle of mud. While accelerating, he reached out again, reached for the belt and took out another flying darts. He is planning to throw it at close range, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. In just 100 meters at the speed of a sports car, it doesn't take a few seconds at all, it's there in an instant. Seeing that the two were about to collide, Bullseye quickly turned the head of the motorcycle at the last moment and avoided the sports car in an emergency. Just when his person was parallel to the window of the driver's seat of the sports car, he finally made his move. This time, it is an excellent opportunity to start. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. The Bullseye is almost close to the car body, so the distance between the two people is very close. The distance can adjust the accuracy of throwing. If you can't hit the 10 rings from 10 meters away, then if you can't hit the 10 rings within 1 meter, you can really commit suicide. That's no different from trash. For a world-class precision thrower, he waved his hand and the silver flying darts in his hand were about to fly out. At this critical moment, with his sharp eyesight, he seemed to see Sudan turning his head slightly with a mockery on his face. Hateful, damn it! Time slowed down. Sudan's mocking smile was engraved in Bullseye's mind. Well. Suddenly, there was a low roar from the engine of the sports car, and the whole car, as if it had a jet propeller, exploded at the limit speed, and the taillights of the car were as dazzling as streamers. Bullseye's attack failed again. This is a fatal humiliation for him. Just like a cat catching a mouse, it will not be eaten at the first time but slowly played to death. For the first time, relying on his incredible driving skills, Shi Jingsheng moved horizontally and dodged his flying darts. This time, he humiliated his IQ severely by relying on pure super running speed. However, before he had time to make a decision, he was hit by the strong airflow following the sports car on his face, feeling like he was lacking oxygen for a while. Fortunately, there were no other vehicles behind Sudan. Otherwise, during his short time of lack of oxygen and feeling suffocated, he might have been hit by another car and flew into the sky. Bullseye hurriedly reduced the speed of the motorcycle and used the drift to steer. When he turned his head to look for Sudan, there was no sign of Sudan and he couldn't even see Sudan's license plate number. Damn. Sudan, I remember you humiliated me, I must make you pay the price. Roaring, Bullseye drove the motorcycle and chased after Sudan in the direction where Sudan disappeared. He has some mental problems and he swears that if he doesn't kill Sudan today and return the shame that Sudan brought to him, he won't be called Bullseye. As for Jin Bing's mission, he automatically listed it on the second line. The sports car was driving at high speed, but Sudan freed up one hand and dialed the police station. In fact, his number has been marked by the police station and arranged for a special channel. The person who answered the phone was the very smooth sheriff yesterday. Good morning, sir. It's time to do meritorious service today, sheriff. Understood. I'll meet you right away, the sheriff responded excitedly. The greatest wish of every policeman in New York is to arrest the criminal leader Jin Bin. Some of them are definitely bought by Jin Bin and temporarily maintain their interest relationship. And this sheriff has a steelyard in his heart. After weighing the interests, he understands what kind of gains will be brought by arresting Jin. In this process, the police station may lose a little something, but compared to the benefits after the event is completed, this sacrifice is nothing. When Sudan drove his sports car into the urban area, the psychopath in Bullseye was still following behind. As everyone knows, police cars have slowly surrounded him. Tio-oz, Bullseye sneered twice as he drove his motorcycle. In his opinion, the cops from the United States are the most incompetent, and it is not impossible to kill one or two Jishans. However, he has a limited amount of flying darts stashed in his belt and can't waste them on these scumbags. That must be the most fatal blow left for Sudan. He was riding a motorcycle, turned and rushed into a narrow alley which was only more than 1 meter wide, and the police car couldn't get in at all. Then he picked up a few pieces of rubbish and rusty iron in the alley and drove out of the alley from the other end with a sinister smile. Soon, the police came around from the other end. Bullseye smiled coldly. He threw the irregular piece of iron in his hand. The thing that had already been turned into a waste product seemed to have some magical power in his hands, and it was even faster and more precise than a bullet.
Crack!
The windshield of the police car was shattered, and the driver inside had his throat cut by a piece of rusted iron. Boom. Having lost its driver, the police car that had just turned a corner slammed into a nearby shop, and several police officers in the car were buckled to the ground on the spot. Originally, Sudan should be like this, but he escaped. Humiliation, unforgivable. Bullseye sneered, drove the motorcycle again, and chased after Sudan. Boom. Suddenly, a gunshot came from behind, but it is a pity that the police do not have the accuracy of the Bullseye, and they are still using pistols, and the standing design may not be able to hit them, let alone in the pursuit of high-speed movement up. Bullseye glanced back. It was the sheriff from last night who chased after him and fired the gun. As he opened fire on the street, it was like a signal, and other police officers also boldly drew out their pistols, shooting towards the Bullseye. Bullets are ruthless. No matter how proficient Bullseye is in throwing, he is not 100% dodge attribute. When surrounded by policemen in all directions, he quickly took out the remaining rusty iron pieces and the flying darts in his belt. He's already in crisis. He doesn't care about Sudan anymore. Whoosh whoosh. Each piece of rusted iron drew dead lines in the air. Against these incompetent the United States Police, he hits every shot 100%. With one shot, more than 10 people were killed. This allowed him to regain some confidence at least. But unfortunately, under the suppression of intensive firepower, no matter how bad the police shooting skills are, there will always be 1 or 2 bullets hitting the target. Bullseye hit. As a world-class precision thrower, being hit by a bullet is naturally a great shame. Although there were no fatal injuries, it still slowed him down. And the slowness of action in this case represents failure. In battle, there are only 0 and countless hits. Even if he didn't kill him with a single shot, the consequences would still be fatal. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, he was shot again in the leg. Ah. Damn it! Bullseye roared, immediately abandoned the motorcycle and dived into another alley. This is the only way he currently avoids bullets. However, when he rushed into the alley in embarrassment and planned to use the air conditioning units on the wall to go upstairs and escape, he saw a figure that made him extremely loath. Sudan, that's right, Sudan is waiting for him in this alley. This feeling is like a game designed by others. All the ways are under the control of others, and his Bullseye is like a joker being ruthlessly teased by others. Fack. Why are you insulting me like that? Bullseye's mantra all day long is hit the bullseye, but today not only did he not hit a single car, he was ruthlessly teased twice on the highway, and now he is designed by someone to force him to he's at a dead end. That kind of aggrieved feeling of being unable to display all his abilities, the shame of being ruthlessly played with like a primary school student, that kind of sneer that mocked him from above. Damn it, damn. Facing Bullseye's anger, Sudan just shook his head indifferently and said, Bullseye, actually, I don't want to kill you because we are not in the same dimension at all. As for insulting you. Hee, I'm just playing casually. That's all. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I don't know if it's the pain in the body, the ruthless teasing by Sudan, or the stimulation of both which made Bullseye almost explode on the spot. He is so angry, but it's just incompetent and furious. It's like a little mouse locked in a cage. No matter how hard it struggles and howls, it won't help. I'm going to kill you. In the rage, Bullseye almost lost his mind. He forcefully pulled out the bullet with his fingers from the bloodstains on his body. This kind of pain is beyond the reach of ordinary people, but now this crazy person actually did it. He looked at the bloody bullet in his palm, and extreme madness flashed in his eyes. What? Bullseye exhausted his whole life strength, brought up the spirit of concentration more than before, and threw this bullet violently. This small bullet in his hands is even more powerful than a pistol. Not only the accuracy but even the shooting speed should be improved a bit. To achieve this level, the basic strength needed is extremely large, but he can do it regardless of Bullseye's physique. It's almost like having a magical mystery. I have to say that Bullseye's throwing ability is really strong. However, in Sudan's eyes, it's still not enough. In the words of the game, it is more than enough operation, but not enough IQ. Clang! A sound of metal clanging sounded. Sudan is safe and sound. In his hand, a forged steel blade of modern technology appeared. The steel blade was 2 inches wide and the bullet was blocked by the steel blade without any suspense. Due to the terrifying speed, the bullet collapsed into a pile of iron flowers and bounced weakly to the ground. Bullseye stared blankly at the scene, his eyes widened. He felt that he was insulted again. Dodging bullets is fine, but you use a narrow blade that is less than half the width of a person's hand to block an imperceptible bullet head. What is this? His proud throwing ability is taunted again and again. Why? Why are you mocking me like this? You might as well kill me in the first place. Sudan smiled slightly, his eyes wandered around the forged steel blade in his hand, as if admiring some treasure. As a Huxia, I have been influenced by martial arts film and television novels since I was a child. The pursuit of all kinds of swords and famous knives has been buried in my bones since I was a child. However, looking at this steel blade made with modern technology today, it seems that it is no worse than those famous swords and knives. He slowly lowered the forged steel blade and stabbed the iron flower formed by the bullet on the ground with the tip of the knife. He smiled and said, "Since you want to die, I'll give you a death sentence. Anyway, I'm not a bad person." As he said that, a huge force suddenly surged in his arm. The swordsmanship that is proficient in Super Nirvana endowed him with a different swordsmanship ability. Accuracy is one of them. He suddenly raised the forged steel blade, leaving a delicate sword mark on the ground, and that pile of iron flowers under this sword became a hidden weapon for murder. Whoosh! The iron flower turned into a bullet, hit a pattern on Bullseye's forehead with unbelievable precision. It was a bullseye-like engraving, and Bullseye's name had a lot to do with it. "He hit the bullseye," Sudan said contemptuously. This is definitely the most sarcastic speech Bullseye has ever heard before he died. If there are ghosts in this world, then Bullseye will definitely turn into a resentful ghost after death. He imagined countless scenarios of shooting and killing Sudan in his mind, but all of them came to nothing. In the end, just when he had made up his mind to die, Sudan would actually do him back in the same way. Moreover, he also said the sentence that he was once proud of. Now this sentence sounds so ironic. His name is Bullseye, so he dared to say such a thing, but that guy is just the boss of a game company. A stinky businessman who makes games. Why does he have such an ability? He will not rest in peace. Sudan left the alley without a sound before Bullseye fell to the ground. Except for the sword marks on the ground, no one knew he had been here. When he left, the pursuing police arrived late. "Hurry up! Hey, this guy is dead. That's for sure. I saw him take 3 or 4 bullets with my own eyes. Hey! His forehead this." The police were stunned. Although they had confirmed that Bullseye could not run far, he would even die from excessive blood loss. However, he never expected that he would die in front of everyone like this. This makes them feel lost. It's like chasing a girl who took in countless gold and silver treasures and finally agreed to open the room after the car owed more millstones. In the end, when they were taking a bath, the girl was R*****D by someone else. The sheriff squeezed in from behind, looked at the dead Bullseye on the ground, and quickly asked, "Who shot the target?" No one answered. The sheriff frowned. Judging from the blood hole on Bullseye's forehead, it wasn't the caliber of their pistols at all. "This is so thick, they are so thin." He looked up at the other end of the alley and there was no one there. "That's it. You two stay here and wait for the logistics, and the others continue to follow me." The sheriff put away his pistol and ordered on the spot. "Continue to act?" Everyone was puzzled for a while. The criminal on the blackboard is already dead. Why should he act? So many brothers have died. At this time we should go back and pray for them to see them off. The sheriff seemed to have seen through the minds of the police officers, and he had no choice but to mobilize all of them. "We are now going to end the source of crime in New York City, Jin Bin. This is a noble and just battle. If anyone quits, go back now, take off your police uniform, and I will find you a decent job afterwards." Jin Bin. Hearing the word Jin Bin, everyone was stunned. They never thought that one day they would be involved in such a major task. They are just ordinary police officers. If they want to wipe out the huge gangster forces and arrest the underworld Emperor Duracell, they should apply to the higher authorities and dispatch special forces. 3 or 2 of them are small shrimps. Can they handle Jin Bin? However, just when they started to retreat from the bottom of their hearts, the police chief asked again, "Is anyone quitting? If so, hurry up and get out now. Don't delay me making meritorious deeds and making a fortune." No. No. This is an answer that has been subconsciously practiced during the training in the police academy. Simply put, it is the body's answer without thinking. They didn't realize it until the words came out. In fact, they were a little scared. However, since the answer has already been answered, the sheriff can't control so much. Very good, follow me. Seeing the sheriffs full of enthusiasm, the police officers could only follow Shi Zheng bravely. At the same time, in the bottom of my heart, I was thinking about how to write this suicide note. The family members of the martyrs will receive a pension, whether it will be given to their mother or their wife. Forget it, anyway. If you give it to your wife, she will use the money to support a little boy, so let's give it to my mother as a reward for my son. They quickly caught up with the sheriff, feeling uneasy. Okay, you pick a few intact police cars and follow me quickly. Don't let Jin run away. Yes, sir. At this moment, they suddenly respected the sheriff. Because they suddenly understood that the sheriff was so desperate that he didn't even have time to write a suicide note, and he wanted to get rid of that source of crime for New York. His usual hilarity is all pretending, but in fact he is quite righteous in his heart. Typical tsundere. Regardless of whether this time is successful or not, if they can survive, they decided to pursue this sheriff. Woo tilde woo tilde. The unnerving blare of sirens continued to move through the Clinton area as the police cars pulled into motion. The sheriff silently took out his mobile phone, which showed a call from one of his interrogators. Hello, sir. Well, let's talk. Those people who were arrested have already confessed. It is indeed him. I will report to the director now. The sheriff frowned and said, No, you report to that damned old man in half an hour. Why? Because I don't trust him. Faith G Enterprises downstairs. After Sudan killed Bullseye, he drove here directly. After passing the bodyguard's level easily, he went directly in the direction of Jin Bing. Everything happened so fast that their informant didn't even have time to report. As soon as Bullseye fell down, he drove quickly to the downstairs of Faith's Enterprise. When Sudan appeared indoors like a ghost, Jin Bin was still playing games, playing exactly Warcraft. Step tilde, step tilde, step tilde. Jin Bing raised his head vigilantly. During these years of being in the underworld, he encountered 800 assassinations, if not 1,000. Those who can appear to him silently must be top killers. Fortunately, he himself is not afraid of assassination because he himself is the strongest one in this building. However, when he moved his eyes away from the computer screen, his pupils narrowed slowly, and the moment he saw his face clearly, he was stunned on the spot. Isn't this the man he's thinking about day and night? After sending so many trash, they couldn't tie them back, and now he delivered them to his door by himself. Oh, isn't this the young and promising boss of the Antarctic Game Company? It's a pleasure to meet you. To be honest, I have long wanted to meet you, a genius. No, I'm playing your game. Although the words were so polite, Jin Bin held the scepter beside the table calmly. That was his secret weapon tailored for himself. If anyone thinks it's just an old man's crutches, he's dying. Hearing this, Sudan smiled with relief. My own game can even fascinate this kind of murderous gang leader, so why worry about the game not being able to bloom both style and style? Then I would like to thank Mr. Faith for his support to our company, Sudan said with a smile. You can't say that? Jin Bin stood up, took off the silver oversized coat and put it on the back of the chair. The chimpanzee-like body was completely set off by the shirt. I am an out-and-out free player without recharging a penny for your game. Hearing this, Sudan pouted. Actually, if you recharge up to 999, you will get a special reward. Mr. Faith is so rich, why don't you invest a little bit of it? Jin Bing moved his body bones and those lumps of muscles showed shocking strength. To be honest, although he knew that Jin Bing was tall in his impression when he saw it with his own eyes, his knowledge was washed away. I don't know how this race can grow to such a degree. Did they grow up eating bulls, or got some kind of disease like Titan syndrome? Doubts only remained on the surface, and he did not dare to underestimate Jin Bing's combat effectiveness. Being punched by such a physique, I am afraid that no one will feel uncomfortable. There will be a special reward for recharging up to 999. What reward? Jin Bin grinned. After recharging to 999, you will get a title like Underworld Overlord Dara King. Isn't it cool? Sudan shrugged and said playfully. Hearing this, Jin Bing's face suddenly sank. His public identity is the billionaire of Faith Key Enterprise. Few people know his identity behind the scenes, because that is an identity full of various criminal titles. A person who knows this identity is either dead or surrendered. But now the game developer suddenly ran over and revealed the secret. Naturally, the comer is not good. Besides, he sent people to target Sudan several times. How could the other party have good intentions? So, you want revenge? It's good for young people to have a temper. As soon as the words fell, Jin Bing clenched the scepter in his hand and rushed towards Sudan like a hill. Just this kind of aura, no one can stand up to it in the underworld fight. However, Sudan is not one of those boring gangsters. He took the time to find Jin Bing today, and he was prepared. The forged steel blade hidden on the leg is a gift for Jin Bin. Bass, knife out. Looking at the scepter that had been smashed head-on, Sudan did not choose to fight but turned around quickly and the steel blade swept across. Laugh. The incomparably sharp forged steel blade left a 20-centimeter-long bloodstain on Jin Bing's tall body. On ordinary people, a wound of 20 centimeters would have to be rushed to the hospital for stitches. But on Jin Bing's tall body, it seemed so insignificant. Hiss. The huge size also means that Jin Bin's speed is relatively slow. After he reacted, he looked down at the bloodstains on his body. It hurt a little, but it didn't matter. When he was young, he suffered more terrible and painful injuries than this one. I'm afraid that few people in this world know that the boss of the Antarctic game company, which is booming, is still a good killer. A killer? No, I'm not a killer, I just learned a little bit of self-protection. Haha, I really can't bear the way you pretend to be in front of me. With a loud roar, Jin Bin held the scepter and attacked Sudan again. In the first confrontation, he was considered a loser. But after all, he has been training uninterruptedly for decades, and his close combat ability is by no means as clumsy as it appears on the surface. Strength is inevitable, but skills are also not lacking. Sudan carefully guarded against Jin Bin's attack. He used a forged steel blade while Jin Bin used a thick scepter. One is smashed with brute force and the other is cut by cutting. According to the most intuitive judgment, he is not suitable for Shijengang. Therefore, his figure once again evaded Jin Bin's attack like a breeze. This time, Jin Bing was clearly prepared and the whole attack was very meticulous. While evading, Sudan couldn't find any openings and couldn't launch a counterattack. His toes tapped lightly on the ground and like a flying swallow, he took a few steps back lightly and landed on Jin Bin's desk. When he opened his eyes again, the pupils were as bright as the stars. That's not starlight. It's the sharpness of the blade. In his eyes, there seemed to be countless sharp swords. The sword intent was like a nascent storm accumulating around him. Jin Bin was shocked when he saw this scene. The scepter in his hand didn't dare to stay for another half-second and threw it at Sudan with all his strength. At the same time screaming, "You turned out to be a damned mutant." However, Sudan didn't answer him. The whole world seemed to slow down. The forged steel blade in his hand seemed to be lingering with a faint light. Jin Bing's movements were infinitely slowed down in his eyes, and the mountain-like oppression was cut away layer by the sword intent, until all the defenses on Jin Bin's body were completely destroyed by the sword intent. From Sudan's heart, he slowly read a word, "Kill 16 Yayuhua alive." This is Super Nirvana. In reality, people don't have any blood bars. If there are many wounds on the body, their physical fitness will naturally decline. If they are hit to the point, their lives will naturally end. At that moment, in Jin Bing's office, the light of swords overflowed. The powerful sword intent turned into thousands of invisible blades which continued to enlarge in Jin Bing's pupils. Fear, like a beast, hits his heart. Gradually, the sword light in Jin Bing's pupils began to scatter, and with it was Jin Bing's spirit. Hush. Sudan leaned on the forged steel blade with one hand and took a few breaths. It was the first time to release this super nirvana on a human being, and for him, it was a physical and mental test. Luckily, he passed the test. Jinbing never thought until his death that his underworld empire would be dismantled by a stranger in just 2 days. During his years of dominating the underworld, he has offended countless forces and committed all kinds of crimes, including burning, killing, and looting. But in the end, he was the one who won. In this world, no one dares to offend Jin Bing, otherwise their families will be ruined. But he never expected that it was just a small debt collection operation and his people were solved by Sudan. In order to retaliate and at the same time greedy for Sudan's future assets, he sent someone to take action against Sudan. In just 2 days, he experienced the most shameful losing streak ever. In just 2 days, just because he made a move on Sudan, the reward he received was fatal. If we had endured that incident silently back then, maybe everyone could go their own way and be happy separately. Moreover, he only found out the few interesting things in his life in the past 2 days. He has not played the game of Warcraft to the end. There are thousands of mistakes, and the mistake is not to be an enemy of Sudan. But wake up now, it's too late. His life in the bloodstains on his body flowed rapidly along with the blood. The field of vision is getting darker and darker, the body is getting colder and colder until he falls asleep forever. Sudan sheathed the forged steel blade and walked out of Jin Bin's office as if nothing had happened. The sound of the siren downstairs has already been heard far away. The police are coming soon, leave the rest of the funeral to them. He didn't want to be pestered by those policemen asking questions. Quickly went downstairs, started the car, went around a curve and drove in the direction of Antarctic Game Company as usual. He still has to work. Killing Jin Bing was just forced to do it. If he didn't harass him one after another, Sudan wouldn't bother him. Let him be the overlord of the underworld, whether he commits a crime or not. Sudan is not a just policeman, so he can't care about irrelevant things. He just wants to earn points. After Sudan's car disappeared into the morning rush hour, the police car showed up at the Faith corporate building. The sheriff got out of the car in a hurry, and the first thing he did was pull out his pistol and load it. Crack. Behind them, those police officers were as vigilant as the sheriff. Let's go. The policemen cheered up, armed with guns one by one, and attacked the Faith company. Faith Grams, representing the underworld overlord Jin Bin and big entrepreneurs, but Faith does not represent the underworld. The bodyguards here dare not fight against the regular police before receiving orders. Otherwise, the next thing to greet them is not the police but guns. The police in the United States are notorious for their violent law enforcement. Regardless of whether you have the intention to kill, as long as you have the intention to attack the police, you can directly serve with bullets. Soon, the sound of the police coming came to Jin Bing's office. Everyone was waiting for Jin Bin's order. However, the voice had been heard in the office for a long time, but there was no response for a long time. Could Duracell fall asleep too? Everyone line up, don't relax your vigilance. The first and second teams follow me and the others block off the surrounding area immediately, the sheriff ordered decisively. At this moment, orders play a very critical role. The police officers, who were still apprehensive at first but were terrified by the strange atmosphere of obedience, found their backbone in an instant and immediately acted according to the standard. The blockade of the blockade. Prohibition, prohibition, it's time to rush up. The first and second teams, including the sheriff, consisted of 13 people. They chose to climb the stairs instead of taking the elevator out of caution. They are more cautious when they have not climbed to the first floor. The great psychological pressure made them sweat profusely. Just as they climbed to the 20th floor, a voice suddenly came from the sheriff's radio. "Damn guy, what are you doing? Faith Key is a famous entrepreneur in New York. You sent people to surround the building. What the hell are you trying to do, you son of a B************? I tell you, you are now fired. You have authority if you continue. If you break into a private company without authorization, I will send someone to arrest you." Hey. Everyone stopped involuntarily. Because they were all familiar with this voice, it was the voice of the real boss in their bureau, the old bureau chief. Even though it's only a few days before retirement, majesty and power are still there. What he said could really be serious. "What to do, sir?" The sheriff did not answer but silently took off the radio on his chest, then threw it on the ground and stepped on it into pieces. Then he said, "Keep going."
Yes, sir.
If you have done this step, you will be punished if you step back. But rushing up is different. If they can catch the source of the crime, the famous Duracell, they will be heroes. Not only a hero of Clinton, but also a hero of New York and even the hero of the United States. What will the newspaper say? It will be said that a special team, regardless of life and death, eradicated the evil underworld overlord Jin Bing. People all over the United States will remember their names. What an honor is that? In addition, catching super criminals like Jin Bing will be enough credit for a lifetime. A promotion and a salary increase are a certainty, and it is not impossible to change your wife afterwards. Finally, everyone came to Jin Bing's office in mixed emotions of excitement and anxiety. A vanguard from the first team immediately stepped forward and opened the gate. The moment the door opened, everyone's muscles tensed up. The gangsters are all lunatics. They know that the police are surrounding them and they will definitely resist with all their strength. Wait, why isn't there even a bodyguard here? Weird. Among the weirdness, there is also a strong smell of blood. What's going on inside? Everyone didn't care too much and rushed in quickly. What's going on? The police officers looked at Jin Bin lying on the ground. The stinky blood flowed from the fat pig, forming a large pool of blood on the ground. Countless sharp knife wounds left a dense web on his body through his clothes. Who can do such an assassination? Sheriff, could it be that someone cut up his body first and then put on clothes at the end? The police chief looked back at Chen Duxiu's speech in surprise, frowned, and said, "Are you a pervert? Think about the picture of this fruit man." Oh. The sheriff stood up slowly, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and walked out of the office silently. He took out his mobile phone, hesitated for a long time, and decided to make a call. Beep, beep. "Hello, Mr. Sudan." "Well, hello, what does the sheriff want me to do?" The sheriff smiled stiffly. "Well, did you do that, Jin?"
Ugh.
"What happened to Jin Bin? Did something happen? I'm still working in the company. If I need help, I'll send my assistant there." Sudan didn't admit it at all, pretending that there was no flaw. Now he's hacking into Faith's corporate security system and deleting all footage. Definitely, whether to delete or not, someone knows that he did it. But as long as everyone is clear about this matter, it's fine. You can't say it. The sheriff showed a slight smile and he immediately relaxed. Haha, then Mr. Sudan doesn't have that kind of luck anymore. That dead pig like Jin Bing has been dissected now. Think about the sins he committed. This is a great revenge.
Oh, that's such a pity.
I feel sorry for you too. Well, let's not talk about it. After I deal with this matter, I will treat you to dinner.
That's not necessary.
As long as the police chief upholds more justice, especially the justice of Angie Game Company, then I will be grateful. Many people are going to kidnap me these days.
Sure.
Okay, bye. After the conversation between the two, they both got what they wanted and were satisfied. The next step is to take the money and collect the corpse, and confiscate the Faith Key enterprise that buried a lot of illegal goods under its asterisk. He couldn't even imagine what kind of reward he would get for such a contribution. I'm afraid it will be publicly commended in front of the whole people, and the federal councilors will personally present some important medals. That is a glorious thing. As for that shitty old bureau chief, he doesn't even bother to talk about it now. Even if he sent people up to catch them, it would be futile. Jin Bing has already been arrested. Although it is a pity that he was not caught alive and cannot reveal more black material, this is enough for them. If you are greedy, you can't eat more. After dealing with Jin Bin, Sudan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, kidnapping and assassination every 3 days, who can stand it? Now he can finally start refining his game. In just 2 days, Warcraft created a new global record, breaking 250 million online at the same time. What a huge amount of data this is! It also declares the success of Warcraft. The original company's server can no longer handle the swarm of so many players, it is almost overwhelmed. As a last resort, he could only send Leewa to buy a new server. In this year, the server technology is not as developed as in the previous life. Not only is it bulky, but the workload is far inferior. The servers on the market look like this. He had no choice but to go through the channels and found the majestic Chief Nick Fury of SHIELD. The technology used by the government is always higher than the high level used by the civilians. There is nothing wrong with finding someone, but Nick Fury's old silver coin presented a problem. They, SHIELD, refused to sell it, saying that it was strictly controlled. Strictly speaking, with Nick Fury's means, how could it be impossible to get a few servers? However, because of Sudan's face, he thought about continuing to cooperate in the future and recommended him an even better supplier, Tony Stark. Who is Tony Stark? A famous playboy but also a genius inventor. The military industry is one aspect, but he is not weak at all in terms of electronic technology. It is said that when he was a teenager, he invented a robot. Think about what he was doing when he was a teenager: recite and silently write the full text. Closer to home, the average person would not be able to date Tony Stark, that prodigal son. Fortunately, with Nick Fury on the bridge, Sudan drove directly to the most luxurious building in New York City, the Stark Industrial Building. When he came here, it was actually Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy Hogan, who came to receive him. "Hi, Mr. Sudan, welcome to the Stark Industrial Building. Mr. Stark is already waiting there." Seeing the smiling face of the bodyguard, Sudan also nodded politely. In Iron Man, he admired this bodyguard more. He was as careful as an old butler in doing things. And very loyal. Even the cannons offered by Tony Stark are checked clean. Follow Happy all the way, take the special elevator, and soon see Tony Stark, who is barking his teeth and claws in front of the computer from a distance. Ben Sans person playing a game is still like this. Happy coughed helplessly, then deliberately knocked on the door. "Benedict, Benedict, Benedict. Whoa, look who's here." Tony Stark finally came to his senses, quickly threw the game aside, and enthusiastically won towards Sudan. "Sudan, first time meeting, I'm Tony Stark. You should have heard me." Sudan looked at this person calmly. It was the first time he met the famous Tony Stark, but he was not so excited. "After staying in this world for a long time, my mentality is normal." But he found that Tony Stark looked at him very strangely. That look was as eager as a primary school student seeing a horse painting vine. "Uncle, it's over. This man is crazy." "Admiration for a long time," Sudan said. "Whoa, whoa. I still want to say whoa. Mr. Stark, let's talk business. Just call me Tony." "Okay, Tony, let's get down to business." "Don't worry, you don't know I'm actually your fan. Since your first game, I've been a fan of you." "Really?" Tony made a pleased gesture and said as he walked. Sudan shrugged and didn't think the billionaire would be anyone's fan. In the eyes of the capitalists, everything is just so-so. In their eyes, entertainment superstars are actors and gang bosses are pawns they can use. How could he be a fan of a small game developer? Tony Stark led Sudan to their warehouse of Stark Industry. Among the many underground warehouses, 80% are banned arms because he no longer sells these harmful things to outsiders. And Tony, still beebling non-stop. "Do you know, I like your Mai Shiranui in The King of Fighters the most. That figure is really nothing to say, and I even sent Happy to find the most restored cozer in the United States, but unfortunately this guy has no more posts." "Hey. By the way, did you write the character design about Mai Shiranui? It's really amazing." "Hey. Hey, can you secretly tell me if there are any winning secrets or Easter eggs on the map in Warcraft? I promise not to tell anyone else." "Hey." During Sudan's almost collapsed conversation, Tony Stark finally passed the certification and opened the door of a warehouse. The interior of the warehouse is very open, and countless electronic devices are neatly placed inside. While listening to Tony's professional introduction, Sudan himself was also looking at these servers. Indeed, it is much better than the products on the market in his company, and its performance is at least 5 times higher. "What about the price?" "I don't want to talk to you about the price." "Hey." "What?" Sudan was taken aback for a moment. "What is this guy doing?" Tony smiled mysteriously and explained. "I said that I am your fan and I really hope that you can produce excellent works, so the first 10 free orders are my support for you. If you still need, if you want, I will give you a 20% discount. Definitely there are only 10 units that can be shipped here. If you want a large order, I will speed up the production." Sudan was slightly surprised in his heart. Could it be that the famous Tony Stark has really become his game fan? This is too incredible. 8 games to conquer the world just around the corner. Sudan doesn't intend to refuse. It's not that he likes to take advantage, but the international situation is different. In Daxia it can be pushed back and forth, but here, just accept it. If you don't accept it, people will feel that you don't respect him. Thank you. When my next work comes out, I will give you the right to experience it in advance. When Tony heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. The next work. Wow, a masterpiece like Warcraft has just been born and you plan to make another one? My God. Sudan shook his head. That's right, it's just an idea, not even a name. No matter what, I'm looking forward to it. My company's delivery personnel will deliver these devices to you by themselves. Would you like to go up for a drink with me? Tony invited. Tony was an alcoholic, but either he was an alcoholic or he loved it. But Sudan doesn't like drinking at all because 3 glasses of wine in the world of mortals, a pot of tea for a great career. He still needs to purchase equipment now. A truly powerful company needs to produce the world's top equipment by itself. Antarctic Game Company seems to be very profitable now, but it is not enough to add related departments. This is very realistic. No, after I go back, I have to rush to write the next version of Warcraft. I'm not as leisurely as you. Well, actually, I'm not very busy, you know. I actually have a lot of work to do, Tony said without admitting defeat. It would be embarrassing to be treated as an idler. Afternoon. A row of vans bearing the Stark Industry trademark drove under the Antarctic Game Company. Sudan immediately issued an online maintenance announcement for Warcraft. The online battle is temporarily closed and players can also play standalone games. When this batch of high-quality servers goes online, it can solve the problem of occasional lag in online gameplay. In the previous life, everyone fought on the platform, but now Sudan puts this way of playing directly in his game bag. It is so convenient. To be honest, all his games have been optimized to the best level by the optimization package. Even if players use junk computers, they can still drive the extreme picture quality and make it very smooth. Instead, it was because the players were so enthusiastic that they overwhelmed their own server. Players who have played League of Legends know how painful it is for the server to freeze. As a conscious game developer, it is necessary for him to avoid this kind of incident. This move has naturally won the praise of the players, and at the same time, a lot of fresh blood has been injected, and the game time has naturally increased. Sudan opened the system points mall, looked into the corner and saw a series of 8-digit numbers jumping on the points balance. 36 million, this is all earned in the past few days. Before, in order to buy an optimization package for Warcraft, he directly spent 30 million points, and those 30 million points were accumulated for a long time in the King of Fighters. Now, with the 2 games together in just a few days, they have earned more than 30 million points. It was a blast. Earn points faster definitely is Warcraft. As before, related products have also been updated in the system points mall. Sudan looked at the points mall interface and there were so many skills and props about the Warcraft series. Blizzard, 100,000 points. Water Element, 100,000 points. Windwalk, 100,000 points. Hyperopia, 100,000 points. Made, this is a money grab. How many times more expensive than the skills of the King of Fighters? Small skills are worth 1 million points. And this useless skill is farsightedness. Is myopia a skill? No wonder Sudan complained. The price of a small skill in the King of Fighters was only a few thousand, but now when it comes to Warcraft, it has soared to a minimum of 100,000. This price has traveled directly from the founding era to the current capital. Who can stand this? He now has 36 million points, but he must leave 30 million points to exchange for the special effect optimization package for the new game. In other words, he can only use 6 million points at present, and at the current price you can't afford something too awesome. System, you come out to me, the explanation is not clear, see if I uninstall you. Back to the host, the power level of the world is different and the commodity price is different. What does the big snake say? It's still the will of the earth. Back to the host, the quality level of the world is different. Sudan. He continued to look down. Group transmission, 1 million points. God descends to earth, 1 million points. Death and decay, 1 million points. Blade storm, 1 million points. It seems that small skills, no matter whether they are strong or weak, are equivalent to 100,000 points, while ultimate skills, no matter what, are fixed at 1 million points. Sudan exclaimed, every skill has its own value and significance. It is not to say that which skill has high damage and can steal the head, which skill should be regarded as the ultimate skill. The designer designed a certain skill as the hero's ultimate skill for a purpose. His gaze was still wandering in the points mall, and finally he locked on Blade Storm. Blade Storm is the skill of Warcraft juggernaut. A well-known internet writer once wrote a novel with the role of Warcraft Sword Master and became the rookie king with a shock. Now it's interesting, this skill is presented in front of him, moreover the price is just within his affordability. Buy, Sudan said decisively. The skill of Blade Storm for a man is the ultimate romance, supreme joy, beep. With an electronic sound, it can be regarded as buying this skill. The power of skills, together with the introduction information, poured into Sudan's body. Blade Storm. When Blade Storm is released, the user gains magical immunity, which causes some damage to all units within the range every second, and can be used against low health buildings. Blade Fury can still attack magic immune units. Blade Storm can be used together with Minor Potion of Invulnerability and Major Potion of Invulnerability. Sudan closed his eyes and digested the information in his mind. Blade Storm is a continuous skill. The reality is different from the game. In reality, every second it lasts will consume a certain amount of physical strength. If the physical strength can last, then it's no problem if it lasts for 10 or 20 seconds. But with his current body, ashamed to say, it can only last for 7 seconds. This is still a body that has undergone a strengthening package. It can only last for 7 seconds. I am afraid that the body of an ordinary person will be drained and go into shock in less than a second. The damage value of Blade Storm also mainly depends on the sharpness of the weapon. For example, if you want to use a chopping knife and want to kill a green titan, you must be out of your mind. Buildings with low HP are also easy to understand. They are nothing more than destroying dilapidated buildings. This additional attribute seems to be useless in modern times. As for the small invincibility potion and the large invincibility potion, they are in the category of consumables. The small invincibility potion lasts for 7 seconds and the large invincibility potion lasts for 15 seconds. He curiously found the item bar consumables category and quickly found the small invincible potion. Even if it is invincible for 7 seconds, it is still a fairy item. Even the gravity of Jupiter can't attract the user. However, Sudan's face darkened when he saw the price. Little invincible potion, 70 million points. Invincible potion, 1,500,000 points. Holy potion, 2,500,000 points. Yeah, that's 10 million points for 1 second of invincibility. Is the price worth it? Very cost-effective for the rich and dispensable for the poor. Fortunately, now Sudan has shaken off poverty and is on his way to being rich. One day, I will always drink the invincible potion as if it were nothing. After buying the Blade Storm skill, what he has left now is only 5 million points. It's not enough to buy many big skills, let alone those expensive props. Definitely, only awesome props are sky-high prices. Ordinary props are also considered cheap, but now Sudan doesn't need those ordinary props. So he set his sights on the world character interface. There are also many beautiful ladies in Warcraft, each of which is full of alien charm which is different from the people on Earth. Long-eared elf Dame Emmum. Farewell. Looking at the female elf hero in the character column, the number of digits has broken through the sky. The system may be afraid that he will not fit in one grid and even wants to open a second row. Who can afford this price? Sudan didn't dare to count the number of digits for fear of being scared to death. Is the World of Warcraft hanging like this? The value attached to the world is simply driving up the approval price. Oh no, driving up the price of people. Helpless, he had no choice but to return to the character column of the King of Fighters. Mai Shiranui, 2 million points. Kula 2.5 million points. Kagura Chizuru, 4 million points. I used to think that the price of the female characters in the King of Fighters was raised and I thought it was astronomical. Now compared with World of Warcraft, I just feel that this price is a 12-point conscience. Only 2 million. Only 2 million, what a conscience price. then buy Mai Shiranui first. When I was young, I played King of Fighters for the first time. Seeing the mosaic quality, Sudan already regarded this Yuji as a YY object. Later, 7 or 8 years later, the culture has improved, there are more and more cosplayers and there are more and more painters on the internet. When he saw that beautified version of Mai Shiranui for the first time, he felt that it was very much like youthful and ignorant love. And now, he gave the optimized King of Fighters to the Earth teenagers in the Marvel Universe. Thinking about it from another angle, this is really a great pay, a great contribution, unprecedented contribution. No wonder those players love and support Antarctic Game Company so much, just like they love their old father. It's like, in 2000, the King of Fighters with 4K picture quality was released, and the painting style is close to aesthetic. The characters in it are not broken at all, and the faces of beautiful women are extremely beautiful. Similarly, in a few years, the immersive Warcraft was released. This is an excellent experience that has spanned time and brought players around the world. Confirm purchase, Mai Shiranui. Looking at the system prompt, Sudan said with some expectation, confirm. Beep. The rays of light began to converge in front of Sudan, and the reality converged into a white ray of light, just like the mythical Nuwa making clay figurines, first making a model and then giving life to it. The radiant body began to dim, and like a broken cocoon, it faded away little by little. It appeared in Sudan's line of sight. Definitely in sight there is only pure desire and no love. He is a person who rarely reveals his true feelings. Even if Leewa has been with him for so long, he has never made any promises, not to mention a mere virtual character. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a window. Beep, Mai Shiranui has been reborn. What the hell, why didn't you get this reminder when you bought Goenitz last time? Returning to the host, the reason why the price of female characters is higher than that of male characters is because after purchasing, the host gets a brand new character. Sudan definitely understands the meaning of this word, brand new, which means that Mai Shiranui has not been touched by anyone yet. It seems that the system is also very considerate, knowing that he has a mental cleanliness.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.